never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first thing that made me see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, इसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but what's happening within, it is not going to the supply chain, it is to impair the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage, and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident because of the state of our cities. We have no option but to build smart and resilient cities. We should influence more for the right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the 18th edition of PW Businessworld Marketing Whitebook Summit. A humble request, this is off the script. Please bear with my lovely tone for the day. I'm sure many of you also have this. Yeah, I'm so sorry for that. Before we move forward, a few requests from our team members as a courtesy to our speakers and also your fellow delegates. Please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. And if you wish to be, that is what the script says, but I believe that you will be a part of the conversations on our social media platforms today. Whatever you wish to tweet or put up, please join in the conversation by using the hashtag I am marketer and hashtag BWMMB. Just to repeat, the first is hashtag I am marketer and the second is hashtag BWMWB. And now that the pleasantries are done, let me please set the stage with a brief background. For over 17 years, BW Businessworld has endeavored to bring together information, data, and analysis that have become part of an essential handbook for marketers and marketing decision makers in the country. And today, in its 18th year, this time, the annual BW Businessworld Marketing Whitebook is a repeat in the best seller list in India in the marketing and administration business category. With that, may I please request our team to show our audience members a little sneak peek of today's event. Taking its legacy forward, today's agenda will reflect various aspects of the theme that is for this year. That's hashtag I am marketer Gen AI to Gen Z. Now, artificial intelligence, AI, has become an ongoing conversation with varied ramifications of businesses, but with generative AI, its impact has moved from niche to mainstream. While on one hand, AI tools are being used by large marketers to spot trends and even test products, on the other hand, it is quite clear and evident that Gen Zers are the fastest in embracing the AI economy. I would also like to mention that we also have a two-city launch of the BW Marketing Whitebook this year as well. The Mumbai launch is scheduled for December 8th at Taj Santa Cruz. Now, may I please request my team to play the community AV to give our audience members a glimpse of the BW Marketing World community. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. The network across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals of the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. Stay updated on developments by subscribing to the magazines within the Business World group. Also, enhance a professional journey for knowledge and insights. Special offers are available for all our attendees today. Watch out for the latest issue, which hits the stand this weekend, ranking India's top B schools and looks at how management education is changing in the age of AI. For more information, please get in touch with Mr. Vinod at the registration counter. He'll help you with the same. And now, may I please request our team to play the AV for our upcoming initiatives. Please. That I also take this moment to thank our partners for working hand in hand with us for this summit. Our knowledge advisors, GFK, EY, Ipsos CBRE. Our media bought a partner, One Up Trade, Aravind Partners, joytravels.com, Pandrum, Greenly, The Quick Shake Factory, Quality Plus, Exchange for Media Group, Impact, Itch, and IWM Buzz. May I now request the team to play a partner's movie?
India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we proudly serve over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that the barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with One Up Trade. We'll go to barter experts.
And now, to set the stage for the day, to deliver the welcome address, please join me in welcoming on stage the CEO of PW Businessworld, Koshi Ghoswala.
That's not. Can you cut the light? Good morning. Thank you. I'm not going to stand between y'all and the proceedings. So I'm going to make this very, very quick. We're already running late. Want to thank all of y'all for coming here. I feel very nice and proud that BW is 40, actually 43. Karthik, we need to change that. 43 years young. We turned 43 in December. And this marketing whitebook initiative of ours is in its 18th year. Okay, amongst the longest in the country. We are at the end of the day a very young country, with businesses having picked up post the 90s. All I'd like to say is that we are a platform. I keep saying this every single time. And we have 24 communities. All of them are platforms. And what we try to do is, bring in experts, okay, and present their views to the rest of the community. Our job is to enable businesses at the end of the day, and we are not the absolute experts in this. It happens thanks to good speakers, great audiences, all of it. I hope you'll have a wonderful day today, and a knowledgeable and a day when you'll learn and share experiences. Dr. Batra is not here; he's not well. Okay, and I'm cutting mine also a little short because even I'm feeling a little unwell right now, but I'll be back in action by afternoon. So thank you for joining us. And Aditya, let's start. We're already running about half an hour late. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Koshi, so please give me that medicine also, which will get you ready by the afternoon. I need more than you. Okay, now before we begin with the first session, a request for all of super speakers, once you're here, please stay within the time limit. आप जैसे बहुत दिग्गज हमारे साथ आज यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. The timer is here for you. Whenever there's a minute left, and I'm sorry to say this, whenever there's a minute left, you'll find me loitering around here. So if you see my smiling face, you know that वक्त आ गया है to sort of cut short. No, not there, sir. That'll be too much. Only being paid for this much. That's a lot, no? Okay. Without taking much of your time, first for the CEO session, we have two industry leaders kickstarting the day with delving into how AI is proving to be a juggernaut in transforming the business community. They will spill the beans around how businesses can make the most of the potential of AI in growing numbers and also in connecting with consumers and with you as audience members. Let's first invite Salil Kapoor, CEO, Hindra Home Innovation, and joining him is Sanjay Bhutani, Managing Director, India and SARC, Boshan India. And this duty of sessioning the chair is being handed over to Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, PW Businessworld. Let's collectively welcome all three of them, please. Thank you. Arjun, all the best.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Aditya. Good morning, everybody. Last year when we were having the marketing whitebook, and I'm sure you saw the AV for the last year's book, the theme was around metaverse, leadership in metaverse. And now maybe we had a whole day filled with discussions around that theme. But after the sessions, after some keynotes, or as I was talking to some of the speakers for our exclusive video bites, some were unsure about the concept. Some thought of it as way too early. But this year, thanks to developments that began in November last year, the introduction of the coming of Chat GPT, the discussion around AI, the investments that we've seen in the last year, uh, a good boardroom battle in recent weeks we've seen, which shows the centrality of this technology, the investments, the discussions around it. And so when we're talking about it, and we have the first panel, we have to set the tone for the day. Panelists, I want to understand from you that given in this last 1 year, what is corporate India thinking about Gen AI as a force, when we're talking about it as a force of change for the business community? What have been the developments? What are they thinking? Mr. Kapoor, if you would like to start.
I think last month we saw that corporate battle where the board fires the CEO and then the CEO fires the board. That's turned out to be very interesting, and it has brought AI right on the top of everybody's mind if it was already not there. Having said that, AI is very different from what people perceived earlier. Every technology, as we all know, goes through that S hype cycle. Web3 and metaverse was at that time, last 1 year, maybe 1.5 years, it was on the top of everyone's mind, and suddenly it has gone down. But the developments globally on AI have actually proven that this is really, really transformational. This is not a hype. This is the next big thing after internet. That's what is being said in the technology world. However, the entire discussion is really at the forefront of the tech world as of now. There are tools which are coming up which are really useful for all parts of business, but using those tools in everyday business, that transition is still yet to happen. So if I may say that it's on top of mind for the tech world, it is being watched closely by the business world, but is it being used by the business world is a slightly different topic.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for your opening comments. Mr. Badani, what are your thoughts of it being as a force of change for the business community? What corporate India is thinking? What are the discussions that you have come across in this last 1 year?
So good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. So first of all, as a background for people who don't know, the company I'm representing. So Bausch & Lomb is a ophthalmology company. So we deal with contact lenses. So that's the bigger part of the business. Then we have surgical business, which is about cataract equipments, IOLs, refractive equipments. And then we have equipments for aesthetics, so which is skin tightening, wrinkle reduction. And the beauty of the equipment is all is like non-invasive, except for one. So what I think about AI is I think we have already been kind of using it for long, but people don't realize that that's part of the AI. So for example, any consumer interaction, even like you target a particular segment of customers, right? So that segmentation happens through AI. So the kind of algorithms you built in. And as Salil said, business world is like watching it. It's still evolving. So being product companies, are we kind of using it 100%? No. Because this is more in the tech world right now. Sorry, and the product companies are making use of it through various platforms or maybe the other stuff which is available, and reaching out to consumers, social listening, how do you interact with your consumers? Those part of the AI, I think the companies are using. Okay. So which is very beneficial and helpful in terms of spending the right dollars, and you're not wasting your money in the marketing spends.
Okay. both of you gave a sort of a macroeconomic picture. Mr. Kapoor, you rightly pointed out that that transition is yet to happen. Now, as Mr. Budani was speaking, that maybe it's not something that you are using that readily for in a product company. Uh, can you tell from your company's example, how have you seen that in this last year? What are the potential use cases that probably you've seen or product companies are seeing in general when we're talking about this?
So, AI, as we all know, is the intelligence of machines. It is moving to the next level with generative AI, where you have tools and you have a platform which can generate images, content, text, and everything. The larger play of all these capabilities is actually already there to some extent in data analysis, in data mining, in predictive analysis. It's getting better slowly and slowly. The real evolved tools which will do this at scale and with a much higher speed are yet to be used. However, I fully agree when Sanjay said that this is already being used to a certain extent in our day-to-day business. Whenever you get into data mining, when you have to try to get into the customer segmentation, whenever you try to understand and predict the consumer behavior in a particular segment, and whenever there is customization after the segmentation, there is some degree of usage of AI already happening. Um, are we using the real new tools that are coming up? Yes, to a certain extent. For example, Power BI, which is a tool, Microsoft's tool, is already being used by a lot of business leaders. Are we using something like NIME or content creation right now? No. So the business world is taking steps one at a time, uh, incorporating, sometimes knowingly, sometimes not knowingly, the capability of AI in our day-to-day working. Uh, and when you really jump into the next level with generative AI being used in marketing or content creation, that is there already, showing its colors in some of the content creation companies, some of the consumer facing marketing campaigns, but right now not at a very evolved stage. To answer your question, yes, we are already using it to a certain extent. We are getting to know more and more tools. Something that was called a simple tool now has a AI already built in it, like the Watson analysis of IBM or a Power BI of Microsoft. These are there for day-to-day analysis and work. But the evolved ones, the real game changers on the content, marketing, and customization side, are yet to take off.
Right. Mr. Bhutani, if you would like to share some of these tools, such like some examples that Mr. Kapoor shared that you've thought of or you've thought of using in future to give these analytics that can help you in better decision making.
Okay. So best would be I give you like examples of what we've been doing as the company to maybe leverage the AI which is available and maybe reach out to the consumers. So I think 2-3 years back, we ran a campaign on multifocal lenses. For those like who don't know, like multifocal contact lenses, people have a distance in the near vision. So first was about the consumer segmentation, because generally it happens to people above 40, 45. So reaching out to the right consumer first, so that we're not kind of spreading too far, even like approaching a 20-year-old kid. So once we reached out to those particular consumers, then we also kind of mapped all the pin codes in terms of where the retail stores are located, who would partner with us in terms of a consumer going and taking a trial. So you can't wear a contact lens straight away. So we picked up a company, IT company, who was into this AI tool. And once a particular person says like, so we show him an ad. So he says, I'm interested. So then he would put in his details and the pin code. Then we would send that consumer to that particular store. So also, while you're collecting data using AI and other stuff, or maybe on the online. So a lot of regulations are now there. Earlier it was not there, but I think India now has the strictest data privacy laws. So we were sending the mobile number of that consumer to that particular retail store. So which is like you get when you book a Uber or somebody from Amazon calling you. So the right numbers were not there, only maybe few digits.
Okay.
And a calling button to the retail store. So retail store would then call the consumer, then consumer if he's willing to give the data and visit the store. So once he visits, takes the trial, then maybe using Google Analytics 360, we were also tracking that subsequently whether the consumer has gone or picked up the stuff or not. And that was primarily for 30 days only, because if you are interested, you buy the product in 30 days. And how do you do that? Check if he's like putting a retail store name in a Google map. So you can pick it up from there.
Okay.
So those are the things like we have been using. Other example is augmented reality. Also, it's like closer to AI. So we have also got color lenses. So any consumer, so you got maybe 20, 30 different shades. So you can't like give trial for every color contact lens, no, because that's very expensive. So we built a tool where, so initially we built a tool where it was given to the retail store. So a consumer comes in and you click the picture of the consumer, and then you put in a contact lens of whatever color they want. But that was really not kind of working because people were hesitant to maybe get their picture clicks and with the retailer. No. So now we have come up with the app where it's sitting on on your mobile phone, and you can maybe pick up any color. You go to that app, pick up any color, and then you really can see like how the color would look like.
Okay.
So those are like lot many things we as a company are maybe trying to do.
Okay. Mr. Kapoor, in the context of marketing and the theme that we have today, we are also talking about Gen Z, and Mr. Bhutani in his opening remarks talked about how this generation is driving social conversations. So when we talk about this particular segment, how do you see this technology being used to, drive personalized campaigns? Of course, he mentioned that targeting this segment, and especially, to enhance the trust, transparency, because of the social conversation that this generation drives on the social media platforms.
So the Gen Z is also now known as Gen AI. Gen AI, not only artificial intelligence, but generation that is always in. The generation which is always in their screens, right? You'll see people most of the time scrolling and living in their screen rather than living outside in the real world. And that's so true for the next generation. That's a great interface and opportunity for the marketers and the businesses to engage with somebody who's already always there. Imagine some years ago, the generation, whichever was the biggest consuming generation or growing generation for consumption, used to tune in to your communication tools, which could be a newspaper or a TV or a radio before that, only at a fixed time in the day. And then came a time when people were engaged into the internet, and then a social media layer was built on top of the internet, where they're totally engaged throughout the day, and the channels have also changed. Now that gives a great opportunity. It is not right and it's not fair, but it's a bitter truth that then this entire change makes this new generation the most vulnerable as far as the history of marketing is concerned, for being influenced by the messages. Now, then on top of that, you put a layer of artificial intelligence. And on top of that, you built a capability of generative artificial intelligence, which can self-generate the images and the content. And then all this controversy of deep fakes, you have a deadly concoction out there. Now, there is the opportunity and there is the threat. While the conversations which are driven by the consumers and the brands together and sometimes on their own, where consumers play a larger role in building a brand as compared to what marketer does in building conversations around the brand, in that world, the AI and Gen AI will definitely go a long way in not only engaging the consumers with the brand, but also in taking the conversations and creating positioning in the mind of the consumer, which is going to be long lasting. Now, this engagement where the content gets generated by the machine and the consumer thinks that she is doing it. Please understand the nuance there, because the consumer feels that she is creating the content, but to a large extent, the machine is influencing the creation of that content, because the machine is leading your thoughts. It's living in that world where, you know, it's the entire thing is controlled by somebody else. Now, in that complex situation, marketeers not only have a great opportunity, because as I said, the generation or your consumer is much more vulnerable. You have great tools because you don't have to do the entire thing. You have the tools which will think on your behalf and build on your behalf. So it is a great opportunity of engaging and building and having those conversations around the brand with the consumers. But at the same time, I think it's right. The marketeers and the business leaders at large are also understanding the gravity of the situation and are becoming responsible in leading this technology towards an area where it becomes beneficial rather than starts impacting the consumers and the general society in a negative manner. Now, that part is a large conversation which is going on in the tech world, and all the business leaders do understand their responsibility towards that. But then this is where we stand as of today, a crossroads, where the technology and the times are giving us a great opportunity of a consumer who is highly vulnerable and open to and participative in creating the content around your brand. And there you have a thin line to cross in creating a positive or a negative impact at society at large. So, a very tricky situation, a very, I would say, vulnerable situation, not only for the tech world, but also for the business world and society at large. But at the same time which is of great opportunity, which was never thought maybe about 10 years ago.
Very rightly put, Mr. Kapoor. Mr. Bhutan, your thoughts on it?
So I think Salil touched one part. I'll talk about the other. But before I think Salil mentioned about Gen Z, about glued to social media or maybe to the screens too much. No. So yesterday's example, I was going from my office in Huda City to Cyber City, and near Kaleria Market, I stopped my car on the red light. So then this girl comes, parks her car on the red light, stops her car, and she went like 6 feet almost back, but she was glued to her screen. She didn't realize that she's put on the brakes or maybe put her foot on the brake, no? And the guy behind, he almost like took his car like 10 feet back. And she was like, come on. So that's the kind of addictiveness that's there with people now. They're glued to the screen too much, no? So the other part is also about while you're collecting data, no, it's very important that somebody giving you data. So if somebody asks you for your Aadhaar card number, you're very selective in maybe giving your information or maybe personal details. So for a particular brand or a company, it's very important to give that feeling to a person while you're collecting data, that your data would be protected, rightly used, and also giving them empowerment that whenever you want to delete your data, you can. So that's what we do. So while you're collecting data, also when you use, like you need to get certain consent of the people from your collecting data that you can use only for that purpose. And if brands start using data beyond that, then that loyalty of the consumers would go on. So data collection is like good, but also maybe the visibility to the consumer that it's used for the right purpose is very, very important. So that empowerment to the consumer is very important.
Right, Mr. Bhutani. Mr. Kapoor, Mr. Bhutani rightly pointed out the concerns around privacy, and given these disruptive technologies, the government is also kicking in. You rightly mentioned about deep fakes. There's an action plan that the government is now putting forward to counter that. Then we have the data protection bill coming up. at large for the business community, how do you think CEOs will be able to add a layer on all of this and be, sort of partners when we are making a framework for data security, data protection?
So the data protection bill, which has recently been introduced and I think has been passed also, is the entire thing is moving on to the next level. So the data protection bill 23, as it is known, is already out there. Business leaders have been told that this is what you need to follow, and there are huge penalties. I'm
Right.
told once this implementation gets into place, and rightly so, because there won't be one single person in this entire room who can deny the fact that we all start getting all those spam calls, which are not only for marketing and promoting some products that you don't need, but at the same time can be dangerous and can also take out your data, and also affect your own not only privacy but also get into the spams and the frauds, the financial frauds that can be caused. So all this easy availability of data, where everybody takes your phone number without a reason and thinks, because somewhere in their board somebody has said that we should be owning the consumer data, and then we should mine it for our customization and cross sell and upsell. But that all data then gets sold in cheap CDs to everybody and anybody who wants to promote and do those spam calls, right from the real estate to people selling cards or whatever. That was getting into a space which was bad for the consumer, and that, I think, it's a very great step that the government has taken. It's very progressive step. Not many governments across the world have already thought so far. That effect now will have it on the responsible marketing as far as the data usage was concerned. See, there was always a term of permissible marketing. We all have heard that, read that. People have agreed to that, but none has followed it. You have the data, you use it the way you want, and it was a free for all as of now. But now if you really want to use that data, it will really be into the zone of permissible marketing, where you'll need the permission of the customer or the owner of the data to reach out to her. And that is right now at a very initial stage. Across the country, everybody is discussing, the boards, the business leaders, all are discussing how do they implement it. Because till now everybody was collecting data from multiple sources, especially the consumer companies, be it at the time of sale, or be it the aftermarket services, or be it on the marketing front, where you get the data or data customization, or you run the custom audience campaigns through the social media platforms. Everywhere there is data available in different form. Now, to what extent can you use the data without crossing the line of the law or without violating the law? To what extent can you store the data, and to what extent can you share the data within your system with your partners to further reach out to that consumer? All that is being discussed, and there is going to come a method out of this madness in maybe a year's time, where things will get onto a better, hopefully things will get onto a better level. But yes, now we will finally have a phase where the permission marketing will actually start happening in the true manner, and the data abuse will hopefully end.
Right. Mr. Bhutani, any comments on how you envision this framework?
Okay, so being a US company, we were very, very conscious about the fact, not now. So it started like 7-8 years back, when this was like started like talking about more about like data privacy. So that time we used to go to the colleges and not using any software to capture data. So it was all on maybe paper. So it started that time. We got that paper weighted through legal, and none of our employees were involved. So we hired an agency, went to the college, took like details of the kids there, and then also the consent, like where and how we can use that data. But slowly when we evolved, so now we are using tools where so any ad campaign you run, right? People would put in their details and other stuff, and also where you can use that data. So all that is getting stored into Oracle system we have, so where it would get stored. And we can use it only for the purpose for where we've taken the consent. So none of my employees can see that data, and it's only in the system when you can pull it only for a specific purpose. So top of that, the privacy laws, as Salil was talking, is more stricter in India compared to US now, or maybe the European countries. So what we have done is the legal head of the company is now the head of the data privacy stuff. So from each function, we have nominated a particular person who would head that function for the data privacy, and his or her responsibility is to train to the rest of the team in the function, because the way HR operates or way finance operates have like very, very different things what they do, or the marketing operates. No, then every quarter we do a training of the people about data privacy, and just to kind of remind them this is very important. And there are subsequent audits of whatever data we are collecting, how that's being used, or it's being properly used or not. The consents are there, so that the penalties are quite high now. So that you are always on top of it. So these are the things we do. And as I mentioned before, that empowerment to the consumer. So whenever they want, they can delete the data now. So it would go out of the system and people would not even know.
Very rightly put. In your closing comments, both the panelists, if I have to get a forward-looking statement from you, let's say 6 months or 1 year later, when we have this discussion once again, what would be that one thing in the context of this technology that you think will become a big talking point for a lot of consumer-facing businesses? Right now, you said that it's more in the tech world. Let's say product companies, consumer-facing businesses. Any one or two things that you are seeing becoming as the biggest talking point in 6 months or 1 year?
I see clear three areas of where these technology and the tools that we built on top of the basic model will get used by most of the business leaders and marketeers. The first one, we are already there to some extent, as I said, which are the business tools, the BI tool and the Watson Analytics and similar kind of tools, which help you understand the data of your business at a larger context and also at a granular level. You can view what is happening in different moving parts of the business at a 30,000 feet, and also then zoom in to one particular function in one particular area and look at the analytics and comparison across, and also predict. Maybe it's supply chain, or maybe it is your own overall sales, or various other things. That is already there to a certain extent, and that will evolve and get sharper and sharper as the tools get smarter. The second big area is related to marketing, which is more into the data analytics and finding out the predictive models from that analytics. And this will cover all these areas of customization, segmentation, and then marketing in the right manner, at the right time, to the right consumer, all that stuff. I would say this is slightly behind as far as the usage by the marketers is concerned, but getting there. Somebody who's already into collecting the data of consumers and how the markets are moving, like what GFK does, would already be doing it to a great extent. But would an individual marketer in a consumer-facing company be using it? Not to that great extent. So that's the difference, I would say. The third area, which is very exciting, and which all this, generative AI and chat GPT, which brought it to the fore, was the content creation by the machines themselves. The content creation not only in form of the text when you get an answer to a question, but also in terms of images, matching music to or voice to text and to images, all that stuff, which will revolutionize the creativity in marketing, is, I would say, the least developed and least used as of now. More into the hype cycle, but will definitely get there. So these are the three clear areas where one can see after a year we'll have some movement happening. Having said that, it is very difficult to predict the way things will move on technology front, because the technology can go to a different trajectory depending on the usage. A small example, uh, if some of you have seen that movie Back to Future, a lot of prediction was done on technology at that point of time. Nobody thought that the technology will go to usage of a supercomputer in your hand, and which will end up into creating social media conversations rather than solving real life problems. So the technology usage and the trajectory it follows depends on where we as consumers start following as a herd, and then things get developed on that front. So anything can happen in next 1 year on the AI and the Gen AI front. What we say as of now can only be predictions.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Mr. Bhutani, what are you seeing?
So one thing for me would be, how do you kind of bring in like more efficiencies to the marketing dollars you're spending? So everything kind of revolves around that, reaching out to the right customer, right product, right time, data privacy, right? Augmented reality. So where you can, maybe consumers could feel the product, visualize the product while sitting at home. So all that. So how do you kind of bring in like more efficiencies? So that's what my thoughts are, that there where the AI would be moving in specifically for the marketing, because you got like limited resources to spend, and you can't like use machine gun. Snipers are always good too.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bhutani. Yeah, we'll open the floor for the audience to ask the questions. Can we have a mic?
Or inefficiency in product marketing,
All. Yeah.
revenue
So
generation.
if you target the right consumer, at the right time, so surely that would increase your revenue, reduce your marketing spends. So if I go to people who would never buy my product, and I don't know, like, are they the right consumers or no? So that's where AI comes and plays the role. So that would help in maybe increasing my revenue, less spend on marketing.
But on the other side, reduce in manpower also.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next question, just one more question. One product, a product you launch, AI you generated, now upgradation, modernization will come. So AI, again, you have to change the system or technology or upgrade the system AI also. Will it not be the costly?
It's evolving. So most of the time, companies don't own everything. So, for example, if I launch a particular product, right, and I have invested with an agency where we're doing like using brand watch, for example, for social listening, and consumers talk about that product, it's not good, or it could have been better if maybe this additional features would have been there. So then you kind of invest into the product, or maybe the way you market. So that's where kind of you get the next product. So
AI, the monopoly will be there. Like you said, the Oracle you are hiring for data protection or other things. So will not be the costly
it is, but maybe looking at the benefits you get and the penalties around.
Totality.
Yeah, the privacy laws, no. So I think that's the right investment that the company has made.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Good morning, sir. Being from the content part, I have a distinction in my mind that right now AI is taking over the jobs. So how AI can take over the skill set of salesperson?
Mr. Kapoor, you would like to?
The largest transformation of jobs happened the first time in the history was when there was a revolution on agriculture side when tractors started coming on instead of people trying to plow the fields. After that revolution, the agricultural output has increased multifold, but the jobs have not gone anywhere. Okay. Please go down on web and you will get an image if you search. There was a parade done by academics against a calculator. That small harmless thing that nobody uses now because it's on your phone, it's on your computer. There was a long procession. There are images, real images, people protesting against calculator because they thought this will take away a lot of jobs and our skill sets. These fears have always been there. But what has happened in turn is that no jobs have gone anywhere. More and more opportunities get created. In recent times only, with computer science taking that forefront in various areas, the job fear was at its peak. But has it happened? No. Similarly, in AI, jobs will not go down. People will evolve to more better things. How do we leverage? See, what is machine learning? What is machine intelligence? It is something a machine is doing on your behalf. And how do you leverage that power, and how do you leverage that capability of the machine will still depend on a lot of people, smart people. So we will become usage. We will learn more on the usage front rather than creating that technology, because the technology will self-create. Things will change, evolve, but jobs will not go away for those who really want to do the jobs.
Very rightly. I just want to add to this, when Chat GPT came, and we being in the media, journalists or the web writers were really scared as to how their jobs can be affected given the content generation that Chat GPT was doing. But in this 1 year, the applications, the usage of Chat GPT in media rooms, newsrooms, we have seen that going forward, you'll actually need journalists, editors who are designed or have the understanding of what command you have to give, because we have seen some disastrous results of some youngsters giving some random commands to generate content, some of them being uploaded without supervision. So I feel, and what we have seen in our company, there is another layer of human resources that will be needed to monitor this content. Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Himanshu and I work with High Digital. We provide data-driven marketing solutions. My question to Mr. Bhutani, you have given one use case where you're mentioning about reaching out to relevant users using the AI, and then somebody calling you, you keeping a track of the mobile numbers, calling them back and tracking whether that user has eventually turned up to your outlet or no. My understanding, at least 2 decades back when I purchased Bosch and Lomb, was you don't have exclusive outlets. At that time, I don't know if you still have, you work with multi brand partners at a retail level. So even if a user, irrespective, notwithstanding whether you have used AI or no, has reached the retail outlet with a variety of brands available, not just Bosch and Lomb, how do you ensure that eventually, after doing all this pain, when the user is eventually landed up to an outlet, the user is eventually buying your brand and not what the retailer is telling, or where or some other decision is made based on the person's discretion? So how do you use, with the use of AI or without the use of AI, how do you ensure that?
So there, like, both things come into part. So for example, maybe the reason you went to the store to buy the product was a result of maybe seeing our ad again and again, right? And that made you to take that decision, okay, I'll go and buy contact lenses, right? So there where the AI would come and play that part. And once you reach the store, so then there are various other like traditional marketing things you keep doing, your products availability at the store, how are you kind of displaying your products or the posters, how are you educating the retailer to educate the consumer, right? Wearing a contact lens, initially the consumer needs maybe a couple of chair hours from the retailer and maybe a hand holding initially, because it's not easy to put something in your eye and take it out. So there were like a lot of training to the retailers undergo. So we have a dedicated team of about 11 people in the country who would continuously kind of go and train the retailers. So if I talk about contact lenses, you get like a very normal, which are called like spherical contact lenses. Then where people have vertical and horizontal power, so which is called a toric lens, or you have a multifocal lens. So fitting that contact lens is not very easy. So a lot of training goes behind that to the retailer. So there where like your traditional marketing things come into play, while like sending the consumer to the store, like maybe the latest marketing techniques through AI are maybe more helpful.
We have 2 minutes left. One quick question, sir.
My name is Dr. Vidur. Aren't you guys concerned about the degree of control which AI companies will eventually possess of all the data you have? And I mean, did we evolve from AI-enabled robots who broke their restraints and took over? I mean, AI is very dangerous. You do not know what is there behind your video or behind your cell phone screen, and where AI is connecting you with, and where AI is probably harming you also. So I'm worried about this aspect of AI, and I was wondering whether any of you guys are concerned also.
See, any new technology, there is always a risk and a reward. So I think for the companies, specifically with privacy laws coming in, so I gave an example, like we're storing our data there. So you have a very, very watertight agreements, right? Where our employees can't see the data, even their employees can't maybe see the data. And then you use it for the consent that you've taken from a particular person or a consumer. So that where it lies. No, I think the rewards are more than the risk. Surely, like it would be there, but if somebody is to mischief, then there are like laws to handle that.
I mean, the steam and petroleum revolution, which started in the early 1900s or even in the late 1800s, were commended for their potential. But 100 years down the line, you see so much pollution, which is a direct result of all that.
So if you see risk and reward, no, I think petroleum has done
but
more benefit than it's there for surely now. But I think also the technology is changing. People moving to more natural resources for maybe the power needs. So
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bhutan. That's all the time we have. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm also moderating that. I'm looking to check on time. Picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. The next session will speak on how the marketing leadership of tomorrow will look like. It will emphasize on the skill sets that marketers must learn and also unlearn to prepare better for a future ruled by technology. And please join me in welcoming to the stage a panelist, Rory Malhotra, CMO, Bombay Shaving Company. Joining is Sai Narayan, CMO, Policy Bazaar, and this session will be chaired by Rama Badri, editorial lead, BW Marketing World. Everybody wants to run, please. Rima, just to remind, please be careful of the timer. Yep. Thank you.
Hello. So, hello everyone. Good morning. So first session done with a very great CEO panel. I am your chair for the session, Rima Bhadri, and please give a warm welcome to our panelist, Gauri Malhotra and Sai Narayan. If we can have a please warm welcome for them, please. So, our topic for the session is the leader marketers of the future, where we will be discussing upon the skill sets that marketers need to learn and unlearn. So, starting from the theme of the summit this year, I'm a marketer, everything from generative AI and Gen Z. If you can give your quick thoughts, Gauri, on the theme of the summit, that would be like really great.
So I think this is just how the world is today, right? And I've joined Bombay Shaving Company about 9 months ago, and Gen Z is the core consumer we speak to, and I realize how much I'm out of sync with that consumer. Because the segment is truly different. They eat, breathe, live differently, right? I recently came across a statement they use a lot. I'd love to kind of know from the audience how many of you have heard it. Delulu is the new Solulu. How many of you know it?
We're short of Gen Zs here.
But that's exactly how much we're out of sync. So what they really say is being delusional is the only solution. And I'm like, oh my God, what does that even mean? And how do you apply it to yourself and your lives? But that's a mantra they live by, and saying, we'll do what we can control, and otherwise we just kind of shut our eyes to everything that doesn't matter. And it's a really apt session, because this is the consumer of the future, and this is the consumer that we're building for. The way they're adopting technology and using technology is unimaginable. I mean, I don't think there's a single part of their lives where they're not using tech, and AI and AR is not a part of it in whatever they do, right? So super apt, and really looking forward, and happy to kind of share some of the bits that I've picked up from Gen Z, which I don't understand, but I'm kind of trying to get to know better.
Same here. Actually, I've also been trying to understand these Gen Z slangs to have a better notion of how they speak. And I absolutely feel clueless at times, but learning with the youth, I think. So, Sai, your thoughts on the technology that is rising, and the generation that we are catering, Gen Z, and also the upcoming generation, Gen Alpha. Any thoughts on that?
So I think let's first quickly break down into who the Gen Zs are actually and who are we talking to. So it's easy to just categorize saying Gen Z and boomers and Gen X and Gen Y, but who exactly they are, and pretty much Gen Zs are the oldest Gen Z today is 26-year-old, and pretty much in the workforce. And the youngest would be probably around 12 or 13, 2012. So 11, around 11ish. Youngest would be around 11-year-old.
Defined as Gen Alpha. So
after 12, so it's Gen Alpha. So pretty much this is the category that we are actually talking to, and if you further talk about the mindset, they are the group which is born after the boom of the internet era. Like they were born. They are kind of digital natives who are born during the boom of the internet era, and to be honest, the people who are marketing to them are pretty much millennials or Gen X. They're the people who are talking to them. So you're talking to someone who is actually a native. So which means that the catch up is for us and not for the Gen Zs. So because they pretty much understand the technology, they understand AI, they're in fact using it more than any one of us. So that is the kind of segment that we're talking to. So the understanding of the technology needs to be much higher at people who are marketing to them than the consumer themselves, because consumer adoption is pretty much at its peak. So this is, I think, going to be an exciting phase where we are going to make their experience better, or maybe the Gen Zs are going to force the change upon us, how we can adopt technology quickly so that we can cater better products, better service, and better experience for them. So that's how it's going to be.
And just adding to what Sai is saying, I think as marketers, somewhere I feel we're very dismissive of who Gen Z is, and probably it's classically the generation gap that comes in, right? That you're always looking down upon what the next generation is doing, saying, "Oh my God, they're so brainless," and it just doesn't make any sense. But the gap has only increased, and that's real. And therefore, to be able to empathize with them, connect with them, understand where they're coming from is hugely difficult for marketers who are 15, 20 years older than them. So I think it needs to kind of start with that step one, and then build relevance and technology, etc., into their lives.
True. So there's also apparently a term called zillennials now, end of millennials and the beginning of zillennials, because they also feel that they're from a different generation altogether. So coming to back to our session. So how do you think that the rise of generative AI is reshaping the skill sets of marketers in alliance with the Gen Z? Because naturally Gen Z is more about on the spot, and our technology is evolving faster than humans, I would say. Every 3 months we see there's a new technology coming in. We have AR, VR, ML, everything around us. How do you think that how is it reshaping the skill sets of a marketer? Sai, if you want to start with it.
So, just to give an quick, let's just set the context, because it's important that we see things from perspective. Back in 2000 and around 12 and 13, 12, 13, when I was a marketer, it was the entire buzzword was around, digital is a big revolution, digital is going to come and digital is going to take over. I know this chatter kept happening, and we suddenly realized that we were all in the middle of the digital revolution. So, and people who, and marketers who kind of, did not realize that, or said that, digital revolution is going to happen 10 years from now, or, going to happen from 12 years from now. A lot of them pretty much, went obsolete, because, the digital revolution kind of, the pace at which it happened was so fast that, people who did not embrace it were kind of, went obsolete, or, were pretty much left behind, or, had to choose other paths. So I think similar context is where we are right now. The entire conversation around, AI and generative AI, and the entire usage of ChatGPT. While there have been, I've been to other panels also where there have been a lot of conversations, and I could see a similar trend back a decade back of the similar conversation around digital. So the first thing for any marketer is to absolutely embrace it. That, this is here and this is going to be the future. It's absolutely, one has to embrace it. So that's the first change in mindset that is required more than the skill set. Because, skill is something that it needs to be acquired. As marketeers, we are kind of, lucky that the organizations kind of, spend, back you for doing experiments. Some experiments you fail, some experiments you kind of succeed, and you put your monies and all marketing dollars behind the success that you have got, and scale that. So the first change is required in the mindset that AI and the consumer, the entire conversation AI is not just conversation, it is real, it is happening, and one needs to adopt. Secondly, coming to our own sector, where I head the marketing for Policy Bazaar. So the first baby steps that we've already taken is around, because we don't have a product per se. Consumer, when he buys a product, buys a policy, he does not actually get a product, right? He only gets a PDF on his WhatsApp, which is kind of and he wishes he never uses it. So there's no product per se. So the first step for us is to how can we make the experience of buying, and the experience if he has to use the product ever, which is a term insurance or a health insurance or a motor insurance, if he has to ever use the product, how can we make the experience better? So that's where, for us, the entire the AI, or the entire AI, or how can we shorten the claims process, So we have already started using a lot of conversational AI for making that consumer experience better. Like for example, on a daily basis, we get a lot of consumers coming to our own platform, and from where they kind of go on to a journey of buying a car insurance or a term insurance or a health insurance. And after that, there is an assistance which happens, which is a call center guy, calls the customer and chats with them. So what we do is we have something called ASR, which is automated speech to text recorder, in which we kind of collate all the conversation that happen and convert it into text, and then use those texts for better sales pitch. Like use it for like voice of customers, what are the conversation they're doing around product, and help develop newer products along with insurers. So that's where we have started using the generative AI and the conversations of consumers to help them in a better consumer customer service, and also help them in creating better products. Yeah.
So, Gauri, coming to you, an FMCG brand, generative AI has actually seen major rise in this segment. How do you think that this technology is helping you, or even the future marketers, as the topic says, marketing leadership of the future? How is it helping the marketers, improve their skills, or how is it changing? Like as Saib correctly said, that it's a first we need to change the mindset, and then the skill set comes. How does these skills are enhanced with this technology?
So, just stepping back, I think fundamentally, at least what I believe is that technology is a means to an end and not the end. And I think that's sometimes a mistake as marketers we make, right? There are buzzwords happening around and we want to jump on the bandwagon to start using it. And that's when it becomes very, very dilutive. Everybody wants to do AI today because personally, marketers don't want to miss the bus of having adopted the technology. And I think that's when it becomes dangerous. For a marketer, I think fundamentally we're identifying and solving consumers' needs. And we need to see how technology helps us deliver that. And I'll give you an example, and we were just discussing, right? Consumers require touch and feel to buy certain products and categories, right? However, the younger consumer is going lesser to the store, interacting more with technology. So Lenskart gave the option of trying the glasses at your home, so you can kind of see how you look at yourself and see how you look in the pair of glasses to be able to buy it. Now that's solving a real consumer need, and the business has obviously taken off very, very drastically. Closer Home at Bombay Shaving Company, we just launched a head shaver, which is helping people go bald with ease and maintain their bald. Now the insight, of course, behind this is that being bald in India is not really a fashion statement. When Beckham does it or when NBA players do it, it's very, very sexy. But in India, it's seen as a sign of receding hairline. And I've heard this so much that, men meet each other after a few years and say, "Arey yaar, tu thoda na baal kam lag rahe hain." And it's not a very happy thing to hear, right? Because there is a stigma and there are negative connotations attached to balding or going bald in India, which we want to change. But one of the huge barriers for people to take that step is, yaar, main dikhunga kaise? Matlab, ek baar kar liya to, how the hell will I be okay to step out? And we're saying, can we use technology to actually help that person see it and help the person see how he looks when he goes bald? And also add it on with a couple of steps further to say a lot of bald people actually get a great beard. So we also tell them in conjunction that, okay, if you want to really kind of look sexy when you're looking bald, when you've gone bald, these are the beard styles that suit your face. And this is how you can really kind of up your game with the basic intent of how do we make bald a look versus a stigma in the Indian market, right? Now, I think this is where technology becomes far more powerful than doing a campaign. And everyone's now using AR to make large packs jump out from hoardings, which I really don't know how meaningful it is in the larger scheme of things in the brand's life cycle. So yeah.
No, sorry, I absolutely agree with Gauri, right? Technology shouldn't be used just for the sake of using it. It needs to solve real problems. That's what, I was also mentioning that it for us also, it started with how can we better the experience of the consumer? How can we solve the problem rather than, as she rightly put, just a package jumping out of a hoarding is, but one can do it to create impact campaigns, but I'm saying one should not just jump into the bandwagon just for the sake of it, and try how can technology solve consumer problems. That is the real use case of AI.
AI. True. So, since we are on Gen Z, so Gen Z is a generation that goes very attached towards personalization. They really like, okay, they want, I mean, generative, even they know that brands are using Gen AI, but they are also okay, I want something in yellow, so they want all the things. It's easy access to them. How do you think that generative AI can leverage this tech in order to connect rightly with the Gen Z and in order to, that personalized context that they want, so that also the engagement raises. Like today is also a time where so digital media is at its full pace. It's everything is digitalized either through an app or through social media. How can you leverage generative AI in order to create a more personalized and to gather more engagement with Gen Z? Sorry.
Yeah, so I think that's one really powerful area on how marketers can integrate AI into business, right? But like I said, again, it needs to start with what we're trying to solve. So one really strong use case, and Gen Z loves personalization, and I don't think it's just Gen Z. All of us love personalization, right? If I walk across the room and I say hi to you versus I turn around and say hi, Rima, there is a difference in how that makes you feel. So I think that's a very human trait versus a Gen Z trait. But just a couple of examples in ways in which it's transforming shopping experiences and specifically online. For example, today we can personalize every page that a different consumer lands on our D2C, right? So if you've landed on our page earlier and bought a razor along with a fragrance, the next time you land on my website, I will make sure that what I show you is a cartridge pack first, and maybe a new fragrance that I've launched. And to somebody else who had a very different shopping experience before you and has bought a completely different product, he's going to see a very different landing page that he sees when he comes on the website. And I think those are things that are really powerful, because what that's driving for the brand is far higher engagement. The consumer feels more understood by that particular brand. And of course, what it ends up doing at an end point is increasing conversions, better ROAS, all the data metrics that we love, right? And of course, translates to better revenue. So I think that it's a very strong use case, but it again needs to be done with a strong business objective in mind.
Sai, in the digital first era, how does in the insurance sector does personalization through the use of generative AI help engage more with the Gen Z? Because as you earlier mentioned that Gen Z's 26-year-olds are Gen Z in today's days. So early 20s, I would say, or mid 20s is Gen Z. And insurance, something people actually start once. I think people are much more smarter right now than I was as a kid. I'm not too old, but I'm definitely not a Gen Z. So how does it help in your sector when generative AI comes into for personalization, for helping them how it will go through step by step?
So I think first of all, personalization has been here for quite some time. So it's not anything, it's not a new concept, but just that, generative AI kind of, aids better personalization, better creatives, better communication and faster service. To be honest, we all, not just Gen Zs, we all have been experiencing personalization in one form or other form. Like, for example, we live in a very carefully curated world where you, when you log into your Netflix, the shows that are recommended to you are based on what you have seen before, or when you open Zomato, the food that you want to eat is recommended based on what you want to what you have had before and what are your choices before, or which restaurant you want to go book are based on the choices. So pretty much we are living in a carefully curated world of your own choices, or the kind of music that you want to listen to. You log on to Spotify, and the kind of genres that are recommended to you is pretty much, and that's pretty much personalization. But of course, it's based on a lot of data and the footprints that you leave on the internet. So similarly, insurance is not anything different from how all the other tech giants have been using personalization. It's pretty much based on your propensity to purchase the next product. Like for example, if there is a customer who's coming for a two-wheeler insurance, which is the cheapest insurance product that you can buy, you pretty much know that as his life progresses, he would graduate into a car insurance, or and then to get married, or move to a term insurance, health insurance. You kind of just classically map the customer journey.
Saves a lot of time, I would say.
Sorry?
Saves a lot of time.
Yeah. So you classically map the customer journey, and generative AI comes comes to action in terms of marketing to him in a more creative way, in a more like for example, while we might not have used it, but one could do it like would you buy a new car? This is how you could be, and then slowly and steadily graduating him to the next level. Again, I would like to stress on, especially in our category, we still want to, because in our category the penetration is extremely low. While you might see that Policy Bazaar is a much big brand and everything, but still the penetration in our category is extremely low. One of the biggest thing that we're trying to solve in our category is customer education. Because education around insurance is still extremely low, and we want to use generative AI and AI in terms of educating the consumers quickly, fast, in a fast manner. Like for example, we have a property called Ask PB. Earlier, this property used to be that Ask PB is Ask Policy Bazaar. Earlier, this property used to be a small icon in our website or app where if any customer had a query around insurance, he could just ask a question, and maybe in 24 hours we used to reply to that consumer about his query. Like for example, the query could be what is term insurance, or what is health insurance, or what kind of claim can I get, or basic questions like that. So with generative AI, what we started doing is we've connected ChatGPT with this platform, wherein if the moment the consumer asks a question, immediately there is a response, but that response comes to the person who is going to respond, and he modifies accordingly, personalizes it, modifies a little, and then sends it. So what it does is that the 24-hour chat is now reduced to within 1 hour time, and the question is given to him. And then what we do is that we're creating videos around it. We can using generative AI to create videos around the content question that consumers are asking. Like for example, all these questions, we are not generating. This is the consumers who are generating. So we respond to them via text using generative AI. We are also creating videos around the same questions that people have asked around with the help of generative AI, and also doing podcasts around it, so that the same question, whichever platform the consumer is able to get answer for that. So that's how and that what it does is that it might be very small at the moment, but in 3-4 years time, this education will help the Gen Z, the Gen X, and all generations. It will be like a repository of all questions the consumer asks, and the responses to that.
Actually, just to add to that, right? Like while personalization is one dimension, what you're also mentioning is conversational AI, right? And that's picking up so much now. Bots are definitely far more intelligent versus knowing that it's a robotic single answer, person behind the screen. So the conversations around bots is far more interesting. The efficiency that it brings to business is humongous. Now there are conversational AI tools which are entering into WhatsApp conversations. So powerful, right? For brands which are talking to younger consumers specifically. And I'll give you an example. We're now trying to kind of track, it's also scary, but we're trying to track Gen Z conversations around having an intimate moment, and trying to ask them that, are you prepared for it, and are you shaved before you go for it, and plugging in our product, which is a groin trimmer into those conversations. So, and the responses that we get from it are so powerful. I mean, the conversions we get from there are so powerful. So I think all of these things, and being being present in the most relevant conversation for a consumer is obviously the biggest aha for a marketer, right? And I think AI is now enabling us to do some of those.
Yeah, and the other point that which Gauri just spoke about is, as marketers, what you want is looking for is efficiency of the dollar spent, right? And all these technologies, like for example, if a consumer is interacting with you on WhatsApp, you these days the consumer wants to close everything on the same platform and does not want to move out. And to be honest, if a consumer also moves out of that of that platform that he's already interacting you with, then you have to spend more marketing dollars to reach out to him or her. So that's where conversational AI and technology, the bots and everything play a great role. That how can we close the conversation and the purchase in the same platform? That's the AI powers that also, and that becomes extremely more efficient for a marketer.
So, as marketers, we know that there are two ways that we heavily, when we are promoting or when we are actually doing the marketing as a segment of it, traditional media also as legacy media as well as digital media. We focus on that very heavily, but in the digital first era, on the side of it, it's more convenient, it's more cost effective digital media, but also traditional media we have seen a rise in traditional media in the last 1-2 years. So in order, as a modern marketer as well, what traditional skill sets do you believe a marketer needs to unlearn in order to connect and stay relevant in the era of Gen Z and Gen AI? Gauri.
I think just letting go of this is the only way to do it, right? Is a really difficult skill set to let go of, but is also so necessary. I think specifically for me, I've seen I'm like from FMCG, so I've seen the very structured way of marketing, the very traditional way of marketing. And for me to imagine that a classical media reach and frequency can be done outside of a TV, print, outdoor plans that we all were in love with, right? Media agencies kind of pitched to. We spent a ton of money over there to say, actually, you don't need to do even a classical digital media, right? Today, the way content can reach out to consumers and the way it powers conversations and powers business is unimaginable. And personally, for me, I think just letting that go has been a huge part of unlearning that this is the tried and tested way to get to business. Today, there are multiple paths to get there. And I think that's something that we need to let go of. I do feel, however, that what as marketers, it's our responsibility to kind of maintain is being consumer first, is being rooted in business, is being rooted to solving consumer needs, which I think we care far lesser about. And we care far more about doing interesting campaigns, making noise, creating chatter on social media, getting applause from people on LinkedIn, which I think are very, very vanity. And it's also self-boosting because you're reaching out to the community, and they're coming back to you and saying, hey, I saw you, I heard you, etc., and not really bothering about whether the real consumers actually being able to hear you and understand what you're saying. So I think some of those fundamentals of why you're doing what you're doing and what is the business need you're solving and what's the consumer insight that's leading you to do something are very critical pieces that we need to pass on to the future generation of marketers.
So, Sai, same for you. Like, change is the only constant. We have been, every generation has been evolving. Similarly, what do you think what changes does a traditional marketer, because you have been in the industry for a very long time, as she mentioned that, as Gauri mentioned, that we have seen from we can't imagine, like, from television and print, from those outdoor campaigns to, I actually started reading from outdoor campaigns for the first time when I was a child. And now we see, like, even the video campaigns, we used to watch it in TV. Thankfully, due to IPL, due to World Cup, we saw that again. But now we see more of everything is available on YouTube, Instagram. So what do you think to connect with these young audience? What are the skills that a traditional marketer, like if you have to go in crisp, that this is something you think that in the traditional marketing method, this is one thing we need to lose or unlearn, rather, not lose, keep it in mind, but we need to unlearn it. What do you think it would be?
I think instead of talking about unlearning, I think one trait a marketer just needs to hold on to dearly is the depth of understanding of the consumer. That's something which Gauri spoke about. That is super critical. Like, understanding of the consumer is what differentiates a marketer from anyone else, from even your sales person or anyone else in your organization. So that is something the marketer needs to hold dearly to, and also the basic concepts of building a brand. That should not ideally, in this era, one can get easily carried away with creating because the technology is available, so you end up creating multiple creative copies. So there is a difference between creating making creatives and building brand. So building brand is something marketers should always keep hold themselves and not unlearn that. But and unlearn, more than unlearning, it is more about adoption of newer technology. While you build a brand, then you need to actually distribute it to where the consumer is and not where the consumer is not. So it's just that. Otherwise, else there's nothing much to kind of unlearn and learn. It's about adopting and embracing new technologies and pretty much reaching out to where the audience is. That's the basic trait of marketing. Otherwise, why would a marketer spend money on where the consumer is not? So
true. So again, in this digitally always online consumers, so we have seen different phases of, as I mentioned before, that marketing is evolving at a rapid pace, like, and technology even more rapid. I think humans are at the most back end of it. But again, as she mentioned in the very beginning, that there is a generation gap that we are witnessing. So they're always online consumers. They're woke, rather, in their language, if I call. They know what is happening. They are online, they are searching. So we have seen trends where when AI was initially came into the conversation, metaverse became a very big thing, that okay, this is the next big thing. Then we saw sustainability having a very huge impact. And of course, it is still the need of the hour. From global warming, we have come to global boiling. But today we see a lot of the youth is asking for inclusivity within themselves. Tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, we have also seen them, they actually have the purchasing power too, tier 2, tier 3 cities. And marketers are also focusing upon that. So how do you bring together to connect with the Gen Z again, in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities? How do you bring it all together, Yuri?
So I think I don't think it varies too much from how you're connecting to. It's just a different media channel that you're using, right? I think the consumers fundamentally the same. Their surroundings and context is a little different. So you present to them what you want to say in a kind of modified context, if I would say so. But digital kind of takes away the boundaries so much that if it's an Insta, or it's a Snapchat, or it's a MX Player, or it's a WhatsApp, you just choose the media depending on where the consumer is. And I think this one is actually fundamental classical marketing. Know where your consumer is, know who you're talking to, what is the core insight of that consumer, create the communication that is apt, and just make sure that you reach out to them in the most effective manner. So I don't think it changes much, honestly. And the trend spotting is a thing that we've heard for the last so many years, right?
That's
and
true.
And I think what's critical is to make sure that we're staying on trend, because this consumer also gets bored really fast, right? Retention powers are low. You don't want to kind of just be saying the same thing for really long. So it's about how do we kind of navigate the trend spottingness of this consumer and stay relevant. I think that's more important, and there will be something new 1 year later, 100%, right? And I think we won't be talking about AI and AR as much, but something else. So that's just the way I think we're
Do you
evolving.
think there's a change in the campaigns that we see, in different cities, when as I mentioned before, personalization? So is there a difference in the campaigns and the way we are, contributing to the messaging of it, in different
I think it's far lesser for Gen Z, if you ask me. the lines are blurred so much, right? The democratization of information available to Gen Z, and specifically because it's all tech first, is so high that the lines are far less demarcated, right? So it's actually far easier to communicate with that consumer across different tier of cities today than it was maybe 20 years ago, where the information available to all of them was far different. So I think it's actually, that part is much easier today.
Sai, same for you. Like, is there a change in the campaigns? And because a lot of marketers are also looking at different variations of how it is, to gather more consumer base, to reach out to more people. So, and Gen Z is someone who is looking out for more inclusivity, that we all are together. They know, they don't differentiate. They are much more nicer in some way and form. So, how do you want to integrate, inclusivity in the campaigns and the way you are sending out the message to them? That because if we see, there is also another insurance company who have also got new ads on them to have more relatability with them. So how do you conduct those messaging to convey to those consumers?
Sorry, but I'm slightly against the fact that if a consumer is woke, then we need to create a woke campaign just for the sake of it. So I think marketing should not be done just because there is a trend. Obviously, in social media, you kind of try to do some posts which increases the engagement, but overall, the objective of marketing is to sell their product, create category, develop a category, bring in new audience, obviously, and service them at provide them the best service possible. So I think if these basic things, basic traits are kept in mind, then we should just go out and market to them where the audience is. The topic of inclusivity and they are nicer, they are woke. I kind of if there is a reason to do it, a brand should definitely go and do it. Otherwise, we should not just go behind what it's just a waste of a lot of money.
So more than, woke generation, let them be woke, they will figure out themselves. There's a lot of information anyway online, and I think websites are much more clearer with brands that, okay, this is what we are. I think every page has that, what we are, what we do, everything is there mentioned. Fair enough. So, okay, I think our time is also up. So thank you so much for your insights. So I think we can get a little hindsight of how the future of marketing look like for the future leaders. Thank you so much, Gauri. Thank you so much, Sai, for joining us for this session. I think we have more time, or I think we are done. Okay, thank you. No. I think we are done. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, though. If you have any questions, you can take them offline. I would, now that they've ended the session.
Oh, yes, ma'am, please.
We just quickly take one here and one there. So you can take yours outside because you already asked from the previous session. No? No, mic for me. I'm so sorry we had to. I'm not for everybody else. It's working. On? Yeah.
Thanks, Gauri and Sai. Very enlightening. I just have a question and something. I'm an independent marketing consultant, and there's something that I struggle with today. Is how do you pin down a Gen Z consumer? They are completely fluid. There is so much of fluidity. There's so much of multiplicity. There is inclusiveness somewhere. There is woke somewhere else. There are gender fluidities. They don't want to define themselves in a particular box. So as a marketing consultant, one of the things that we've, traditional marketers have always prided upon themselves, good marketers will do good, solid segmentation, right? And that would be based on demographics and psychographics, etc., etc. And that itself is becoming a big challenge with the new generation because they don't want to define themselves very particularly. Although you did say that's the way to go about it. Would you say that today demographic or psychographic segmentation is becoming obsolete, and as marketers, do we need to start looking at segmentation of moments of life, There's one example that you shared with us, Gauri. So is that something that's the future of marketing segmentation?
So I think 100% it's evolving, right? I don't think the classical demo geo defining those 5 parameters to a consumer work anymore. To me, I think at least what we've been trying to do is base it a lot on life stage and the life moments, right? And I think that's something that's making identifying insecurities for this consumer, need gaps for this consumer far sharper, rather than doing it more the classical pen portrait of the consumer written on a page. I just don't think that works anymore, because the lines for them are far more blurred. The exposure they have is so much high. It's multiple times more than what we had about 20 years ago. So therefore what they seek and what they know, the fluidity, the blurring of lines is far higher. I also feel as marketers, what we sometimes try and do is define one correct way of getting to a solution, right? And I think that's also losing its sheen. I think being fluid in the solution to help the consumer get to help them solve a problem through different paths versus giving them this is the one way for you to do it, is also becoming more meaningful. And I'll give you an example. So for instance, for Bombay Shaving Company, one of the things we're trying to do is saying we don't care whether you want to shave, you don't want to shave, you want to have a beard, not have a beard, you want to keep body hair, you don't. But whenever you want to do something about it, these are the 5 things we've got. Figure out which one you want to pick. When you do, we're there to handhold you on the questions you have, versus saying this is the best a man can get. That's not what works for the consumer today, I think. So I think we've got to kind of bring in that fluidity in the way we define them.
Thank
Sorry, I'll just take a minute. I think, there's just one small thing. We just actually making it sound as if, Gen Z lives in a different planet, and, we need to buy some tickets and go and visit them. So they are living amongst us. So it's just simple consumer learning as well. Apart from what Gauri said, you just have to listen to the consumer.
I must tell you, I'm a mother of one. So
I think that when you said you want to pin down, so I could get a sense. So I think it is classical. I remember back in the days we used to do a day in life of a consumer. A day in life of a consumer used to be, waking up in the morning, reading newspaper, traveling. While traveling, you were listening to radio and outdoor. Now you have to just change the day in life of a consumer into what a Gen Z does. Pretty much wakes up in the morning, uses the mobile, and listens to Spotify, or whatever it is. That needs to change, and that will come from, when you said moments of life, that will come from listening to the consumer, mapping the media of what are the touch points he uses today, and using technology to serve ads to them. It's, as to be honest, I'm making it sound a little simple, but it is that simple.
It is that simple, true. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Gauri. Thank you again.
Sorry. 20 seconds for the question and 30 seconds for the answer. So only please shoot.
You will get killed by the management,
I've already given him a chance. I can't go back out from that. But it's a very crisp request. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello. So AI has entered slightly, and we have engaging. So, sir, customer relationship management, that is customer satisfaction, customer image, and customer loyalty can be created by the AI, or we still need the human? Because at the chat support and in product services, we need a chat support and we need a human where AI cannot help. So do you think the future of these entrepreneurs or the companies need a AI in a CRM method?
30-second answer is you need humans and AI to coexist to deliver the service.
So I was asking about we need a human force, or we still need the human force or AI?
That's what I said. We need both. We
It's
need
a
both.
strike
Both need
of
to
balance.
coexist.
Like you can track an order by AI, but you can't have a consumer call and say, यार ये मेरा ये जल गया, मैं इसका क्या करूँ, ये तो ये नहीं हो रहा, वो AI नहीं कर सकता ना, उसके लिए human चाहिए. So I think it's how we make things coexist.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Children's. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Center of Surveys report that India is one of the most optimistic markets compared to other global economies when it comes to consumer sentiments. Something that we also sort of touched upon. Additional data insights. We will be joined by Nikhil Mathur, Managing Director, India GFK, to deliver the knowledge address. Can we continue, please? Just a second, sir, while do you need a hand mic? Is this working, boss? No, sir, some sort of glitch. So a label for him. After this, you also have the spotlight. And very quickly, while Nikhil's getting ready, I will once again thank our partners for today, knowledge advisors, GFK, EY, Ipsos, CBRE, Amelia Data Partner, One Up Trade, and again partners, georgetravels.com, Pandrum, Greenly, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, Impact, Pitch, and IWM Buzz. Over to you, sir, please.
Yeah, right. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. I know I'm the person standing behind between lunch and this discussion that we have. I think the world is going through massive disruption today and across different forces. And this is bringing a lot of change in the lifestyle, permanent shifts, behavior, and everything. And amongst all these changes, what I see as a bright picture is India is kind of coming out as a shining star. And the reason why I say so is all the parameters that we look for India are really kind of showing it in terms of setting up an agenda for the global economy. And when I see all these things, there are factors that influence consumer behavior. And a lot of marketers in this room have had last 2 busy months of Diwali and the Cricket World Cup. And it's time to really reflect back on saying, what are the changes that are happening in consumer behavior and how do we go about it? The few things that one needs to reflect is in terms of concerns that a normal consumer would have across different parts of the world. So GFK does a research, a global research, which looks at the mood of the consumers. And it also gives you a perspective of what things are important. So globally, when we look at the developed markets and other things, the concerns that comes out are around, oh, do I have a job? Is a recession going to hit me? How do I take care of my bills and things around that? Whereas if you look at Indian consumers, I think the consumers are the concerns are a little different. They are around the lifestyle-oriented stuff, whether it's about pollution, it's about education, and many other things. I think this itself gives an optimism to all of us, saying the concerns in India are more about improving lifestyle versus rest of the world, which is really talking about how do we take care of our daily needs. As we look at the consumer confidence, this is where a big difference comes up in a developing world and the matured world. The developing economies, including India, are quite optimistic about how the next 12 months would look like. And I think this is a point of hope and very important for all the marketeers to see how things will change. And therefore, what is really needed for them to go after that specific customer. There's been a lot of debate and discussions around Gen Z and how to target and things like that. But really understanding where the money lies, because still the spending power is for the customers who are not really Gen Z, but they're millennials and baby boomers. So there are different external forces which actually define how a consumer habits will shape up. And when we look at these things, of course, these are all external forces. That the strongest being then is the technology disruption. Technology is actually has a far deeper impact and far long-lasting impact. And I want to pause here and kind of have a show of hands. I know people are talking to each other. If I can have a show of hands saying, how many of you actually, when you wake up, the first thing that you do is look at your mobile phone and check your phones? Yeah, I think all of us. How many of you would have placed an order on Blinkit or a quick service reporter? Yes. And of course, needless to ask, how many of you would have placed an order on Zomato or Swiggy in last 1 week? Yeah. Now, if I were to ask the same question 5 years back, probably I would not have been even asking this question because some of those things did not exist at that time. But I think this is what a change happens. And the biggest driver of this change is technology. And I'm going to share some of these aspects of what is really important for a consumer and how you can target to them. So there are 6 elements which are really important, right, starting from safety, going up to the whole, the ecosystem, the whole thing about climate and things around this. Now, we had a discussion about saying, digital discussions are happening a decade back, and now today it is live. Yes, that is happening, but it has also created a lot of fear on cyber attacks, data protection, and many other things. So this concern is very much there in consumers' mind, and therefore all the brands are really working hard to ensure that they build this trust in the consumer's mind to take care of this specific need. If I also look at what do they need, today we are living in a very hybrid, omni-channel environment where things are quite fluid also. What people need is, in these complexities, do not overcomplicate. Give me simple. You give me a simple thing, I'll take it. I think that's one of the aspect. And the consumer is also looking at, recommendations that's for me. We had a good discussion around personalization, but I think this is also saying, okay, do not treat me like one cohort, personalize things for me, kind of curate stuff for me. And we all face it. The consumers are quite demanding. You miss out on something, and then they can kind of drop you at a heartbeat. So I think this consumer understanding and these changes that I'm talking about, because these are all impacted by the fast-paced technology, other external forces that we are seeing around. We discussed about Instagram, YouTube, and many other things. It is all about need to connect. And there are 3 levels of connections. One is about the people I know, my friends, families, and all, where I want to connect. The second, the bigger theme is around this whole community, because I stand for a cause, I have my voice, and I'm part of that generation. And therefore, today, this whole community plays a very important role. And health and well-being. This is mind, body, soul. I think these are the 3 things that are really important for consumers. And therefore, the brands who brings out products and services which are really catering to these stand strong and stand apart. I think this big whole revolution around save the planet is not really a slogan, but I think this is a reality. And you will start seeing these things becoming quite important when consumers make their choices for the brands, products, services, and for the brands who actually bring this as part of their offering and their engagement. So, these things will be critical. A lot of brands have started bringing out these elements so that they can go to that specific touch point for a consumer. And on top of it, the consumer in the making, who will have much more spending power in time to come, is Gen Z. And, they are born digital, so they know better technology than all of us. It's just about, they are in a very different state. They are very educated. They want to do a lot of research. They like when people ask them, give them a lot of information. So I think this is one area where brands are taking advantage of intelligently engaging with the customers. And then it's all me and me. I think there were different things that people shared their anecdotal examples about how the Gen Z is behaving. I think it's very much things about me, their own individual self. They want to also pamper themselves a lot. So anything which is important, which can make them happy, is something they go after. And more important, I think this is the biggest change, is they value experiences than possessions. So a lot of goods, products, they have to also convey an experience which is more important than only the feature utility. They value time more than money in cases. And so therefore, what does it really mean? We have looked at these first concerns of Indian consumers. Then we looked at what things are really important for the consumer, which actually helps them in deciding to go after brands and products. And now is what a brand should be doing. And very simple. I think in time of uncertainty, consumers go after the brands who display or who kind of engage with them with these elements. So I think the more hard work is with the fast-paced changing technology, the marketeers have to be constantly upgrading their engagement game and giving them the trust on different levels and the touch points that I spoke about in the past. While price is one of the deciding factor, but even today, your brand and product is so critical that people really decide between one versus other is still the brand and the product. So, I hear saying, you bring a product and you'll be successful. That's not the case. Those are only commodities. So I think brand trust, good feature, value proposition are something which consumers are looking at. And this is one of the way to engage better with them. And what does it mean for the people in the room and the marketing leaders? So we spoke to a lot of CMOs across the world. And I think one of the thing is, first, almost 70% plus of them said that they have seen growth in last 3 years. Almost 80% of them said that they are expecting good growth in next 3 years. So I think there's a lot of optimism. We looked at India as a market where all the external parameters are showing that India is going to be a growth leader. The marketeers believe that India is going to be a growth story. And even globally, even I think those are positive sentiments. Consumer expectations are clearly laid out. And more importantly, the biggest question is, how do I get that extra dollar for marketing? I think that's a struggle with most of the CMOs in the room. And the CMOs who said that they have confidence that they will grow in next 3 years, they find it quite easy to get investments to invest back into the business. So I think the question is all about how do you really get that optimism, decode the customer, and go after them. And what are the next priorities for CMOs in the year to come? I think 2 big boxes. One is, of course, the media optimization and say, okay, how do you really divide your budgets accordingly? But the second bit is, how do you really bring data culture and really maximize the potential of data sitting within the organization or outside the organization? So these are a couple of things which are on the top priority list. And there are a lot of work that is happening around, in the analytics space. And we spoke about this whole AI thing coming into play, because I think the core of AI is data. I think it rides on the data. It can give you great results if the data is good. It can give you really bad results if you don't have the good data. So I think this whole discussion about AI, today that we are having it's not a new discussion. It's been decades that AI has been into the world. Today we call it traditional AI, and the next version is generative AI. But I think these two things are kind of existing in this. And what I'm not going to discuss about the personalized experience because I think that has been discussed at length. With digital disruptions and so much of free flow of data available everywhere, one of the clear differentiator and control mechanism would be data privacy, because I think the customers are also becoming quite cognizant about how the data can be misused, frauds can be done, and things like that. So the data privacy would be very important. And with so much of green planet and everything coming in, this ethical consumerism is a way to go forward, where all marketers will actually bring this as a part of their agenda in communication and everything around. So I'll quickly sum this up. There are three things one can look at is ROI. And R is for resonate. The resonate is about, are you really resonating well with your customers? Do they get you? Are you able to get the message clearly? Optimization is, it's less and less is more. Therefore, you need to see with less how much you could do. And I is all about innovation. So I think in time to come, we'll have a lot of discussions around how innovations are going to come up into place. And I see a very bright future for Indian marketeers and India market. And I think India will play a very defining role in this whole technology, as well as being the largest consumer base as well. So thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And now to the next session before lunch. Just like this tough decision of should we be asking questions after the session or not, looking at the time. As marketers, all of you also have to make some tough decisions when it comes to aligning marketing goals with your company, but its values, its operations, and also sort of coping with industry changes, and also ensuring that novel innovations happen simultaneously. With its ranging success by far, AI's potential is immense. We sort of talked about it. We will talk about it more in detail. And now let's actually learn from our industry leaders on how they run, or how they exactly run this entire show so effortlessly. This will again be joined by Nikhil Mathur, Managing Director, India, GFK. Joining him is Vikas Gupta, Group CEO, VLCC, and the moderator for this session is going to be Soumya Saigal, Senior Editorial Lead, BW Marketing World. Please. Soumya, because lunch is after your session, so you could doubly keep a check on the timer.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be sitting next to you today. Let us all talk about the elephant in the room, the enormous elephant in the room, which is AI. We are well aware of the potential it holds and the promise it holds to transform industries. But in this particular session, I would want to touch upon how marketing leaders like you are knitting together AI, innovation, regulation, and operations all together in one fabric. So we'll try and figure the little secrets from you out. Okay, so beginning with the innovation part of it, how, according to you, you are in the industry for decades, you have rich experience across sectors and understanding the nuances of the industry, marketing, media, and advertising industry. How, according to you, is AI actually unleashing the true power of innovation today? How is it unlocking new growth opportunities, as well as also ensuring novel problem solving? I would want to ask this question to both of you. Mr. Mathur.
I think, as I said, this AI is running on the back of data. I think the more data is there, the cleaner data it is, one could make great decisions. The biggest thing that AI has done is the speed of innovation. I think innovations were happening in the past as well. I think how do you really fast track and react in time? I think AI has provided that opportunity to really look at what the need of the customer is, and therefore, can you really do while on the fly itself, or can you fast track or shorten the cycle of innovation? So I think this is one of the biggest gift that AI has given for the innovation piece.
So let me just start with a caveat that I'm no expert in AI.
Okay.
I consider myself an early adopter, and we are all coming to terms with the power that this technology is bringing. And I fully concur with Nikhil when he talks about data being the driving force behind AI. Last 5 years of my life, I've been working with digital first companies, Flipkart and Nykaa. And the other element is there are D2C companies, they serve consumers directly. And now even at VLCC, that's the same thing. We are serving consumers directly through our network of clinics and schools and so on. And really what AI helps with the right data, and I've seen it firsthand, the power of using data to really understand, not just from a reactive point of view, but even from a predicting point of view and proactive point of view, really understanding who your consumer is, not the big cohorts. Like in the previous session, we were talking about, those days of, demographic segmentation and, that kind of segmentation, which has large labels, that probably we are past it. Now we can really understand consumer segments, to a segment of one almost.
Sure.
And especially if you have that end-to-end data of the consumer, that the way consumers engages with your services, products, and with your brand, I think really what AI helps you is to stitch together, what is the cohort of customer experience, that customer journey. And it really gives you so many tools to construct a marketing mix, from an innovation standpoint, from a relationship management standpoint, from a communication standpoint, just overall market mix creation for these consumer segments.
Sure.
I believe AI is helping very actively to give more value to the consumers, and hence it helps the companies and brands to maximize the lifetime value of a customer.
Sure.
So that is, it's really powerful. I think it was not available, let's say, a few years back. And also, the element which, again, from my vantage point, I see that the direct to consumer companies are better placed to leverage, this whole AI, power that is there, because they have that data to be able to engage with consumers and understand really, where are the gaps and what innovation that you can bring in, at what time, at what price, with what communication, and so on.
So you believe that the online platforms have been fairly more successful in terms of leveraging AI?
Not just online platforms. See, direct to consumer, what I'm saying is that when you are meeting your consumers directly,
yeah,
it could also be the medical, the healthcare industry.
Sure.
It could be hospitality industry. Of course, the digital platforms, the fintechs and the ed techs and, the e-commerce, gaming, all of that. The distinction I was making was versus, let's say, companies which are maybe one step removed from the consumer, who are going through a distributive trade, maybe, So
Sure.
The moment you have a partner touching the consumer, I think you are one step removed from that data, and hence the opportunity. And maybe that's just the limitation I'm seeing it with right now. But I just believe the companies who are serving consumers directly, they have a ready-made platform to harness the power of AI and deliver customer value.
Sure. Okay. So talking about operations now, there have been long-standing debates around machine intelligence replacing human talent. How much, in your understanding, is this actually a reality? Is machine intelligence actually eliminating certain sets of roles or complementing them? Both of you.
Okay. No, I think it's a complementary relationship.
Okay.
So think of a time when certain things were manually done, that were done by a normal person, and then you got this computer, they started doing it faster. Then you got special tools, they became more efficient.
Sure.
So I think in my view, this is something which is complementary in running the operations. And more importantly, I think the way we look at optimizing a lot of data. I think one of the biggest thing, I come from the data industry, and I see is that organizations are sitting on heap of data, right? And many a times it is not internally monetized. And therefore, even for getting good operations efficiency, there's so much of information, and the AI can be a good tool to really look at how they can streamline the operations, how can they find efficiencies, and many organizations are really taking advantage. For example, logistics is a clear example where you see that with this so much of online platform and so many deliveries that we're seeing, it's a seamless thing that are happening, and so much so that customers have got addicted to it. If they place an order, they don't get it in 45 minutes for food, they get anxious. If you have a 1 day delivery, if you don't get it within 1 day, you start writing emails. So I think this whole AI ecosystem has definitely created new benchmarks, and it has also taken out that whole human element that you were looking at, because I think the human brain is being used for something better than what it was done in the past.
Sure. Mr. Gupta.
Yeah, I think, again, from my vantage point and the experiences that I've had, I think what AI is doing is making us incredibly more productive. Yeah, and it is really, like I said, earlier, maybe we were not even thinking of targeting that segment of one. Now we are.
Yeah.
And, the whole mix that needs to come through to be able to serve the segment of one cannot be created by human beings. I mean, just VLCC, we have served more than 1 million customers in the last couple of years. Now, you can't do that realistically through human beings. Machines will need to play that part. And even in the e-commerce companies that I've worked in, the way we would be able to customize our creatives to reach, our consumers, etc., it is just not possible. And I mean, you'll have to deploy an army of people to be able to do it. So it is possible, but very difficult. On feasibility scale, it is a bit lower. So what I'm saying is that, at least from my vantage point, I don't see it eliminating, a lot of roles. It is really going to make us more productive and more nuanced in the way we execute, our engagement, our relationship with consumers. But there might be sectors, where, and we all read about it, right? That there might be sectors where, it might actually replace, because, again, one thing I've learned, in the last 5 years, looking at the data carefully, human beings make a lot of mistakes because, we say, error is human. So machines don't make that mistake. So, there might be industries, there might be certain roles, that may get impacted if, AI comes in full force. But I think eventually what we will reach is that complementary relationship where, the human beings at the right level of oversight. And, the other thing I think Nikhil said, I completely agree, is it's garbage in, garbage out, right? So if you put the right data, you will get the right output. So who puts in that right, data, and, how do we look at that? So I think there will be that complementary partnership
Greater
between
synergies
human
between
beings.
the two things.
Absolutely. The kind of roles might become different.
Sure.
It may not be exactly the way we see it today, but it will always remain. I mean, I hope so. I mean, otherwise it's going to be difficult, right?
Okay. So while we all agree that Gen AI is a key differentiator today, it is also true that it is a bit away from the regulation part of it. The regulations are still not in state, if we talk about the AI sector in specific. In your opinion, how can marketeers navigate this currently ungoverned area, stay agile, and also ensure a good business output?
So in my view, I mean, first of all, at VL, I mean, the industry we are in, it's highly regulated, in terms of the message that we give, the claim that we make, the visuals that we show, what we promise, it is very highly regulated. So we have not reached that stage, and I don't see us reaching that stage in the next few years where we can delegate our marketing, completely to AI. So it is that, that oversight is with human beings, and there is nothing going out to the consumer, to the world without, a very clear decision by a human being that this is in fact fit for purpose. So we are doing in that manner, even in the roles that I've done in the recent past. That's how we were doing it. So I think it has to be a lot coming from within the company. It has to come from the culture of compliance, a culture of oversight and being responsible. Because again, one thing that I took from the previous session from Nikhil is, that trust in brand is critical.
Sure.
In driving the efficiency. You don't want to make that one mistake that, trust is earned over years, but you can lose it in one go. So I do believe that responsible companies, responsible marketeers will continue to hold, strong control over what goes in the market, even if AI is delivering that.
So very interestingly, the way I see generative AI, so it's like normally you bring the technology to solve a problem. Here we have a technology, now we are trying to find or find business cases for around it. So it's probably an early stage thing. How do we deploy it within an organization? Any technology, because yes, this is based on a very sensitive data, that is whether it could be internal information, customer information, everything. So there are two tracks that organization does. Even generative AI is a little second step. I'll even talk about the first one is have this whole entire data compliance and regulatory force available within the organization.
Sure.
They are the guardrails to do internal checks and ensure that the company is compliant. So a lot of companies, especially with the new data protection bill, I think companies have really started giving a lot of focus on this aspect. The second is build a collaborative workforce who actually then build this AI culture. It's none of us are like technologists in terms of saying I know AI. We are the users of AI, and therefore, if there's a mandate from the management saying this is what we want to do, then collaboration with AI communities, setting up infrastructure, building use cases, and start building this culture of analytics and database decision making.
Sure.
But still, there are a lot of things, as I completely agree with you, because that you cannot outsource everything on just based on AI, but it will surely you can deploy it in the areas which can help you scale faster. You would be cautious in deploying when it is about relationship with customers or external things. So I think two key are, one is internal regulation check mechanism. Second is creating an ecosystem within the organization that helps you to bring up this culture of data analytics, AI adoption and decision-making process.
Sure. So taking cue from this answer, I would want you to delve deeper into how data, information, and analytics, all three of them, balancing or strengthening the overall, balance of, leveraging, basically, how are these three pillaring the overall balance in an organization when we talk about innovation, operation, and regulation? A deeper sense of all three of them, please.
Yeah, sure. So what has started happening is that, people say data is the new oil and data, different nice themes around this. But this is very true that the real power of running an organization is coming from data. So one is bringing this data culture, and a lot of organizations are going through it, because you will find two set of organizations where like, okay, I know my way, I won't know how to drive it. The second is becoming to scale up and things like that. So data culture is the first core of it, right? So it requires a very different mandate from the company management and the board to say, this is how we go to operate. Second is that belief that this investment is going to work, because sometimes you get ROI in certain time frame. So that patience of making that investment and believing into this. And thirdly, let's say if I take an example of a company like us, we use AI in our analytical platforms, which actually predicts a lot of things, which clients use it for planning their different strategies. And this has been built over a lot of years of data and live information coming in.
Sure.
So I think these three areas of building a base, which is blessings from the top, you create an ecosystem. And third is everybody in the organization looks at one set of information.
Okay.
Because a lot of time when 10 different sources of information comes from the same topic, in a meeting room, you're actually debating each other's data rather than saying what to do next. So I think this is a big transformation that happens into organizations that bring in AI and data culture and analytics to speak the same language, refer to the same data points, and then go further into the planning process.
Sure. Mr. Gupta.
I think he's absolutely right. I think data quality and the data sanity that is the hygiene. And, I'm sure there are many companies in that space where they still are reaching that level where there is, that quality of data and clean data that is available that can be potentially used to make business decisions. Now, assuming that is there, and for that you need, the foresight, and the support from the board and, all of that. But let's assume that that is in place. I think then really it is about segmentation.
Sure.
It is really about how are you using data to segment your consumers, both the prospective consumers and your existing consumers. And really with that, and it's an evolving thing. It's almost like, it changes every week, every month, and so on. And then creating the right, processes and systems and algorithms in place where you use that segmentation to create the right kind of marketing offering, whether it is innovation, whether it is a promotion, whether it is pricing, whether it is the timeliness of when it will be available to you, and that whole customization, personalization aspect, which is so critical today. Because the earlier barriers that the retailer can only stock X number of products, that is gone with e-commerce. And with all the data, all the technology that we have in logistics, replenishment, with ERPs and, all of that, I think a lot of those things are, strong enablers which are already in place. It is now your creativity and it is about your belief that are you willing to step into the new world and say that, it's not like, again, I don't want to take names, but, we used to do it in that manner that, oh, we have done a segmentation and now it'll stay with us for 3 years and we'll create a 1 year long innovation cycle where a product will come next March and so on. Those days are gone, right? And that belief and that conviction and that speed is what really that you need to drive with the right set of data.
Sure. So there have been a lot of reports that state that AI is going to be an invisible teammate in the next 5 years. How do you look at it, and what will be your suggestions to marketeers to navigate this new era of AI, and also to roll out technology accurately so that the privacy is maintained, to roll it out responsibility? So in that respect.
I personally think, I'm a big believer in, surrounding yourself with young people.
Okay.
So you bring young people, for them, it is the way of life. Okay. They are, naturally they are adopting it, they are already much ahead of, many other people. So when you say invisible teammate, etc., it's almost like ingrained. So you put the right people together and you just sort of unleash them with this tool. I mean, I believe, it is going to be an integral part. It's like, I don't know, what is the analogy? Computers, maybe, 20 years ago, everybody didn't have computers. And, and then later on mobile phones, etc. It became such a force. And I think this is just an extension of that now, that the younger workforce that is coming in marketing, in business, in operation roles, etc., they will treat it as a given. And I think our role, from a senior management perspective, is really not come in their way and enable them, from that perspective. You asked something else after that.
Do you see it as an invisible teammate in the next?
That I answered.
Yeah, and how can you roll out technology more responsibly so that trust and privacy is not?
No, I think that is absolutely, and in fact, I talked about it, from a culture of responsibility and compliance and using data very responsibly. And again, my personal upbringing is, working in global brands and businesses, where very tough legislations, and very tough fines with GDPR, etc., that I'm fairly familiar with. So, also we have a multinational business, we have a business in Middle East and Africa and so on. So Middle East especially is very, strict on regulations. And because we are in that business where we have, our customers' medical records, etc. So we are using it very responsibly.
Absolutely.
And it has to come to a zero tolerance policy and creating the right processes, systems, technology guardrails that, the privacy and the confidentiality will not be played with at all. So yeah, it has to be driven from the top.
Okay. Mr. Mathu, your 2 cents.
Yeah. So I think there are two things. One is, should we allow technology to drive us, or we should be the ones who are actually driving the technology for the right purpose? So one is, I think the responsibility of any organization is first to, I completely agree that zero tolerance on the data privacy has to be there. And that's the utmost, because that's how you build trust with the customer. The second is, one has to also put into practicing what is allowed and what is not allowed, because especially with generative AI coming into play, you will have youngsters who will play faster with these tools available. And you don't want, you have to be careful that it says it's an open AI platform. You don't really push your data outside unknowingly. So there are internal, things that are coming up. And no, I don't think so. Invisible teammate would be an idea. We are all human beings and we love to be amongst people. And I've seen with all the consumers that by nature we are so social that we would like to connect with people in person and even virtually, but we surely want to be connected. And especially with Gen Z that we're talking about, is customers are willing to come together as a community. So I think when there's a community and social connect available, I don't see at least that virtual connect or virtual teammate would be an option.
Okay.
But they will definitely make job easier where you don't really need, if you need somebody virtual assistant to push your emails or do something, those are possible. But those are like very transactional work. But still, for all the quality discussions and work, you would need your human being as a teammate.
Sure. Okay, I would now open the stage to the audience for questions, if any one of you would have any questions. Yes, sir.
Protection bill is there. The conversation is there. But the regulation on the AI is not there. And that is the reason there are a lot of misuse or chances of, there are, you are seeing on the media also, a lot of things are happening. Amitabh Bachchan, a lot of things are there. The misuse of AI is very much there. Second question is the data protection thing. If you see the consumer product, actually I accept it. The moment you say I accept, so data is circulated. So where this I accept cookie will be removed. That's very important. This is one of the main reasons, even today, the Gazette notification is there. It approved on August 23, if I'm not wrong, 11 or 12. But still, data is separated. There is no protection. Even I'm getting so many calls, so many marketing WhatsApp messages, sort of things, even today. Almost September, October, November, people gone, still we are.
Is there a question, sir?
Yeah, question and your suggestions.
Basically,
no, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm also getting a lot of spam calls, and every shop I go to, every restaurant I go to, everywhere I go to, the first thing they ask you, what is your mobile number?
Correct.
And I don't know why I should give my mobile number. So I believe, as consumers, we need to be protective of our data first and foremost. I think government is doing a lot, like you're talking about the data protection bill, and now we're hearing Minister talk about very, frequently in the last 2-3 days itself that on the deep fakes, etc., there is legislation coming. I think those are law and order problems. I think from my perspective, at least, I would want, data, first of all, data has to be private and the data has to be very confidential. So sharing data is an absolute no-no with anyone else. The data needs to be used to deliver more value to the customer. From a personalization standpoint, from a timing standpoint, all the other things, innovation standpoint. And I think that to me is the dominant use case, which will give more value to the customers and in turn create more value for the companies. So, I mean, I'm personally, very protective of my data and I'm completely in the same boat.
Sometimes it comes in our mind. Is this mandatory or optional? I accept it.
Yeah.
Because it's the head of the organization.
Right.
If I'm not wrong.
Right. No, absolutely it is.
Who will take the leadership? That I say, okay, fine. I will remove this.
Yeah, no, so I don't work on a digital business at the moment. So, from our perspective, if somebody walks into our clinic, we actually need all the information, from your skin condition to your hair condition to your medical condition to your food allergies to everything. So we actually have, if the customer is coming for the counseling that they go through with the doctors and the experts, they actually share their whole life with us. So that puts on so much, a responsibility on us to be, very tight about how do we use that data, and how do we keep it confidential. So there are all sorts of protections, at least we take. But I share your concern. Like I said, the cookies and the mobile number is definitely comes in the way. But I believe that India, like in many things, will leapfrog this also. I think we have leapfrogged the Western world on many, many counts. I think this would be another count. I think we are just going a little slow. But the moment we wake up, we will actually take a couple of steps further to protect. I hope it happens soon. I'll be an advocate.
So you try sharing the wrong phone number next time. I've done that many times.
No, actually, I've actually seen that they refuse to serve you. And I don't mind. Okay, maybe I should not say. Couple of brands have actually refused to serve if you don't say that, share your number. And I say,
share the wrong number. I have given some plenty of emails. I don't know kiske paas emails ja rahe hain. So anyway, any more questions for the gentleman? Yes, ma'am.
I think
Vikas, you have been, you've grown from a traditional marketing world and very successfully transitioned to digital first businesses. I want to know from you, what is that one skill that you continue to hold on to and keep sharpening to make yourself successful in this world? And what is that one skill that you have let go to be a better business leader today?
Nice. I think the one thing which stays with me, and it's sort of ingrained in my sort of soul now, is you listen to the consumer. So, that active listening. I mean, today there are many more avenues that you can listen and use a lot of data and everything. But at the heart of everything, listening to the consumer is, if you are doing that, you will not go wrong. And if you don't, I mean, there are all sorts of chances that you will make a lot of mistakes. So I think that is one thing, I will actually, want to tell everybody who's joining the business world, the marketing world, is that consumer or the customer at the center of everything that you do. I think that has withstood test of time, and I think that will continue. One thing that I've let go, so many things, I think it has been a process of unlearning a lot of things. I think that whole mindset I was just talking about, it takes 1 year to have an innovation cycle, when entrepreneurs are running amok and creating new brands in 3 months. And so I think just that, not taking anything as the gospel, and really challenging everything and learning from. And I think that is the beauty of India. We have so many entrepreneurs, and they come from every nook and corner, and you really need to be tracking them. And I've been fortunate to work with a few myself. I think that has caused a lot of unlearning, questioning my own beliefs, how things work, etc. And I hope that unlearning continues.
Okay. Is that all? Okay, we have a gentleman. So we'll take this as the last question. So we can't hear you. 1 second.
Okay, much better now. So, Vikas sir, Nikhil sir, I have a multi-dimensional question here for both of you, since you are from the brand level and you care about the geo traffic and the data of customers that's visiting your outlets, which you partially mentioned is very crucial. And as a data expert, Nikhil sir, to you, what are the major 5 data attributes that you are empowering brands like VLCC with to pay attention to help them monetize that data and turn that into their top line revenue? And to what degree you're using AI to make that happen? And Vikas, again, back to you, to what degree you are looking at that data and extracting throughputs or insights, leveraging AI to grow VLCC to the next level?
Yeah, so I think from GFK perspective, what we do is we measure retail dynamics, which is around consumer tech products. And what we really provide to, in a simple language, is marketers saying, what's the market size, how much a certain brand is selling, what are the products, SKUs, price, and things. These are like very simple information, but very powerful information, because that helps you to decide on your pricing strategy, on your product strategy, on your distribution strategy, and multiple other things. So that's one power of data that feeds into the whole strategy of multiple tech brands. How are we using AI? Is on top of it, we are actually predicting what's going to happen around all of these parameters. So if I were to do certain promotion, I can do my own simulation saying, if I have these competition sets, what can I make a tweak to get a certain extra mileage of my particular brands? What should I do differently with my consumers? Why am I losing my consumers? To whom am I losing? So all these elements of predictability is coming from AI, which GFK has a proprietary platform called GFK Neuron, which sits on top of this whole data sets that have been running. And it's a longitudinal data. You can imagine it almost like decades of data and weekly and daily kind of information coming in. Basis this, you get a lot of analytics around it. So I think this is one big input that goes to the industry, and this is kind of a currency in the market where all brands use the same denominator. Again, I go back to what I said earlier: is common reference point for all decision planning, and therefore it helps the industry to grow. It's not only about individual brands, but the overall industry grows when you start really investing into the market and the different elements around it.
So I think I touched upon it, and I also said in the beginning, I mean, by no means we are doing a world-class job yet, and we are just beginning, to really unleash the power of AI and data, on the business of VLCC. But essentially, the way it works, the way we are starting to do it, is really using data to segment our customers and understand their journeys, their customer journey across time, across benefits, and really using that data then to construct what is our offering. And that offering could be in terms of the right bouquet of products and services. The offering could be in terms of the timeliness when we will pitch that to a particular consumer. That could be in terms of the kind of creative that we use to get their attention, and so on. One of the use cases, if I just can give an example, is the predictive tool where we almost predict when the customer is going to lapse. So a certain cohort of customers, we can see that if we don't sort of engage with this customer right now, there are high chances this customer never comes back. So there is a whole set of actions that cohort triggers in terms of what we who talks to them, what do we talk to them about, what is the offering that we give, etc., to sort of stop that churn. That's just one use case, but there are multiple in terms of cross-selling, upselling, life stage management, right from when somebody is about to get married to when they have children to when they start having first lines appear, and so that entire life cycle management and lifetime value maximization. I think that is the goal that we are driving our data analytics and AI efforts towards.
Thank you.
So this will be all for today. Thank you so much for taking out time on a weekday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikhil, Vikas, and Soumya. Thank you for moderating that. A picture, please. Yep. In the front, yes. We're serious from food for thought. It's now time for food for your stomachs. It's 1:25. 15 we meet shop to begin with the next session. Thank you. Do enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
check, hey, hey, check, one, check, hey, check, check, hey, one, check, hey, ठीक है.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Not on the stage, I'm right here. Not on the stage, but yeah, I'm right here. Just waiting for a few more people. If any of your colleagues are outside, we request you to please bring them inside or just ask them to come inside, and then we shall begin.
ये वाला है ना अर्जुन का 230 है वो तो क्या चलो ठीक है 35 है सुधांशु आ रहे हैं सॉफ्टवेयर में होगा आई विल सोल्ड द हाँ कंपनी क्यों टाटा
Guys. Hello. Okay, welcome back. Everybody had lunch? Only one happy and smiling face I see. Everybody else had lunch? सबने मीठा खाया? कोई मीठे से परहेज करता है? If you're thinking, why is it so? तब परहेज करते हुए ना क्यों नहीं खा लिया? You're more in bed. What are you today? Good, sir. You're in my category. I think you're bound by something. I'm not bound by anything. Just out of choice. Okay, we'll keep our personal preferences aside. The next session will highlight how our marketing leaders of today are managing and also meeting the various expectations that surround them, expectations of their core role, and also that of playing a key role in accomplishing the larger organizational goals. And now that you've all had your lunch, I will अपने जोश और उत्साह और ज़ाद को. So with that love, let's please welcome our panelists. First, Ipshita Chaudhary, Chief Marketing Officer. Palvolin, joining this panel is Safagat Jana, Head Marketing, India and APAC, HMD Global, and Pallavi Chopra, Chief Marketing Officer. Red Bus, please. And the onus of moderating the after lunch session have been bestowed upon my dear friend. You see, okay, George, you sound loud. You can be louder, no problem. There's some brownie points to this table here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Aditya. You know, post lunch sessions, it's a cliche saying that everybody is yawning, feeling sleepy, and the onus is not on me, Aditya. Onus is on these guys because I think their conversation could actually lead you to feel enlightened and awakened. And but I hope they don't fall asleep. So maybe we can have some coffee for them on the stage. But all of you, thank you so much for joining us today. I know you guys have been busy, but taking out time for this conversation shows your commitment towards what we are going to be discussing today. And I want to begin the conversation with trying to understand what has changed when we talk about marketing. We've seen digital come in. Digital has moved on to chat GPT, AI. We've seen pandemic where the consumer preferences have changed, consumer engagement has changed. So how has marketing changed? And what do you think are the expectations from the marketing head? And what are the expectations of the marketing head is what I really wish to know from all of you. So whoever wants to go in first, Pallavi, would you want to begin with?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. First of all, thank you very much, Harbinder, to have me a part of this panel. It's always good for me. It's good fun for me to return back to my home city. Delhi is my home city, although I live in Bangalore right now. Now to
See
answer,
you wearing a jacket now.
I get the chance to wear jackets and red jackets. Okay. What has changed really, right? And I'm. This is a lot of it has changed. You know, pre-COVID versus post-COVID, there have been changes. And over the last, I've been with Red Bus, heading the marketing function for the last 9 years, and I've also seen how my role has changed as a marketer over these years. Okay. So although now, technically I'm the CMO, but I feel I'm many hats rolled into one. I'm a CDO, I'm a chief data officer, I'm in many ways, CTO, tech officer, I'm a CCO, chief creative officer, I am chief revenue officer. So I'm all of it. I'm all of that, all of these things. I'm a chief business officer, not to forget. But the role that I connect with the most in all of this is the chief consumer officer, because I feel that today, in the way organizations are structured, marketing folks are the closest to the consumer, and we are the voice of the consumer in the organization. So we are the advocates of the consumer. So that's I think it's a big change that has happened in terms of my role, the way I see it. Then the other aspects of my role, which seem to have changed now, is I have to have a bird's eye view of what's going on. So I take decisions like which market to launch the brand in, and I have to go really granular, really deep. I have to look at how one line item of a particular campaign is performing on DV360. So that's how the role is. It's very I have a role of a very very wide role, and I have a very deep role at the same time.
Awesome. Ipshita, would you want to share your views on what has changed?
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's awake. I think, having spent a lot of years in this, being a practitioner of marketing, I think I would say our roles are constantly evolving. And I would say the biggest evolution that I see today vis-a-vis, say, 5-10 years ago is that the essence of accountability. I think marketers, as a chief marketing officer today, and I've done various roles in marketing, I think the level of accountability that is expected from this role has really increased. So, gone are the days where marketing is only supposed to deliver fancy campaigns, cutting edge creatives, have a nice digital marketing campaign, have a great social media page. I think all that is now hygiene. What's expected is how close you are to the business. I think how business, efficiencies are being driven through you. Are you driving in growth? I would say my role is more of a chief growth officer than anything else in the company today. And I think questions are being asked, and rightly so. So I think accountability is the driving force today, much more than what it was earlier. And I think it's making us better. I think as practitioners of this function, it's only making us better and getting us closer to accountability and to revenues.
Lovely. Tathagat, I mean, you come from initially beginning with traditional marketing, then moved on to the new age marketing, and then from a company which was a really large brand to a business which is more profit focused. What changes have you seen, and what do you see as what is expected of you as a marketer?
Well, firstly, thank you for inviting, and Businessworld special, because a lot of times used to actually get the physical magazine. That habit is kind of not so much prevalent, but yeah, it's there. And also, I agree with a lot with what Pallavi and Ipshita has to say, so I will not repeat that. But just going back to your question, that what's really changed? It's actually a little presumptuous to say that COVID, what changed for marketing? COVID was really a world-changing, a life-changing, once-in-a-lifetime kind of a moment. And there were some hangovers for it. While it was there, people were like extra cautious, be it in whatever behavioral ways. But and it led to, I come from a smartphone or technology industry, so the kind of people who are confined, so naturally the usage went up from, let's say, 3 to 4 hours to 6 to 7 hours a day. Those were really the effects, direct effects of it. But as marketeer, one needs to also understand that what are the things that changed for good. There was so much uncertainty and so much happened, both positive and negative. People lost livelihoods to jobs to all of that. As a result of that, so one sidelight which kind of came in is that a lot of people are doing revenge shopping or revenge this or revenge that. That's a very, very small way to look at it. What really has happened is that people have started to respect their own well-beings, their families' well-beings, and the need, so much so that always saving for a rainy day to actually living more in the present. That's one of the key trends, and it is across categories that we see that the sense of well-being is being important in your Maslow's hierarchy, and it's rising up. That has changed, and that has led to a lot of sentiment and optimism going up. So that's, I would say, is the change. As far as role is concerned, I think again, taking off from what Ipshita said, is that if you are a marketeer, I mean, that's a role that a certain organizational structure has given you, that you're the marketing head, somebody's the sales head. But honestly, once you passed a certain level of competency in a different function, unless you are business focused, any industry, you are simply not taken seriously. You do not get a seat on the table unless you are actively, driving, monitoring, and shaping growth. Your title is meaningless. That's it.
Absolutely. I think you brought in a very different perspective to pandemic, because I come from a healthcare industry. Every time I ask what has changed after pandemic, it always boils down to immunity and information. Yeah, but what is you touched upon a very important aspect in terms of how people are behaving and how people are looking at their perspective to life and everything that they do in that. One of the things that we have seen in the recent times is the advancement of technology, and that is happening in every field that we look into, chat GPT, AI. But to my mind, these are all tools to make things happen, right? What are some of the trends that you have observed in 2023 as an outcome of technology advancement, and which are impacting how marketing is happening today, and what is it that will continue to happen in 2024? So Ipshita, would you want to begin with, let's start with you.
Sure. As you rightly said, I think, a lot of, and I, as a marketer, I'm saying this, but a lot of jargon is thrown around, right? We all know these technologies which are coming in and impacting how we look at business. But I think these are all just manifestations. These are not trends. These are just tools, as you rightly said, and just manifestations of certain shifts which are perhaps happening in our socio-cultural, environment that we are in. I think one that I definitely see is that consumers are completely spoiled for choice, right? And no matter which industry you look at, there is overdose of information. There is overtly enormous level of choice that's existing, which is what is leading to lesser consumer attention span also, I would say. And we can always say that it's the younger generation, but look at us, how, we are also maybe, if you reflect how we are spending our days today, how much time we are actually giving to things and chores vis-a-vis what we used to do earlier. I think reducing attention span is a big change, shifts that we are seeing, spoiled for choice. And I think all the technologies that you see are just gearing themselves to address these changes that we are seeing around us. How it impacts us, I would think we need to become far more responsible as brands, as marketers in this environment. Because there's no point in me broadcasting information anymore, because information is already out there about my brand. How I choose to be accurate as a brand, how do I interact with my consumer in a more accurate manner, because trust and empathy gets lost when there is so much choice in information. And that's where I think more responsibility as a marketer comes in. So I think those are the trends, and I'm sure we all are aware of the digital privacy, those acts coming in. I think we need to be very aware that there is consent involved in every piece of data that I'm asking today. How is that going to change my life as a marketer? I think these are big shifts which are happening around us, and we all have to evolve and see how we tackle these changes.
Pallavi, you want to share something?
Yeah, in fact, one thing that I would like to share right away is we were having a discussion, behind the scenes right now with the panel, and something came up, and it just struck me that one of the big changes that have happened, post COVID, is that from weak, social connections through or through platforms like LinkedIn. What has changed in a big way is now this is a time of human connections. So brands that are more humane, that connect with you at a very human level, will make a big impact in the times to come. So more socially conscious brands. Also, that is perhaps one of the reasons why today the key opinion leaders, which you call the influencers, they have a better influence on you than casting a big sports celebrity, right? Or a big actor, because that person is sitting, he's perhaps never used your product. He's everything that he has or she has. But it is these folks which are there, who you are seeing every day on your social media channels, who perhaps are influencing various things you're doing in your life. Okay? So it's about being human and it's about being humane, these two things. Then what's also happening now in continuation of that, right? There's a big trend that's out there where people are watching a lot of lifestyle videos. Okay, so as a brand today, one thing that we are going to see happening, and what we are also seeing happening at our end with Redbus, an ad film starring Allu Arjun and a lifestyle video starring a nobody. Okay, they're perhaps performing as well in terms of view rates, in terms of CTRs, etc. But a lifestyle film which is very relevant. So we start to question that what are some of these investments leading us to? Okay, because again, people are believing a lifestyle video is just a a slice of life kind of video where your product is being consumed in a natural environment. So there's a trend there that's happening. There's another trend, of course, we all know, and we all, which is WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp commerce is taking off. We have recently launched our funnel on the Redbus funnel on WhatsApp, and we are beginning to see traction there too. So then another trend that seems to be picking up, which is sentiment marketing. Okay, we've seen that happen with Cred, where nostalgia is being marketed. Closer home within Redbus itself, we launched a campaign called Route to 47 for Independence Day, where we used open source Google Maps, and we identified 47 different locations which were important in the freedom struggle of India. And this was absolutely a co-created campaign where users were asked to upload information, things, about that place, about the freedom movement and the connection with that city. And every time anybody was Googling that city, Redbus results surfaced. And this was, so I see a lot of this happening, a lot of sentiment marketing that will happen, over the next year or so.
I think the two things that, the two R's that are emerging from what you just said are relevancy and relatability.
Yeah.
Whether it's sentiment or being able to relate to that nobody as against a celebrity.
Yeah.
What is your take on it? What are the trends that you have observed in what you do?
Well, you started off by, let's say, saying chat GPT and all of that. So one of the things that I feel that marketeers should resist at all levels is to look at what's the latest trend. These trends are like fads. They rise up, they go down. How many in this room would now remember something the word as NFT or cryptocurrency, which people could not get, finish a conversation without mentioning it 12 to 15 months back. It just, died like Binance and Bitcoins. So you have to first true to your own business that is there something really changes that is happening that affecting us in a fundamental level? Then comes this then secondary level, that what is giving more incremental return, etc. There is one thing which is always on the horizon for last 2-3 years, and Ifshit also talked about digital privacy. The whole aspect of digital privacy and the first party data, and that deadline is just looming, and it is extending every 6 months, 1 year. But as a result of it, many of my friends in different companies from 21 onwards have started saying kabhi na to hoga. So let's better, the earlier the thing is that we will get the consumer base, we'll try and remarket, we'll try and spam. No, this is our core, our consumer base. To protect that base and to really have first hand control over it, that has taken a sort of prominence in among the 10 things that we have in our checklist, that first look at the the consumer base. So that is something which is not a recent trend of 23, but that is something which is actually led to actionable. So at whatever point the plug gets pulled by governments or antitrust or Google, I hope brands will be in a better position to address that than they were 3 to 4 years back.
Yeah, Tathagat, that's very beautifully pointed out that trends could be visible in terms of how we are doing what we are doing, but जो हम कर रहे हैं वो तो basic fundamental marketing है, which has not changed over a period of time. Since we are talking of technology, Pallavi, my next question is to you, that we all have fundamental objectives of marketing, and that is to reach out to the audience, be relevant to them. How is the Gen AI, I mean, what our topic today is Gen AI to Gen Z, how is the marketing of today influencing the Gen AI to impact what Gen Z should be doing as an outcome of our marketing efforts?
I think this is an excellent question. Excellent question. To be able to answer this question, let's just, I'm going to try and understand what are some of the, let's call the word symptoms of Gen Z, okay? So Gen Z is very fickle-minded, okay? So therefore, the retention discussion becomes even tougher in the case of Gen Z. So at our end, we use AI to predict the churn propensity, the uninstall propensity, the dormancy propensity of audiences, and mostly a lot of it is Gen Z only on our platform because you have students and early jobbers, students in fact. So therefore, AI has a huge role to play in many of our marketing interventions that we do for this cohort of users. Okay, so this was the first point, which is the fact that they're very fickle-minded. Secondly, they want personalized experiences. Again, you need to talk to them. It's to be really personalized. Now, whether it is within the funnel, whether it's outside the funnel, so as soon as somebody lands on our platform, we are able to identify, for basis the past purchase history, our AI kicks in and tries to figure out, what kind of buses the user likes, what is the favorite route the user traveled on. Does he like an AC bus, a non-AC bus? What kind of seat the user likes? So all of these things are powered by AI, right? Then the communication that we send out, the customer loyalty management related communication that goes out, whether it's a push notification or an email, we try to personalize it as far as possible, all using AI. The whole bunch of variables again on the same lines, right? We have cart abandonment campaigns. We have search campaigns. We have sign up campaigns. A whole bunch of campaigns that kick in when a user comes on the platform, and we try to identify who that person is. And most of it is, of course, AI powered. Okay. Then the third thing is that the Gen Z is a very instant everything culture. Okay, they want everything instantly. So we have a program called Program Board, where we, for a certain cohort of queries, we provide almost instant resolution, which is about resolution of queries in 2 hours. Okay. A lot of it again is powered by AI. So these are some of the examples I have. Now there are non-AI examples as well, but very reflective of Gen Z. We have because they are all mobile first. They don't use emails that much. So we have non-email sign-up flows. Then we have, as I said, they're very socially conscious. So as brands, you need to make sure that you're perceived as a socially conscious brand. So there are some of the things, some of the facets of a Gen Z that need an AI to power who they are. Yeah.
You said that the Gen Z is a very fickle-minded Gen, right?
Yeah.
Tell me one thing. What I have observed, or what I'm observing these days, is that Gen Z, even at work, they're very experimental. They try out stuff, and then they realize that कुछ तो missing है, ये नहीं अच्छा लग रहा, वापस कर दो. I mean, we've seen Amazon Pay, we have moved to what the Western world used to be, that buy it, if you don't like it, we'll return it. Just let's buy it and try it, right? And when you're collecting this information or this data using AI, etc., how reliable is this information for decision making?
This is all first party data. So this is absolutely reliable. This is from our own database, looking at their transaction, purchase history, their behavior on our platforms. So this is, in that sense, absolutely reliable.
Okay.
Yeah.
But any other view on this in terms of getting information which is based on their actions, but then you realize कि इन्होंने experiment किया था, but ये future के लिए काम नहीं करेगा. Is that true?
I think it's a very interesting point because, and that's where I think humans come in, right?
Yeah.
So, and because, and that's where, I always say that, tools are tools, but data is data, but generating insights out of the data is my job. That, artificial intelligence cannot replace that. So I think that's where the whole, our roles come in, and that's where our experience and intelligence comes in. I think that's where I think the role is also changing from our perspective. It's not just looking at what's coming to us. How can I derive meaningful insights which are actionable for me? I think, and you really touch upon a very interesting point, and that's a challenge because sometimes in our whole thing of automating and outsourcing everything, we may just get bogged down by what's being thrown at us and not being able to decipher the patterns. I think deciphering the patterns and the insights is becoming more challenging because of what you just said. I would just like to add to one thing that we mentioned very rightly, so that while on one hand we say that this generation is very fickle and experimental, and two other things that I have noticed, and I have Gen Z at my home as well, is that socially conscious, absolutely. They may seem very indifferent, but they are not. They are very aware. They're very connected with the sustainable development goals. They want to know the purpose. I have a teenager, and they want to know the purpose of why, mom, you're doing this. What is the purpose of this campaign? So I think at one level they are very serious as well. And the second piece is that this is a fearless generation. Absolutely fearless. They will take risks. They will fall. There's no shame in falling. They'll get up and they'll run again. I think these are two interesting things that I really love this about this generation, and I wish I can learn more from them.
Absolutely. I think, you've touched upon two important aspects that I have observed, which is egoless and fearless. This is what defines, and they're really, really concerned about the planet. I think more
That's
than
beautiful, egoless. I like that. Right? Egoless, yeah.
Yeah. Anything that you'd want to add based on your experiences?
Well, yeah. Honestly, I still try to struggle. I struggle to find the exact difference of where a millennial stops and a Gen Z begins. Sometimes the lines are
and
blurred.
Gen Z and Gen Alpha,
Exactly.
there too, right?
So I think lots has already been said. So what I would also say that apart from the focus on and the seriousness, sustainability, they are also a lot, apart from being aware. Yes, they are very, very conscious. So let's say whichever industry you represent, if you want to talk to them, the whole concept of whether it's your product or offerings or any communication, being authentic has probably risen a new step that you cannot. You will lose them despite all the clamor you throw at them if you're not authentic, and they'll read through it. They'll see through you if you're not authentic. So that becomes very, very important. Some of the things, yes, whether it is machine learning or artificial intelligence, you will always get the data. But if predicting about customers was so easy, then a tool can come and just solve our problems. So hang in there. No, if you're good, jobs are there.
Awesome. Awesome. So it's fearless, egoless, and authentic, right? Awesome. Now, I remember when I was working at Google, and that was the first time I got exposed to something called product marketing. And I did not know कि ये अलग department क्यों है, ये अलग क्यों है, why do they work with product managers and not as a part of the marketing team, etc. But that was very unique to tech companies or companies that were working on tech products, tech services. But today, when I look at marketing, every department, like for example, finance, innovation, R&D, etc., which traditionally used to work in their own silos, have customer focusing, customer engagement, right? In this age, when all of this is a reality, how is marketing dealing with interdepartmental dependencies? Whoever wants to go first.
I can go first.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've always asked the women first. This is the first time you get this chance.
I waited for like 3 seconds.
No, go for it, TJ.
So, yeah, I think it's very, very important. It's at a fundamental business level also. Obviously, I think how the role of the marketer has changed, I think we've already covered that. In terms of aligning the goals, if you are a subject matter expert in certain things, you cannot sit in your own island or silos. It is up to you to actually go. It is not even the CEO. You have to go to the CFO as well, as much as the CEO, to align. It's not a question of, it becomes sometimes humorous that he's the one who is signing off your budgets. No, he will, he needs to get aligned to the broader objectives that you are setting. And it is always starts off with, because traditionally it's not been a business centric or business forward function. So as you get to a certain level, you have to align the entire C-suites onto what objectives that you are chasing, how is your path different from the others, etc. So that level of education, it's an ongoing 24/7. That really has to happen. I don't think I remember your second part of the question, but I think this is something which I feel is an absolute must. And it's part of, I mean, the way I see it, it is part of the day job. You do not need to take out special sessions. Anything that you do, it needs to have that alignment.
Awesome. Pallavi, how do you deal with interdepartmental dependencies at Red Bus?
Yeah, again, another excellent question. Okay, so frankly, I do not think I can deliver on any of my objectives without this interdependency. So if you look at what I have to drive as a sole metric, that one metric, that one big metric as a marketing person, it is new user acquisition. Okay, I have to get new users at scale. Now, for that conversion to happen, a new user conversion to happen on my platform, everything that goes behind it needs to work properly. When I say it goes behind it, when the user lands on our platform, he should see enough choice, right? Enough number of buses at their time of the day for their market. Everything needs, all that has to be there, which means that I have to work very closely with the supply team, which is getting the supply on our platform. Second, the product needs to be functioning top notch, right? The conversion rates on our platform have to be top notch. So we have to work very closely with the product guys. So that has to work. I have to work now I get a user on the platform. He's taken the trouble of clicking on the banner, the ad, then landing on our platform, then going down the funnel. He's interacting with the product. You have to often sweeten the conversion for him. So I have to work with the finance team to get those offers. And finally, the user, applies the offer and, and does the transaction. So the interdependency is of a different nature altogether. And then of course the CTO, we have to be very closely working with the engineering team to make sure that all of it is working fine for my objective to be met. So it's really interdependent, yeah. And now as TJ and Ipshita also pointed out, the role of a marketing person is not just creating awareness or reach and some of those things. It's new user acquisition. It's very, very closely linked to business. Correct. I need to know what's happening in which market. I need to know this is seasonality in which market. I need to know what is shrinking, what is growing, what are the trends. I need to know all of this. So I need to, at the market level, if I have an objective to increase or double the number of seats in a market like Madhya Pradesh, I need to make sure there's price parity on ground, right? My prices are equal to offline. They should not be more. I need to. There are lots and lots of things I need to get into to make sure that I am able to deliver on my role, and all of it is highly interdependent on various functions within the organization.
Got it.
Yeah.
No, I think, very rightly said, I don't think any of us can deliver on what we are supposed to deliver if we don't. There is no other option but to collaborate. But I just want to say one interesting thing. It's complex. It's not easy. While we all are aligned to larger organizational goals and we have the charters very clearly laid out, and more so in an ROI and so in my organization, profit and loss is my accountability as much as it is of sales. So P&L sits with me. So therefore, there is no other option but to work together with finance. And it's not very easy to explain to finance why I want to do this campaign. So it is complex. So it is a lot about unlearning a lot of things that I have learned and learning new things and new skills. So, and I think that's what makes our roles very interesting nowadays, because if you have to deliver ROI, you have to deliver eventual business growth, there is no choice but to collaborate and unlearn, I think, a lot of things that we've done traditionally.
Nice.
Since we're talking of objectives, the CMO's role is very critical to the objective of the CEO, because he's got a larger perspective of the organization. He's got a goal which includes management of finances, retaining the staff, customer engagement, customer acquisition, and growth of the business, and above all, ensuring that we are sustainably profitable over a period of time. How do you think, in the changed environment of today, is the aligning of the CMO's objectives to the CEO's core objective? How do you think that can be managed?
I think that's absolutely critical, because the CMO's role is perhaps one of the closest to the CEO's role. And why I say this, because a CMO is, in my mind, is actually the balancer between short, medium, and long-term goals. So when a long-range plan or a strategy has to be made, who would a CEO look at? Would look at the marketer. Why? Because the marketer is the closest to the consumer, is getting you the insights, not of today, but also what can happen 10 years from now. So I think extremely critical to, first of all, align to that philosophy that, our role is the closest to that of the CEO, and we need to balance that. A lot of the times, if you have a sales hat, it's very easy to get bogged down by, last month's sale, next quarter sale, and only focus on that. It's the marketer who brings in that view that, yes, today's number is important, but how do you sustain it? So I think I am very fortunate that I work in a culture where there's a complete alignment and very, very close working, and therefore getting a full 360-degree view of not just my function, but what's happening in supply chain, what's happening in HR. People, I think people, we all, a lot of the times when we craft our strategies, we underestimate the importance of people and HR in it. I may be having growth targets of 2x in the next 5 years. I want to grow double than the industry. Do I have the right resourcing available with me? Who will align HR on that? What are the kind of people? What are the competencies, skills? I would know that very well because I know the vision of the CEO. So I think from that perspective, it's very, very critical to align closely, and more marketers are doing that today.
Anyone else who wants to?
Yeah, I think I'll answer it in a couple of parts. Is that primarily, let's say, for a tech industry, it's very, very important to have at least a 18 to 24 month view, because your commitments towards technologies and that, the investments that you would do with the products that are coming 12 to 15 months from now gets locked in now. So those investments can go awry in this financial year if you're not bringing in to your best estimates from various data points about how what kind of work in terms of, because it is so competitive and there is so much of parity, you have to get your best data forward. So to that aspect, the CEO pretty much relies on CMO or of being the fountainhead of data in the company. Secondly, an organizational's goal, apart from being people, also deals a lot. Yes, it deals a lot with people, motivation, and how to get the larger team aligned to this to the CEO's goals as well. Working closely with HR internally to achieve that. Plus, there are business partners and there are multiple stakeholders across from government to various other functions which are critical, from to your suppliers to your tech partners, etc. What story to what view, what kind of a vision does the organization carry across all these partners? Ultimately, it gets filtered, disseminated through the marketing's office. So in a way, it is an ally. Definitely, the CEO relies a lot on that, and the responsibility of the CMO definitely gets elevated to deliver on that. I mean, these are the 2 or 3 things that immediately come to mind.
Okay, I think I'd like to just sum it up, and both Deepshita and TJ have made excellent points here. So if I were to sum this up and my understanding of it, if the CEO is the head of the organization, the CMO is the heart of the organization, and the head and the heart need to work in tandem.
Brilliantly put. Brilliantly put. I have 3 more questions for the panel, but before I ask these 3 questions, is there a question that the audience has? Anyone? I'm going to take 1 question right now. Sir, you may go ahead, and we'll come to you before I close the panel. Okay? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
How you handle the fake reviews, which is attacking the goodwill of the company and the
How do we handle fake reviews? So we have tools in place for doing it, right? There are fake reviews, there are fraud reviews. So today there are a lot of tools available in the market which help you, segregate all these fake reviews. So our customer service team is working with some of these tools to remove them from the ecosystem. Yeah. Yeah, so there are tools out there that help you do that, yeah, segregate that, because in the e-commerce, in today's world where everything is online, and yeah, and not just that, it's because see, when you have a good review, you don't often go out there and review, right? But if you have a bad review, you will make it a point to review. Or if competition wants to pull you down, there'll be fake reviews out there, right? So then today this itself is a part of tools that help you manage these sort of things.
And this in 360-degree, this pressure on the CMO, like HR reduce payroll, finance budget constraints, increase revenue, customers more benefit and competitive price.
Yeah. So what's the question?
How you handle this 360-degree pressure?
The pressure that is coming from all departments in terms of...
You forget that you have 2 children at home. The pressure is there.
Yeah.
You have 2 children at home. You perhaps have 2 cats at home. You have a husband at home. So the pressure is many levels.
720.
I think
It's a 360
I think what you're
pressure.
mentioning is you need to prioritize your problems.
So,
So but you know, this is a very important point that you brought up. So
Yeah,
that you
HR says reduce payroll. Finance says increase revenue and budget constraints. Customer says I want better price and good features. Marketing, the company or the management says increase.
Sir, absolutely. I think that's a very beautiful point that you brought up. I think you know, which is why the head of the organization, the CEO, always struggles to find good people like them to join in, and also in the other departments, so that, you know, I mean, the CEO wears multiple hats, and each one of them is doing their critical bit to ensure that the overall objective of the organization remains achieved. You know, but what he brought up was an important aspect. You know, while we are all talking about technology advancement and how marketing is becoming easier, personalization is possible, predictability is leading to personalization, what are some of the challenges that the technology has brought up? Because I remember, I mean, I represent the healthcare industry. The fake reviews is a big challenge there in that industry. The people come in, I mean, आपने जोमेटो वाले को अपने 2 स्टार दे दिए, वो आपका बाहर बोर्ड देख के आपके गूगल रिव्यू में जाके गलत दे देता है. So how do you handle such kind of challenges that technology is now bringing in as a marketing head?
No, absolutely. I think it's a very good point because everything is instant, no? So feedback is instant, analysis is instant. It's very easy and very easily said, na, ye nahi chala. You know, I have a marketing campaign and, you know, I've invested whatever. Gone are the days where we would wait for the campaign to finish, then the research to be done, then the feedback to come in, and then we do a, you know, post evaluation. Every day a post evaluation of your campaign is happening, literally. And that's one challenge that technology throws at us, because immediately you're getting reviews on what you've done. Now, good, bad, ugly, that's a different thing. But I think that's what perhaps keeps us more on our toes now. And which is where I think the point on authenticity, brand purpose, trust, I think become even more important. Because technology is not just letting consumers criticize you, but everybody in your entire organization, even your CFO can see it, right? And your, you know, your own people can tell you that, and I always say this in a joke, that marketing ka kaam to, you know, even the receptionist also has a point of view on the film that you've made, right? Ye to nahi chalega. So I think those things come in much more instantly today, and I think we need to be much more on our toes, and be true and firm to our purpose and be authentic. I think these are the key levers.
Pallavi, TJ, you know, very important aspect. You use the word trust.
Yes.
You know, in the world of deep fakes, which is an outcome of AI, how do you ensure there is so much of trust in an organization that you're not affected by challenges of deep fake, etc.? Any ideas?
Well, I think firstly, I would try to address, you know, the original question that he asked about. Yes, sir, fake reviews is a menace. And while I would check with the Pallavi backstage on the tools, what I would say is that there are certain, if it is in a third-party marketplace, and if it is a verified yet an ambush review, it's very difficult to deal with it. So you live with it. If you can find a, you know, exact, you know, addressable issue, then you may try to do it at a product or a service level. But if it is motivated, if it is competition-led, if it is ambush-led, and yet it is a verified purchased review, you cannot do anything about it. The algorithms do not allow you to take that down. It's something that you live with. But what you can do is that it's a shifting goal. It's a changing objective. So therefore, while you deal with that, you also look at the net positive in terms of how do you get your overall organic positive reviews up, so that the final results, the customers, the consumer habit is there to first go see all the 1 stars, and rather than seeing the, you know, the 5 stars, they will remain. The best of brands will have absolutely horrible reviews, and so we cannot be too reactive to it, and nor should we try to suppress it even on your own platform. One is that. Secondly, coming back to the more current question of trust, I think trust is something which you should not try to impart in your marketing or communication, but rather live in your customer experience and product delivery. Once you've delivered a delight to a consumer with a product or a service, or if you've addressed it in a certain time, you are looking at the basics of addressal from, let's say, something is taking 10 days to 5 days. Just keep doing those sort of things. Trust will ultimately get built up as a result of that. I cannot have trust as a KPI in my marketing.
Great.
Now, on the same point that you were making, right? Of course, there are fake reviews, there are frauds, right? There's all of that. But I think fundamentally, consumers out there are smart. They know what's going on. You can't fool a consumer. Just the way you cannot give a beautiful story and convince a consumer. The same way you cannot give a fake review and swing the consumer's decision the other side. They know. I mean, we've seen that across, right? And the second thing is that if your product or service is solving a real customer pain point, right? Trust will happen. Trust will come. And that is really how our brand was built. And if you look at all the brands out there, right, they are built fundamentally on trust.
Before I end, TJ, I have a question. See, I have transitioned from Tathagat to TJ. But looking at the brand that you represent today and the history of what had happened to it a decade ago, how is technology helping companies of today listen to that sound of silence of the customer to help the leadership choose in making decisions that could impact the future of the organization?
Well, it's a difficultly worded question, and I will refrain from talking anything specifically about
not about the brand, but
about the brand or the company
in general.
When you say silence of the consumer, that you mean that ignorance of the consumer, or
the non-visible signs of how the customer is reacting. The intelligence of the data collected using AI today, like we were talking about, that AI is collecting the data, but there's a human intelligence that has to make sense of that data.
Yeah, I think you need to marry whatever data that you have. We get data from all sources, from our own data to the marketplace data, all of that. But if anybody tells me that is replaceable with an actual typically the FMCG way, that living the day with the consumer, or doing that due diligence of doing the length and breadth of the country just to get a feel to somewhere marry both the reams of data with your own intuition. It really hasn't replaced even the good old research. So a lot of times what really happens is that there are different methods. Lot of times we put 10 to 15 to 20 people inside a room and do FGT, and after 4 hours nothing comes out of it. Really, nothing actionable comes out of it. Only a 2-hour video gets created.
So true.
Yeah. And then what do you do? And this is supposed to be a formal research agency has taken pains to do that. So a lot of times you really roll up your sleeves and then you look at pockets. Which are my pockets of strength? Which are my pockets of weakness? Let me go there. That what else is lacking? And you especially pick up with some of the marketplaces is also possible that your own care department, where most of the aggrieved customers coming in, you listen to them more because they have more to rant and they will talk about it. A happy consumer may not talk about it as much. So you still use your own gut, your own intuition to dig deeper. And therefore, when you actually talk to, let's say, really senior management, let's say the chairman or the CEO of the company or the owner of the company, they're so business oriented that you can throw them Excel sheets, they might still not get it. You throw them 3 or 4 live examples that this is the customer, this is what happened, this is where we screwed up, and this is what we need to do. They tend to respond to that stimuli at that level much, much quicker than you tell that, okay, our customer preference is reduced from 15.5% to 13.5. Okay, big deal.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Guys, the time is up. There's a red screen right in front of me, apart from the red that I see on my left side, right? So we'll have to close the panel right now. We can go on. This conversation is so interesting. Thank you so much for your views. And, I promised this gentleman out here one question. So Aditya, with your permission, can I take that one?
I'd love to say कि मैंने promise किया था, बाकी तो देख लो. But we'll keep it quick and we'll keep it quick and short, so please.
My question to you guys is, thank you. So, am I audible? It would be an honor for us to be a part of the summit. And we guys are going to start our career in few months. So my question to any one of you, to all of you, is like, what would be your vision when you started your career, or what is the vision as of now?
What was our vision? When
Any changes about the path that happened in your vision from where you started to where you are today? Any changes in that?
The only thing is that don't make plans. Plans will change. I think vision, if I were to think back 22 years ago when, I started with what and where I am today, things have drastically changed. So be nimble, I would say. Be agile, be open. You never know what's going to, be your next step. Don't plan that much in ahead.
One advice is, in addition to what say don't plan, I would say that have that little bit of FOMO within you. Whatever, irrespective of wherever you reach, have that FOMO. It's a very currency function. So you go few months without acquiring new skills or not reading up, somewhere on the along you'll fall behind. So never leave that.
So on the one hand, you should read, but I think that more than a vision, you should dream.
Yeah. Moderator का काम question पूछना होता है, but यहाँ पे I like to answer. I think you got the answer when we were discussing. Be someone who's fearless. Go take chances. Be egoless. Don't think you know it all. There's always something that you can learn. Listen to people. Listen to your audience. And third is be authentic. जो हो वो है. जो अच्छा है, जो बुरा है, उसको ठीक कर लो. ठीक है, ये 3 चीजें रखोगे अपने आप, किसी चीज में, मार्केटिंग छोड़ो, किसी चीज में होगे, ग्रो कर जाओगे. With that, thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Picture, please. Thank you. And all the best to all of you who are starting your careers, who are going to be starting. All the best, guys. अच्छा, तभी तो मैं इंटरेस्टेड यहाँ बैठ रहा हूँ. Of course, apart from everybody else as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I've been told I really wanted to sort of talk something before we begin, but I see Rishi sir there, and I see Chetan also here. तो वक्त खत्म हो चला है, तो आगे बढ़ते हैं. So I won't be taking much of everybody's time, but up next is, yes sir. Karthik, help me with how many chairs do we need? First, before to the next bit, I request everybody to please take their seats. I've been told nothing to disclose about that. It's just that it's an interesting session. That's it. I'll leave it to that. If I'm outside, you also sort of bring them inside and request them to come inside. Arvinder sir, please request आपके सारथीs to take their seats. I'm so sorry. I do. Okay, just to check, everybody, your right hand up, right hand, up. Yours only. Yeah. Sir, not interested at all. I absolutely love you. Left hand in the air. Left hand in the air, everybody. Simple, straightforward question. Request. Both the hands in the air. Yeah. Just wave them. Smile. Okay. Thank you. Next, I've been told to just simply announce it's a session. Yeah. I will introduce the panelist, and then from there on the moderator shall take it forward. Please join me in welcoming on stage Vishal, Vice President and Head of Marketing. And the expert joining them is Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer, Technology Fatal, Joint President, Chief Digital Officer, Businesses, Adani Group. And disclosure of this session की क्या होने वाला है done by the moderator, who is CEO of Businessworld. Thank you.
So it's working. Good afternoon. We aren't very scary. We don't bite you. Can you inform people outside that
Yes.
this is not
I will.
we are not cannibals.
Yeah.
Okay. So is the temperature okay now? Yeah, it's a little better. Prashant, please don't increase the AC. I'm getting the most affected. Good afternoon again. Aditya said that I'm going to tell you all what we are going to do. We're not going to do what's on the board. Okay. The debate got over before we actually came up on stage. We felt there was, all of us, spoke about the topic and felt that there's no easy answer, but we're going to discuss short-term versus long-term in marketing. What works? Can you compromise? Where do you compromise if you have to? When do you do short-term? When do you not do short-term? So that, that's what we want to discuss, because we felt that we were all on the same side of the tables. Let's get started. Gentlemen, if ladies first suna hai na, chalega. So, by the way, cliche nahi hai, I'm a house filled with women. Okay. Extended family also. I'm the one
Speaking first just because of that.
No, so I'm the only male member, and I have a 6-year-old nephew. Otherwise, not too much scope for males. So forced to kind of. So Nilima, short-term versus long-term marketing. Okay. Lots of things are actually, in every single function, whether it's finance, whether it's supply chain, you have to be tactical, you have to be long-term. I think COVID taught us to be extremely tactical, on the spot kind of decision. What's that populist? Change is constant. I think that saying change too, just that the pace of change has changed, continues to change. What's your perspective on short-term versus long-term? What do you do at Luminous? You don't have to actually tell us about your company. We decided we won't do that. But what's your perspective on how people should, do their balancing, if any, or lack of balancing, if any?
So for me, it's a very simple definition. What is the role of marketing? I mean, that starts from there. If marketing is to build businesses, they build businesses with brands. So actually, brand marketing is all about building business. And business over the period of time has become far more volatile than the way it used to be. At one point in time, from my experience, I can say is 5-year plan, 3-year plan used to hold good. But today, as I also had strategy for a couple of organizations I did, there is no 5-year strategy which holds good. When we did 5-year strategy, then there was pandemic. And then you do long-term forecast, and then you say this will get over in 6-month time, 1-year time, then it landed to 3 years time. And then when you end, there is recession, there is inflation. So there is always some or other parameters. And then the climate change, which is impacting the way the seasonality of the product and the pattern goes. So what's the role of then marketing? Think long-term, think short-term. I think it's more to do with what is long-term and what is short-term. Short-term, according to me, is to drive sales. And sales will not happen if you don't have pricing, if you don't have promotions, discounts, schemes, activations not done to do that sales. If that sales doesn't happen, then the long-term again becomes a discussion for short-term and medium-term. So long-term can be, people say, I mean, I also a lot of time when I don't look at from strategy side, I feel that maybe marketing has a luxury to do brand building, which is intangible, which doesn't reflect immediately in the positioning. It doesn't reflect immediately into revenue, into bottom line. But the reality is depends. which stage of the brand building we are into. Is it about relaunching a brand? Then at that point in time, that relaunch is not just a short term, but also a long term strategy. But if it's about building a business, then those parameters of revenue and those parameters of premiums, those parameters of sales, schemes, promotions becomes far more important than what will happen in 5 years' time. So in my role, what I do is it's a fine balance. You need to strive basis what's the objective for that particular time and the period you're driving in.
Thank you. Demo, again, why I'm bringing up the brand, though we decided, is that you work for a brand which is a part of household. It's like a part of the family itself. It's a well-established brand. He represents Voltas. Okay, trust factor, all of it. How do you perceive this long-term versus short-term marketing?
Okay, thanks for mentioning Voltas here. I'm proud to be a part of the brand, which has almost been 7 decades in this country. That's definitely long term. But there is no, I would say there is no long-term gain without a short-term leverage and in business. And I don't think in today's environment, anybody can sit on their laurels and say that we're a long-term game player. I would tend to align with Nilima that it's all about looking at the immediate future and planning henceforth from there. Look at various aspects of the marketing mix and then see what is short term and what is long term, and that's the fundamental way of approaching this question, because we tend to always see marketing from a lens of advertising, which should not be the case. Marketing is a fundamental pillar for creating value for your organization, value for your shareholders. Long-term gains come from marketing. So what are those pillars of marketing which you can use in a short-term perspective or in a long-term perspective? You need to decide that. Distribution is something which is built over a period of time, but it is also immediate in nature. So that's, I would say, midterm. Pricing plays a vital role tactically to achieve your immediate objectives. I think all marketers should be in sales for a good period of time to understand this whole question, because if you haven't been in sales, you're missing out the skeleton of organization. And because sales tells you how important it is to see business on a day-to-day basis. So that's where pricing comes in and tells you how to really use that tactically and keep firm on your shares in the market. Moving on to other aspects of the marketing mix, of course, the brand is something which you have to build over a period of time. You cannot ignore that, because that's where you need to be considered, right? Before somebody walks into the store, you need to be there in somebody's mind. So that goes without saying, and that's a given. That's a given. And you cannot compromise there. Build your white spaces, guard your turfs, create positioning which are long-term. Those are fundamentals of long-term brand building that stays. That hasn't changed much, irrespective of what ecosystem you're operating in. So that stays. And of course, coming to the product, which is the most important aspect, there you need to look at long-term and short-term both. Because long-term, why? Because the product has to live with you. Many of us who were talking in the room before we entered this hall were talking about product which has stayed with them for 15 years, 10 years, and they swear by that. So that's where word of mouth comes in. Nothing better than that. So build products which are long-term, build features which are immediate, which can cut across segments, and that's where you are. So across the marketing mix, you have to see what works for you long-term, what works for you short-term.
Follow-up question. Very quick one. Yeah. So have you spent time in sales too?
Of course I have. Yeah.
Wonderful. Nitin, your perspective.
So I actually agree with what Deva said on the value creation. From my perspective, personal perspective, is the value creation for the customer first. I see marketing as a overall journey of the brand building. You have to be relevant in the short term to exist in long term. It may sound tactical to few people, but if you can't sell in experience economy, you will not exist in the AI economy. And we exist in close to 32 odd business lines, where seven are core consumer categories, touching 400 to 450 million consumers in the group which I currently craft experiences. For us, last 1,000 odd days has been instrumental in terms of how consumer behaviors have changed and expectations are changing. Consumer want immediate value to have any sort of loyalty, and there I think storytelling plays a huge role. Yeah.
Siddharth, you want this? So, when I spoke about Volta's old family kind of brand, let me distinguish it. Brands that are older than us. You belong to one of them, Air India Express. So, how do you look at long-term versus short-term marketing?
So, and I think when we spoke about the marketing mix as well, as Deva said, and we've touched upon, Nilima, you spoke about promotions, we've touched upon pricing, a bit upon place. We've forgotten perhaps over a long period of time that product is also one of the primary 4 Ps in marketing, and it takes a long time to build that product. If it was so easy to build a brand that can garner trust from consumers, then you would not see the likes of acquisitions like Air India. You would not see the likes of a Taj being the strongest brand in India. And that's because you have been successful in consecutive short-term periods consistently over a long period of time. So it's not, as we were saying, it's not a short-term versus long-term. There is no luxury of choice to say I can survive the short-term disruptions and focus only on the long-term. But a brand, at the essence of it, is about trust, and trust is built up over a long period of time. So you need to be able to have that perspective. We spoke about the disruption, right? If you see the nature of industries that benefited from the disruption that happened during the pandemic, no amount of short-term planning could have been able to, or short-term metrics would have survived or held you in good stead for that disruption. And you saw with short-term planning some short-term success. So you saw the likes of a Zoom, for example, whose valuation became greater than the top 20 airlines in the world. But immediately after the pandemic, it's completely down. You see the likes of what has happened to WeWork in the last 2 weeks. And so with the short term, there is an advantage in the short term. But if you want to be a long-term player and as a brand be around for longer than our lives will survive, because the brand lasts more than the lifetime of the individual, and it often builds loyalty over generations. Then there is a perspective that we must keep in mind that we're building beyond our own careers or beyond our own lifetimes, which is understandably difficult to do in today's context. But that's where legacy comes in.
I'm going to take a question out of a few that we had originally put for a debate. Let's talk about short-term and instant gratification. And I'm bring this question to all of you. We start with you, Siddharth. Are consumers, for instant gratification, are consumers more responsive to short-term tactics, or does a long-term vision yield a more favorable outcome eventually?
Consumers are definitely more amenable to short-term tactics. There's no question about it. I mean, the disservice that we've done, speaking of my own industry in airlines, to the extent that people very rarely care about the brand. Yes, there are certain hygiene parameters. I will not fly with an airline that I don't consider safe. Unfortunately, it's reached a stage today where people will not fly with an airline which may not exist by the time you're flying with it, right? So it's reached to that stage, but it's reached to that stage because people have driven loyalty through price to the extent that the margins are eroded so much because you've not invested in the product or creating the brand or the service that it's not sustainable as a business. And so obviously, yes, people will respond to a price discount, but the price discount is not actually going to help you gain margins. And that price discount today, we have been able to instill that discipline, at least within the industry. If any competition of ours drops prices, we will match prices and take out a campaign within 4 hours of that price drop. which effectively means there is no incentive for you to match, to drop prices. And that's the kind of discipline that we want to bring in. The reaction time for competition, the agility that we have in the industry effectively means that there is no real advantage in doing a sale across any of the brands, whether you look at e-commerce or Amazon or Flipkart, etc. The sales are matched. Those sales may get something which gets you a valuation in the short term, but it's not helping you build the business or even actually surviving in the long term. You're doing a disservice in some ways to driving that. I'll give you another small example that we've taken and invested in the way in which we're doing technology. And I don't mean to take too many examples from my own business, but we've been the first airline in the country to have, or in the world actually, to have not had a loyalty program defined on a frequent flyer number. Because I don't believe that your relationship with me should be dependent upon your number. Why should you have to quote your number to me to tell me who you are and for me to give you loyalty points? And that is just the essence of your mobile number and your first name and last name as a combination are sufficient for me to identify who you are and give you the benefits that you deserve. And it's not just about the points, right? If we continue to make the engagement with the consumer transactional, then you will only be able to get transactional value from the consumer. You will not be able to get the long-term trust or the premium that you command because of the brand that you want to be, or the trust that you enjoy, or whatever else that you're selling as a vision or as an emotion to the consumer.
And I've been thinking about the examples because there are many from our own lifetime. So I personally have sold from condoms to biscuits to refrigerators to laptops to hotel rooms, and then finally inverters and batteries. What I realize is I've always found two kinds of consumer. One who is definitely seeking value. They're always seeking deals. They're always seeking value, and they will not pay more. But then I've also come across consumers because of the varied experience on luxury or premiums, which I have sold over. Thin and Light used to sell far more premium, or Oberoi Hotels, where I was working, was far more premium and luxury. People pay for the value which you bring to them. So it's always about these two. Now, this pay for the value which you bring to them has come over the period of time. It hasn't, I can't find any example wherein the brand got created today and in 3 years' time you're willing to pay premium. I think that's where the legacy, the brands like Luminous 35 years, Tata's for ages, for Voltas for ages, they've built over the period of time certain perceptions, certain value for which I'm willing to pay that premium as long as it's meeting my need. But I'm willing to go that premium, 3%, 5%, 10%, depends on that, but I'm willing to go that premium. But then there is also transactions happening. When I'm buying on Blinkit, I'm not concerned. Now I'm looking for deals. When I'm going and buying biscuit, I'm now again, it's driven by taste, but also I'm willing to pay for not so much for a glucose biscuit or not so much for a Marie biscuit. I will compare. So I think it's marketeers have to trade between these two. That when you say you're building a brand that will last test of time, there are parameters which is very different. But when you're saying that I'm here to actually drive business growth, drive market share, drive revenue for this month, and so there is this consumer offer, so there is this customer loyalty program, objectives differ. And for that, then the consumers, when they also see things, they see it differently, because now I'm by Diwali time, Amazon had such great offers. Now there, when people are coming, they're coming only to seek deals and offers. There, if you're not present, again, you're losing relevance to that business for that particular channel. So I think it's about these two, the way consumers are making choices, and brands and businesses have to be cognizant of that.
Hoshi, let me take Siddharth's point and spice it up a little. So in my previous life, I was leading Indigo. And there are three core principles Indigo got built in India in a very value-centric market. On time, hassle-free, affordable fares. And then with a great network, they captured everything. I saw 28% to 54% market share in 3 years. And trust me, if you don't want to miss your meeting, you fly Indigo. It still stands true. They played with 3 C's very, very, very nicely: creativity, consistency, and context. and they want consumers over and over again. So it's a very contradictory view, but I still bleed blue, though I love Tatas.
Yeah, because they built a brand over a period of time, and there is the thing that if you want to, I might differ slightly on some of the points, but
90% India still don't defer. They fly Indigo, and the market share commands it.
I'm also.
I mean, I personally also feel they do. They change. Again, it's that particular promise and what's the requirement at that time.
Yeah.
So I think either switch.
Yeah, but they have created a perception, short term to get the market. That perception has remained that we are the only ones who are on time every time.
No. So I agree with you. It's not that. So that perception short term has lasted for 16 years.
Yeah, it has.
It
has. Yeah. So they have created that perception. Deva.
Yeah, very interesting. I think this whole point which you raised about instant gratification, that is purely to do with the competitive scenario around you. No matter which space you're operating in, whether you're an evolved brand or a startup brand or a tactical brand, which is fighting its own battle in the mid-tier space, your instant gratification tools are there to, I would say, augment brand choice. So, for example, you're buying a Land Rover, right? You have the money, you have the wealth, maybe you have the finance to back you up. However, if you don't get the right kind of offers when you walk into the store, you may walk out. So instant gratification is agnostic to the brand where it stands in today's scenario. Any segment you operate in, you need to see to it that when a consumer walks in, he needs to be gratified in some way or the other. In our category of consumer durables, it's hyper competitive. We are a leading brand, certified by some of our colleagues sitting in the room from JFK. But the fact is that even if we are a leading brand, we cannot say that we don't want to gratify consumers when they walk into the store, because it's very competitive. So without instant gratification, whichever segment you operate in, no matter how evolved your brand is, premium, mid-tier, economy, you need to gratify consumers in today's age. Consumers are very demanding and they have all the right to be. And I think that's the trend we are living with. It may change over a period of time, but I don't see it changing that fast.
The current generation, it doesn't seem. We've got 10 minutes. I'm going to ask you one question, and I think some of you have answered it in some way, but I still want to kind of stay with it. We are in a time when there is huge shareholder pressure, creating value for the shareholders. There is a quarter-to-quarter the short-term instant, we are lead generate karni hai, dhanda karna hai. And we are on the other side, we are media, so that they were sitting with the company and asked him, what is it that you want? Because I personally oversee the custom business for Businessworld. And the guy, there's a very sophisticated call happening, and he says, yeah, Roshi, dhanda karna hai, he banged the kitchen, rukna chahiye. Literally, I don't want to name the client, I was quite surprised. Oh, I'm sorry. So, I was talking about, there is the current times, the pressure is on shareholder value, instant results in terms of sales. Okay. And in all of that, and, the pandemic also brought about a lot of tactical things. We keep saying long-term is important. Okay. Now, it's easier for brands like Air India and Volt does, because you built a brand and there is a certain amount of, repeat customers, recall, all of that's part of your DNA now, that it's there with consumers. How do you measure the success of long-term marketing on a regular yearly basis? I'm not going to say on a quarterly basis. How do you know that, whilst you're doing everything tactically, how do you ensure that, I am on path long term for a brand like Indigo? Okay, personal opinion, but I think that brands going now in a slightly different direction. Okay, now, the 3 Cs and all doesn't seem to, they're seeming to gain, and it's not just personal view comes from, having heard it from several people. How do you ensure that your long-term investment that you're making, how do you measure that? Where do we start? Should we start with you?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the one, if you ask me for a metric and pin me down on it, I'd say whatever long-term brand investment you're doing has to reduce the cost of customer acquisition in the short term. So over a period of time, the investment I'm making must reduce my cost of acquiring a new customer, whether it is through advocacy or through loyalty or through any other mechanism, right? That's where your long-term is going to pay off in the short term. It's not as easy to attribute that the long-term investment I made 3 years ago, or let's say Indigo's campaign on-time performance for 16 years. Ideally, that is driving some sense of lower cost of acquisition in the short term. So if you to pin me down on one metric, I'd probably say that.
Customer acquisition. Nilima?
Jose, it's very simple for me. The moment you put investors in front, having handled work with very closely with CEO office and addressing to board and investors, I think the only way to measure in the short term for the long term is the revenue and the profitability. I don't see any other parameter being discussed or to measure, because rest all, which is not hitting your top line or the bottom line, is all long term. Because then I can't measure, because all these ROIs of brand, communication, investment, advertising, none of them shows into the P&L. And to me, I feel that if you have done a marketing activity, it has to reflect either in getting you more premium or increasing your customer base, which gives me more revenue, which is top line. And if it has increased premium, it will show in my bottom line. If it's not showing in these two, then putting up a brand health score wherein my TOMA or top of mind is 95%, my preference and consideration is 60%, means what? So that's number one for me. Number two, if I remove investors from this conversation and then come back and remove board also from this conversation and then come back to only the CEO like Jose, who understands sales, marketing, and feels that all the functions are very important, then I do have parameters to actually measure that, look, what is the marketing job which was, or objective which was supposed to be. Now here depends, marketing for some organizations, if it is only communication, Marcom, then the parameter is very simple. Brand health score is a very good parameter to talk about. Acquisition, customer acquisition and cost of acquisition is another parameter. But I a lot of time feel that marketing is misunderstood just by Marcom. If I add product and price and promotion into it, then product, all the R&D investments which you're doing, or the product roadmap, the platform investments, the return on those platform investments become the part of marketing objective and measurability. Rest all, you can see it in the numbers.
I think the average transaction value and the customer lifetime value will be the long-term goals we track as a brand, even in current life and previous life. If that is in order, you are consistently getting organic traffic back. It works out beautifully.
For me, let me just simplify my answer a little bit, because we have got a lot of parameters to evaluate how we score vis-a-vis our investments. The traditional parameters which you guys spoke about in terms of brand equity, in terms of recall, awareness, that's important. I don't think we should keep it completely aside, because end of the day, consumers buy brands, they don't buy technology. So you should not forget that. They don't buy commodities, they buy brands. So they walk into a store and they ask for your brand. That's a huge measure. And if they continue to ask for your brand year after year, even if you're not there, it's a big thing. So please believe in that brands are bought because of the trust you create with your stakeholders. On the other side, and what Nilima spoke about was the stakeholder management. If your stakeholders see that your brand is creating value for them, I think you've made a dent through investments. Because today you're talking about pillars of creating market cap. And what are those? the fundamental pillars are your perhaps your distribution reach, your brand equity, your profitability. So these are the things which you have to keep on investing in. So if your brand is not strong, you will never create that value for your shareholders, and that's going to be a miss completely. So I think two simple points I would like to focus on as I build the brand over a period of time.
Thank you. We've got 3 minutes, so let's open this out to questions. Are there any questions in the audience? Sir, Karthik, can you please pass the mic? So please identify yourself.
Thank you. My name is Vedant Pujari. I'm an intellectual property lawyer. But this is to do with the marketing, and I have a question for all of you, whoever answers. I recently purchased a flat and I wanted to go buy fans, ceiling fans. Now, you said a very important thing, Deva, that people buy brands, not technology to begin with. I went to a brand which my grandfather placed in his house when he bought the fans. And the brand really did not satisfy me with the current trends. So I wanted to buy it, but the fans looked so old. I don't want to take names, but it looks so old in comparison with a new company that is maybe 15 years old. And I'm talking about a company that's 60, maybe 70 years old. I was forced to buy the one that was a fairly new company. I know that this brand, the strength of that fan or the motor, whatever you call, will be much better than this one. But the looks was not contemporary. So I think when we talk about short term and long term, we have to take care of the fact that this shift is important. Step by step, you move as the consumer go. I wanted to know, any of you, I mean, all of you are consumer facing people. I face the problem, so I thought I'll check with you. What do you think about this? Because especially, Voltas and Air India Express, all of you are like 30, 40, 70 years old company, and slowly to grow with the consumer, with the trends is important for the brand. Otherwise, it gets complacent.
You're absolutely right. Should I take that? Yeah. So there is nothing called product complacency in this business, because when I said consumers buy a brand, technology is a given. So if there are some hygiene factors today: technology, design, ergonomics, customer service. If they're not in place, the brand is not in place. So when I say brands, I don't think I meant only the imagery of the brand or the age of the brand. It also means the other pillars of the brand. So in today's age, you cannot build a brand without technology, which is hygiene, right? In today's age, you can't build a brand without after-sales service, which is also a given. So these things have to be in place before you consider a brand. But there has to be a brand in somewhere in the ecosystem for you to consider, and then you, of course, you do your diligence on the brand in terms of the other factors which support the brand. So it goes hand in hand. And I completely agree with you that nobody can just say that I am 10 decades old and please buy me. It doesn't work like that, because we have to change with the times. And I think the change is much more faster today. If you don't change fast, then something is wrong with you. So as we speak, even I think the books of marketing which we guys read 25 years back in our business schools have changed, right? Mr. Kotler says that if you're reading my book, which was printed 20 years back, you're reading the wrong book. He's also changed over a period of time. So I think change is a given also. So I completely agree with you. Yeah.
I think what's also very critical is staying relevant to your consumers. And a lot of time marketing starts, I think the best way to do is marketing starts with consumer. If consumer health is evolving, I think it's important to evolve the complete value proposition, which is equivalent to brand. And if that's not happening, then you're right. It's irrelevant.
We just now spoke about the new features versus.
Yeah.
Okay. So, my colleague there, larger than me, is threatening me, but we'll allow one question. And we will not. He's been making.
Yes. Yes.
We will take the product, price, and promotion.
Yes.
What more would be added?
Actually, there are 9 P's. Actually, there are 9 P's. So I am only making it simple by calling 4 P's, which is product, price, promotion, and placement. But there are more.
The parts, the spare parts is very
The
important.
spare parts, service.
After sales service,
Absolutely.
spare parts is
I am
very
with you. Ask me, in the tech company, without spare part, the relevance goes away in few months' time.
Kent machine is very cheaper, economical, but after sales service is very, very costly.
So what's your question, sir?
He'll
shoot me
one
next.
P is left, the parts.
Parts
Spare
I missed. I will add that as the 10th P.
It should be added.
Thank you.
We'll do that. We'll do that. Thank you so much for that.
People was the 5th P, I remember. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be allowed a closing. So, yeah, he's loaded his gun now.
Yeah, you should me now.
How
No, you should me now.
standing to get us off.
Charging up.
Okay.
So they're not even here.
Okay, so thank you, folks. Thank you. Yeah, I wish we could have continued this more.
But what here Karthikeya वो बेचारे बोल भी नहीं पा रहे. You come here, stand here, stand in me. But thank you so much, everybody. A picture, please. आइए. Thank you so much, please. Oh, so I just got this feedback that the audience is sort of wanting to sleep. Is that so? Yes or no? You're supposed to say no. This is not a college class that you was main nahi aani chahiye tumko. You're at one place you're saying no, you have a future. Anybody feeling sleepy? Yeah, are you? Can you hear it from me? Are you yes or no? Lovely. Then I please request you to occupy the seats in the front. This is a trick tha. All of you, may I please request you to occupy seats in the front for our friends at the back? Come, it's okay. They no more reserved. Karthikeya, someone's outside and they want to, they have to. You can help now, knowing that the timekeeper, the gatekeeper. Please, sir. Sir, आप उठे आप इतना सोचा और वापस नहीं जा रही है. Before we move, for all our friends at the gate, and my team members, if someone is not from my team. Karthikeya, can you hear me? Can you call someone, please? I don't want to begin without having the complete attention of the room. Also allow us a moment here, please. We want to get your audience for your panel. Karthikeya, we just ask people at the back to probably sit. These ones here, or if they to give the bites and they can. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, for next panel discussion, or roundtable, let's call it. The widespread adoption of AI is quite evident across sectors. However, the trick here lies effectively in capturing the audience and building loyalty and eventually winning their trust. The next session, I believe, will solve or sort of answer all your questions. कि marketing में ऐसा नहीं तो हो क्यों, पहले क्या था, आगे क्या होने वाला, etc., etc., etc. And more, of course, beyond that. All that and more, and also sort of how brand building AI and trust in one fabric. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the session. Rishika Gupta, Marketing Director, India, Rahul Talwar, Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life Insurance, Sushmita Nag, Chief Marketing Officer, Feresta Building Systems, and this session will be chaired by Vishal Sohil, Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt. Let's collectively welcome them. I know you are few, but the Josh is probably all more. Come on. Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you. Exactly 1 year ago, we were having a summit, and that's the same one, Marketing Whitebook 2022. We had a pleasure of having Aman Gupta of Boat as a keynote speaker. And in his conversation, he said, Metaverse isn't here yet. That was a case of Metaverse a year ago. But now I have illustrious panel here to discuss about AI. We will discuss what's going on right now. What are some of the contemporary dynamics in marketing happening with AI? And how are the brands going towards Gen Z and addressing their demands? Can I start with Rahul, because the man on the panel?
Gender diversity.
In last 1 year, how far we have covered with AI? Is AI still the big elephant in the room? What do you think so? And what's happening within your organization?
So I think interestingly, if you refer back to the conversation that we had around metaverse to where we are today, I just feel that the conversation of AI is hitting the ground a lot faster, and I think it's seeping in various ways. And I think one of the big differentiators for that is the fact that many use cases of AI and many tools available for AI are far more universal than the entire cost engine, which was making metaverse a bit more difficult to start experimenting for brands. So I think that's one of the big pieces that's happened. I think interestingly also what's happening is that experimentation with AI is happening at 3 levels. I think individuals are experimenting with it out of interest. Brands are finding interesting ways of bringing AI in to be able to ensure that to build in efficiency, to build in faster TATs, to be able to see what can be brought in-house versus still being kept outside of the marketing ecosystem. And I think third, for businesses like Max Life Insurance, the AI use cases are penetrating far wider beyond marketing. For example, in an insurance business, one of the bedrock pieces is underwriting. How do you underwrite financially? How do you underwrite medically? Now, AI is penetrating that world. AI is penetrating the world of training. So because of the fact that this conversation is going beyond a function and it's going across the larger value chain, say even in Max Life Insurance, the boardroom conversations are all about what more to do to penetrate AI across the organization. So I think that's making it lighter and easy, and I think the Gen Z and the millennial quotient around it is just making it far more buzzy than anything else.
That's right. That's right. Ruchika, what do you think in your observation? What has changed in last year?
First of all, I see AI as very, very promising. It's been around for very long. I don't know if you realize that. It's why your Instagram scrolling page is very different from mine, because all this while big tech, big data was using artificial intelligence to understand what you like, what you don't like, throwing it at you, and that's the cause of your rising screen time. However, what has really changed in the last 1 year, it's become a lot more obvious, and that's because all the hype around possibly generative AI, and Sam Altman has done a lot of good work around bringing it into the spotlight of so many conversations, and equal amounts of controversy and access. Earlier, only big data could access, but now all of us can access as well. So that's the big change that has happened. In my organization, I represent a very different business from Rahul. It's a product business. And in fact, it's a long-range planning business. So, for example, we work in the field of spirits and whiskeys. A 12-year-old that you drink today was actually put in the cask in 2008, when the last recession really happened. That is pre-pandemic, a lot of things. Some of you may be in school, some of you may be just starting your career. Very different phase of life. Just go back to 2008. So that's when somebody was putting it in a cask. How do you know what is going to happen in 23? How do you know that the amount that you're investing in, there's a lot of rentals involved. You're investing in real estate, you're investing in cask, you're investing in distillation. How do you know your quantities are right? Maybe you have a lot of liability of stock that you're creating. The opposite can also happen. You're losing a lot of opportunity because you underestimated the demand that you you could create. And that is where predictive analytics is really coming in. What is the data of the past many years? We didn't have the privilege of capturing it all this while. AI has started to capture it. So predictive analytics, I hope, is going to be much better. It's going to support our demand creation, which in turn, is going to be the basis of all our workings, and marketing then, of course, creates demand for that. In my organization, like I said, demand planning is the most important. Equally important is comprehension. What exactly is AI? Everybody's really trying to get their head around it. I don't think everybody understands it the same way. We want everybody to understand it the same way, so the organization can talk in one voice and various functions leverage it differently. So we are at a very comprehension stage. There are some practices that are understood, like predictive analytics. We use that, and in marketing there are a few things we talk maybe later in the panel. But yeah, that's the start.
Hi. So, incidentally, today is the first anniversary of ChatGPT. So, I mean, since we are talking about what was discussed here, so I think what has happened right now, and I totally resonate with Rahul and what Ruchika mentioned, is that the skepticism that, what is the unknown world of AI, which people used to question the at large, it's become a reality. And I think, tools like GPT and all, they have taken the market by storm to say that, what was a concept is actually a reality. And marketeers actually are, and also there was this, the fear, with AI replace humans, that's also there. So therefore, good that it is in the nascent stage, and the development that we see going forward, we will realize that, where it takes us. But there would be uncertainties as well, and it is also a welcome change that we marketeers see, at least from my perspective. It's the tools that are there, it's helped us create content faster, easier. It is still in the nascent stage, but I see a positive, impact coming in already. In my category, which is windows and doors, which is absolutely a commodity category, everything is customized. And while Ruchika was mentioning about her category, which is like, an 18-year-old or a 12-year-old product, for us, we don't know what's coming up next month or even tomorrow. So consumers choose something, the customers choose something, and at the last moment, because this is a very tailor-made category, windows and doors, there is no standard SKU in the market. So for us, we are trying to incorporate AI more in the back end than in the front end. How does manufacturing benefit from AI in terms of predicting what are the raw materials required? Somebody here in the previous roundtable was discussing about parts. We don't know. Sometimes, we are airlifting or, it's absolutely on a war footing most of the time. Because what a consumer chooses today, tomorrow, that same person, when it goes. So just to give you a perspective, today somebody books a window. By the time the house is completed, he will say that, I don't want this design, I want a separate design, a new one. How do you predict the raw material that is required? How does manufacturing does anything? Raw material planning. So it is a huge challenge for us, and we are obviously it's part of our boardroom discussions also, not just in the consumer interface, but at the back end. How do we improve the processes using AI is a big discussion that's there in our organization.
That's how our Gen Z is, and that's where your leaders such as you, the role of leaders come in. We talk about, she mentioned about skepticism, and that's the point I thought about all night. We talking about AI, and we know that there is skepticism all around. We got to listen a lot of news headlines about deepfake AI cases. Many people all across the segments, be at the producing end or be at the consumer end, they're still afraid of using AI, getting all into AI. Rahul, your thoughts on how we can actually utilize AI, the advanced technology. How should I put it? Not actually establishing trust, because towards a brand, let's say Max Life Insurance, I can be one of the thousand millions, maybe billions people who know Max Life Insurance from likes. But going forward, let's say in 2024 and beyond, how would you utilize advanced technology in terms of establishing trust, specifically in Gen Z?
So interesting question for two reasons. One, life insurance as a category is anchored on trust.
That's
because Ruchika spoke about 12 years, 18 years. We are in a relationship or a policy contract which could last 25 years, 40 years. And at the moment of truth, the person who may have taken the policy may not be around, and it's the larger family ecosystem that may be using the benefits of the policy for that matter. And hence, it's very important that when you talk about today's Gen Z population, authenticity is, I think, the starting point for building trust. I think Gen Zs, don't believe in monologues, they believe in a conversation, they believe in a dialogue. So first, technology enabled by AI should be able to ensure that whatever you're hitting towards the Gen Z as content is enabling a conversation and not pushing the brand in the face of it. That's one. Second, yes, there is skepticism, but I believe personalization and customization eventually will find its own ways to be able to anchor itself on AI. And like Ruchika mentioned, why should our Instagram feeds be different for different users? Because there is a backend engine that's looking after what I want. When I log into a Netflix, I know what I want to see. That's why what comes up is basis again the tools that are being put behind it. But the X factor, if you were to ask me, between Gen Zs and AI, is going to be about a simple argument that is placed about, am I relevant or not? A simple joke that I was reading about, and whenever I talk about AI, I try to mention about it. The joke says, Siri, call me cab. And Siri replies back to says, hi, how are you, cab? So fundamentally, it is all about, you can be authentic, you can be trustworthy, you can do a dialogue, but if you're not relevant, and I think Gen Zs want just one thing, relevance. Whatever is relevant would be a part of their life, would be a part of their conversations. And I just feel that there is a very interesting part of the word brand. It's got this word called and in it. And which is why brands live for 100 years, 70 years, lifelong, beyond pandemics, beyond pre-AI, post-AI, because they have the power to consume latest trends because they know how to be relevant. And that's my big piece for Gen Zs and AI.
Good to know. Now, Ruchika, we know that we are all aware that people are still scared of AI and that they are thinking through it. But when it comes to marketers, the leaders like you are leading it, leading the brands, its identity, it's all about responsible marketing. What's your personal thought on it? How do you look at when you know that you are representing, you are leading a brand? What is your personal thought on it? When you know that on the other end, there are many people who are having a lot of question marks on AI. How would you deliver to them?
I think there is a place for regulation in AI for it to correctly evolve. What is happening to influencer marketing right now? They're very strong disclosure rules. If you are a responsible marketer, you're requesting an influencer to talk about you positively, create that sentiment through a vehicle, which is a person with a good following. He needs to add a hashtag ad, and AI should be no different. In case you're mapping my data, my behavior, my choices, I need to know that. And if you're a fair brand, it's very easy for you to do that. For example, one of the e-commerce players, I think that's Myntra, they do talk about that we have tracked your preferences basis which we are sending this mailer. These are products of interest to you. They have already told me, they have been mapping me. Possibly I clicked it erroneously. Possibly it is a default setting. I have the opt-out option with me. So I think the first is disclosure. You really have to start with sharing that information. You have to be transparent as brand. That's one place where we start. The second is consent. I think you can automate a lot of consent, but you can do it more frequently. Now you don't have the excuse of any manual intervention, bandwidth, access, etc. There could be an autopilot mode where you could refresh your consent quite regularly. So I think those are ways to be more ethical.
Good to know. Sushmita, in your organization, or let's say beyond that, can you somehow pinpoint what are some of the major challenges you're facing right now, or not only within your organization, but when you look at AI with syncing in with marketing, how do you look at it and what can be the major challenges? Can you somehow point it out?
I think what we face right now is because it's just started, right? So the quantum of personalization that AI could give, that's still not there, and that's a challenge right now, and that's a desire, but that's a challenge, and also how to navigate this delicate balance between personalization without intrusion. That's something which we are constantly working on to figure out how much what's the balance. So that's, I would say, that as a challenge wherever we are using AI with our consumers in the organization.
I understand, it's a fair point. And when it comes to AI and me, it's a very bad relation. Let's not talk about it. Ruchika, I am completely a people person. I would want to get to listen to many stories. What's actually happening in your organization? What kind of conversation? What kind of brainstorming thought processes are going on when you and your team marketing plans? What marketing propositions are on working? Would you like to share some anecdote?
I think, Resham, the biggest anecdote around AI right now in the industry is my job safe? I think as you start talking about proposition and how AI can collect all the data and tell you what to do next, what product to launch, how you can ship it, the first question a brand manager really thinks is, will I have my job tomorrow? And I think that suspicion is quite fair, because tech has replaced a lot of jobs in the past. It has been offset by creating maybe equal number of new jobs too. But I think that's one of the biggest question that comes in everywhere. That is one. Second is, as far as proposition structuring goes, at least in our company, they're very evolved. Some in India, some not in India, because alcohol is a dark market. It comes, various compliances and constraints come in. So I'm talking about our company globally. AI also has a lot of evolved features that will scan with a fine-tooth comb each and every conversation that's happening on social media, each and every blog that goes live on internet, even apps, and every conversation that's going, aggregating, doing a sentiment check, and being very proactive about any escalation that could happen due to a dissatisfaction and a reputation risk that goes out of hand. You can foresee it a little bit before. So I think that's where we are at as far as marketing.
What's happening next in India when we look at 2024 in India, AI in India? I look at AI in India. We will close the discussion with that. But before that, Rahul, you mentioned about transparency and authenticity. We know that we need to be transparent to our customers, and that's when the faith comes in, or that's when the trust comes in. Are there any more strategies? Are there any more plans in action when it comes to you internally in terms of building trust? Are you using something other than content? We talk about content to actually make a connect with customers. But are there any more things that's in play right now within your organization?
I think for us, experience. I think, again, because of the long format relationship that we have in the entire customer life cycle. And interestingly, because one individual, a healthy individual, can buy life insurance 7 times in the lifespan. So because of the long tenure relationship that we tend to have, A, as Max Life Insurance, B, within the larger category, and second, for the number of times we can keep going back to the same customer because it's life stage linked. I think experience is the other part which adds back to content. But just adding back to the question that you asked the other panelists, I think one that we are trying to do at Max Life Insurance is become prompt engineers. So I think all of us are going through across various hierarchies. It's a cool word. People who are not even engineers feel that, okay, we are learning prompt engineering. So when the first time this word came up on the boardroom table, it was really picked up. And so that's one thing that we're doing across the entire hierarchy. The other thing that we are doing within the function, as one of the anecdotes, is trying to convert a lot of outsourced work streams to in-source. So we are putting out huge matrices for that, not only because it saves cost, but I think it just upskills the entire function in that sense for sure. So I think that's what we are doing at MaxLife.
Good to know. Good to know. Ruchika, do you somehow feel this thought just hit me? Do you somehow feel AI is currently a buzzword, and that's kind of leading that skepticism across segments, across people? Would you do you somehow agree? I don't know. I'm not pushing you, but do you somehow agree that if by the time it'll fade away, the buzz will fade away, and then people will even won't be bothered if there is an AI behind, because it's all about operational excellence. What do you think on?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair question because right here last year we were talking about metaverse and it felt like the biggest thing that's going to hit, the marketing world, and that's going to change fortunes and people are going to be very engaged. Nobody will be sitting here. Everybody will be in the metaverse. That's what it really felt like last year. And it turned out to be a damn script, didn't it? So will AI be the same? I think AI is so closely integrated into our life. It's been invisible all this while. It's suddenly become very visible. It'll become invisible again is how I see it. It'll be so strongly integrated. It's going to rule our life. It's a silent devil, absolutely out of control. Nobody's really controlling because it learns itself and then it operates itself. That's how artificial intelligence really works. So nobody's going to control it. Possibly it's going to control our minds, and the smarter people are going to find a way to separate their own decision making by versus the influenced decision making that AI can generate. For example, what ChatGPT can do in future potentially, and there's some products underway, is when you start looking for something that AI can't find, let's say something from our Upanishads and maybe some that is not well documented, it'll give you an answer, and then it's going to give you a source. The source, when you click, is actually a source that ChatGPT created. It takes you to a link which gives you a verification of whatever answer it gave you, why that answer is correct. So it gives you 10 sources from where it has sourced that answer. All of those 10 sources are also created by ChatGPT in a matter of nanoseconds. So it feels to you that what you just read that you could not find anywhere is true because there are 10 sources, but all 10 of them were made in a matter of nanoseconds. And that is true information then, right? When 10 people say it is true. So
interestingly, we agreed on the same point. Thank you so much, Ruchika. Before we actually close it, the screen is red now. A quick question to all three of you, and I would request you to be very, very brief. How do you look at AI in India in 2024? What can be expected in next 6 to 12 months? Also, how much time do you think will this technology take to become a mature one?
I think, the change from skepticism to acceptance is what's happening. That's the wave that we see. And it's going to get even more integrated. The usage will obviously increase. I mean, we are talking about a span of only 1 year here. So what I believe is that the roadmap is very huge right now. But yes, there would be a much larger acceptance of AI amongst the consumers at large.
So larger acceptance.
Yes,
I would want to go.
Yeah, I'll go beyond marketing and say that India is a big country. We have a huge demographic dividend. There are various sectors that are quite sunrise. For example, education. Education is very, very personal. I don't think we realized it all these years. Different people, want to be educated differently. And the power of personalization could create more education absorption, not just clearing exam, but more education absorption, reduce the skill gap that currently exists because of which we don't fully, leverage our demographic dividends. So maybe that and all the other pieces on marketing that we discussed.
Rahul?
I think there'll be more solutions around what we're seeing in this entire space of fake videos, etc. Because I think suddenly you've got the big wigs under the umbrella for it. So there'll be more solutions around it, and hence some rules and regulations like Ruchika mentioned earlier. And I think 2024 is also an election year. We're going to see a huge amount of AI engines, visible, invisible, coming to us as citizens, coming to us as consumers, for sure. And I think it will settle down. I think it will settle down to a point that it will become a part of way of life. Visible or invisible is going to be a question of how marketers and businesses want to talk about it.
I agree. Thank you so much. On this note, we would like to close this session. You may please connect with them offline. Thank you so much for taking out time for this. Thank you, Back to you, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody once for them, please. A picture, please. Thank you, Rishabh, for always asking the last question when it says time was up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Usually I don't get this brief for the upcoming sessions, but I've been told that the next session is going to be quite interesting. That's what I've been told. Yeah. Now, you've had a leader speaker on the overall contours of Gen AI in this session. It's about time we take a closer look at the consumer side of how marketers are navigating the mindset of the always online consumers, aka the super users. Just to ask, how many of you now shop online more than offline? Will shop more online than offline? Approximately 50%. Okay, how frequent do you do it? Every day. Also, okay, I don't mean clothes. अच्छा from bread, from ration to clothes, you're all online. कोई और भी ऐसा है जो राशन से लेके कपड़े तक सब ऑनलाइन, इंक्लूडिंग यू मैम? ओके, nobody else? आप लोग कपड़ों तक ही सीमित है, apart from you as well, ma'am. Only clothes. Now, how many only shop during the same time online? No, nobody can be like me. Okay. So, now to navigate the mindset of the always online consumer, aka the super users, please join me on stage. Head, Marketing and PR, Karansh Verma, AVP Marketing and Modern Trade E-Commerce, KRBL, Rajiv Jain, Senior Vice President, Corporate Marketing, Parampal Satyapal, DS Group. And to make this session highly engaging and interesting, as told to me, and the pressure was upon the panelists, please join me in welcoming the moderator, Soumya Saigal, Senior Editorial Lead, BW Marketing. Please for them. Get me louder, come on. Thank you.
A very warm welcome to you, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be sitting next to you today. Okay, so ever since the launch of ChatGPT, a stronger spotlight is being witnessed on the overall potential of generative AI. So its impressive journey so far, as well as the continuous developments that we see, they only signal its stronger footing in the AI-driven future that we anticipate, right? This also kind of puts a lot of pressure on marketers to keep up and also tailor strategies to cater to all generations, so to say. Today, we will primarily focus on the Gen Z, how they are not just living in the age of AI, but also actively shaping it, right? So my question is for the three of you, my first question, how do you look at the consumers of India today, especially when there is this interplay of millennials, the alphas and the Gen Zs happening at the same time? What are some of the typical traits that they exhibit? What have been your observations over the years? So
yeah, so this topic these days is a burning topic, and I think I come across this discussion almost in every forum, because India has perhaps the largest population of Gen Z, and this is a population which have been born with mobile in hand, in fact, I will say. Correct. Because most of the time they spend time on, whether it's laptop, whether it's OTT, whether it's mobile, like every time they are interacting with the digital world, and as such they don't see any difference between the digital and physical world. Digital for them is the extension of themselves only. I think none of them, they can live without mobile phone even for half an hour, even for 15 minutes, in fact. Whether it's they are shopping, whether it's they are entertaining, whether they are socializing, anything they do only on in the digital medium. Some of the practices, some of the habits which we have been observing. Number one, this consumer is highly tech savvy. They believe in two-way communication. Like they are slightly different than the traditional advertising on television, that one single TVC and media plan and all that. They want a two-way channel communication, very, very experiential, immersive, and engaging, in fact. They are highly pragmatic, very practical in approach. They don't go only by the big-time influencers or celebrities. They may be influenced with their friends, their peer group, their siblings. Authenticity is very, very important for them. They don't go just by the big claims of the brands. They see that genuineness, authenticity, transparency is very important. Technology is, as I said, is a part of their lives at each and every moment, in each and every encounter. They like the brand, those who are thinking of society and environment also. They are quite conscious about that climate change. They are quite believe in sustainability. Reduce, reuse, recycle are some of the mantras which they follow. I will also say that they have a very big influence in the shopping behavior of their parents also. One of the studies shows that around 74% of the generation Y, they take the opinion of Alpha generation also. Similarly, that generation X take the opinion of generation Z also. So they are very big influencer. They themselves are rather heavily onto social media. Some of them even as a influencer also. Some of them, they have the YouTube channels also. So this is completely a new generation. Like it's difficult to track them, but considering the vast population and considering that they will be in the workforce very soon, many of them are already there. There's something very, very important segment for every marketer, in fact. So that's my take.
Some wonderful insights there. Mr. Sinha, what is your opinion?
First and foremost, Rajiv ji, I think, has covered almost the entire aspect of, and we would probably run the risk of repeating the points he said. Probably then I'll use the opportunity to probably expand on your question and talk about need for marketeers. It's a symbiotic relationship right now, because when you talk about shifting mindsets, not only of the customer, but you have to also look at, for a brand like ours, it's also the need of the hour where the digital or the online customer creates us the opportunity for us to bridge the gap of physically present. So we as a luxury label are not going to be there at every nook corner of the country. So our online consumer gives us an opportunity to not only find that customer, but interact with that customer, engage that customer, and convert that customer. So therefore, it becomes extremely important for a brand like us, who are physically not present in almost all the areas of this country, all the markets. Like even in the biggest of the network like Delhi NCR, we have 3 showrooms. So therefore, the online customer becomes extremely important. And this generation, as Rajivji very rightly talked about, being virtually online, we are now looking at engaging this customer to take a message forward. So be it a VR solution, AR solution, we will obviously later talk about AI's role, etc. So these things then become very effective to bridge the gap. That how we bridge the gap. And this is the customer who doesn't keep the opinion themselves. They take the message forward. They spread the message. So therefore, it's very, very rewarding for a brand like us to engage with this customer, because they are not only a self-consumer, they are also propagator of things and ideas which they believe in.
Absolutely. Mr. Sharma.
Yeah. So I think though a lot of things have gotten covered, I think a few other things I would like to add on. I think like India, that is a little bit impatient today, impatient for success. And it's a good thing. I think Gen Z is also quite impatient, right? When I say impatient, I'm not saying it in a negative sense, but in quite a fairly positive sense. So if you look at the kind of content viewing that they would do, right? I think I was just going through some stats, and about 70% of Gen Z today is largely consuming short format video content, right? So they have a moment, and you as a brand also, we've got limited time to pass on whatever message we want to them. So I think those are things that we are trying to kind of incorporate into all that we create around that. So yes, they are impatient. They're inquisitive also, right? Fairly inquisitive. So hence they're online. Hence they're always searching for information, asking questions. And I think that is one very important piece. The third thing, I would again want to reinforce that Rajiv ji also mentioned, that unlike a trend that we saw where influencers became important, a lot of show and tell was important for the society. I think the Gen Z, that what we are hearing and seeing from them is the fact that they are looking more inwards now, looking closer within the family, the circle. A friend telling them that this is a good experience or a product is adding much more value than an influencer face, right? And hence the importance of that. And also the fact that Rajiv ji mentioned, which is about giving back to society, how relevant and socially meaningful is the brand. So, in some of the conversations and listening that we did, though we are not in a very high involvement category like basmati rice, but we hear a lot of the younger consumers talk about how ethically sourced are you. So these are conversations that we are picking up, and it is important for us as marketers to take cognizance of that and respect the view of the Gen Z, and then try and weave our communication strategies and our how we talk to them in that manner. So I think these are a few things I want to add here.
Sure. I think we all concur on the fact that they are driving the overall AI revolution, are big influencers in themselves, and also driving social conversations. So I think we all will agree on that. As marketeers, what would be your advice to the other marketeers who are trying to navigate, this TG, which is a mix of Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, and alphas all at the same time? How can they mindfully and carefully strategize to be able to serve all the categories better?
Can I just take that
Yes,
up?
yes,
I think, see, we've, as marketeers, we've all lived our life cycle in the sense that we've seen days of spray and pray on television advertising to today, probably hyper personalization, right? That's where we are. And, let me give you another example. We were doing a brand messaging around something, and we saw that when we did generic communication, the kind of engagement rates that we saw versus when we were talking to people who were, say, searching for a recipe and giving them content which was, customized to that. That kind of keyword that they were searching, the engagement levels move up. So I think we are moving into that space, and I think AI is going to play a very important role and an enabler for marketeers like us. And I think marketeers are going to find this a very interesting time, because I don't think that traditional marketing or the way that we do mass advertising will die out. But at the same point of time, I think this, very, very hyper personalized, focused, cohort based kind of communication and strategies and targeting will become increasingly important. And I think as marketers, we will need to navigate that.
Sure. I think Mr. Jain has some additions to this.
No, I think most of the points already like Ronald has covered. Even I strongly feel that because there is too much of content these days available in the media, that personalization and customization has become very, very important. And AI tools are enabling a lot to the marketers to understand the patterns, the consumers' interest, the trends, the purchase behavior, the lifestyle, and the different segment, the different kind of content. So it becomes much simpler that to marry the two things, that the taste and preferences of a consumer and the kind of content which the marketers are churning out on day in, day out basis. And moreover, the digital gives you the flexibility of the targeting and the segmenting in the more sharper way, in fact, which perhaps the traditional media, that flexibility is not there. Because the one TV medium, that if I run one TVC, it will go across to all the TVs, the same communication. But in digital medium, that I can customize my content also, that as per my target consumer, whether in terms of demography, whether in terms of his interest and behavior.
Sure. Mr. Sinha.
And I would add to this is the engagement is the key now across the mindsets of customers, across the categories of the customer. We are in day of scrollability, and what catches their attention and what retains their attention and what creates that interaction where they're interacting back with the brand.
Sure.
That is going to be the biggest nuance, because message can be delivered and you can reach the customer, but how to create that engagement with the customer is where the differentiation will be for brands going forward. Because you can have the biggest of the media budget, you can have the biggest advertisement campaign, but if the customer is not talking back to the brand, then that engagement is missing completely from the brand. And therefore, linking it to the AI, this is where the AI is starting to, I can talk about the industry in which I operate. This is where the AI is becoming extremely important, where you take a core message, brand authentic message, and through machine learning, you are able to customize that message depending on customer cohorts, depending on, sometimes it's regional, sometimes it's language, as basic as language, sometimes it's about what kind of imagery mindset. So generative AI is helping us in able to personalize, because otherwise you're looking for 50 different copywriters doing 500 different artworks, which is beyond a point not sustainable, especially for niche brands. It's quite possible in FMCG category, but not in more categories like that. So that is where I think so the needle is moving now going
In fact,
forward.
Soma, if I may just add here to what we were just discussing, I think, even when you see those traditional ways of advertising where you take a consumer to a landing page after, exposing them to a creative or something, I mean, even that needs so much of AI inputs. Imagine everybody, you, me, landing up on the same page, but maybe, our interests and what we need to be shown is quite different.
Absolutely.
So AI will really transform those pieces, I feel, going forward.
It's happening already. I can, without sounding it like a plugging it, we do it for our website. So depending on which background the customer, which cookie marketing, we are able to give you a customized web page, which might look very different for me, very different for you, very different for Rajiv ji. What product shows up first would be very different. It's just early days. We are also experimenting. We are also seeing, but we have seen with the different change in visuals. Most of us are aware of DC, or dynamic creative optimization. That is also a AI enabled tool. The different kind of creatives. If you're sitting in a car browsing through your my website or a third party, and I'm serving you an ad which is talking about being stuck in the car, chances of you responding to that creative at that point of time and engaging are much higher. You are at a hotel environment. I give you a creative which is about tranquility, spa, luxury, connecting it to my brand. You're at the airport. I'm talking about connectivity. So we are experimenting and we are seeing some of those things giving us better results. Yes, jury is still out because there is not enough data to analyze it and say that this is going to be the real thing. But yes, this is where the trend is clearly moving forward.
So, just to add to that, I think it's a dreamland for marketeers. I mean, it's a dreamland. I mean, where you are able to really customize everything for an individual, right?
Sure.
It opens up a lot of possibilities, I feel, in terms of what we can do.
I will like to add one interesting example which I was narrating to Kunal just before the session. Like in our Catch brand, we did a very recently a very nice AI activity. We had developed the content also using AI. Apart from that, we had integrated the Insta with the weather API. So we did this activity for Pakoda Masala. So whenever there used to be rain in some particular area,
Very
the
nice.
post with Pakoda Masala used to be served automatically, in fact.
Lovely.
So this kind of customization and the contextual advertising, that the possibility which we can see in AI, that was not possible before AI.
It's not raining now, but we all can do with some pakoras.
We're all smelling pakoras already. Okay. So, sir, as we all agree that AI is transforming the role of marketeers, there have been global reports that state that as well. There are also overriding concerns over the usage, right? How can marketeers ensure that technology is rolled out responsibly, safely, and that trust and privacy are not compromised?
The very first thing one has to understand is AI is a tool. It's something you cannot just thrust it upon every situation. Ultimately, you have to use it as a tool of technology. The biggest differentiator is going to be how you as a brand are first going to use it within your brand CI. Because if I'm feeding in a luxury car industry, using AI to create particular kind of, the same codes are available to my competitor. They can also do the same thing.
Sure.
That's first. Second, my most important, like you touched upon, rules and regulations, the law of the land, be it GDPR, be it any other kind of. How are you cognizant of that? Where are your data servers? What are you doing with the data which you're collecting? How are you data mining? How are you using it? The same rules are already applicable if you are managing already a wide web world. So the similar rules are AI world doesn't have added. What you also need to be very, very careful about is the copyright. Because sometimes AI generates, especially in Gen AI, where is the source of content coming from? Where is that imagery coming from? Who has the rights? What the originator? As brand custodians, it's become extremely important to go back and check on those things and validate that. Who does, because it's not just a agency delivering you the artwork. This is a machine learning which is generating that to you. At the same time, you can use it very smartly, whether you are looking for SEO coding, etc. Those are universal available, and that is where you can be a little more flexible. But on rest everything, you have to really go through micro observation of where that data source is coming from, where it is coming, because at the end of the day, as a brand custodian, it's your prime responsibility, and you cannot mess with customer data. That's completely sacrilege. Once the customer loses trust in you, it's not going to come back easily. So that's very, very important to be careful about these things and to use it very responsibly.
Mr. Jain, would you have any additions to
Yeah,
this?
like Gaurav captured all the things very well. I was reading one interesting case, like the pitfalls of this AI. It's a machine learning, and there are lots of drawbacks also in the machine learning process. One very big digital platform, they were developing one face recognition algorithm. And during that exercise, that one of the user, his friend who was a black friend, that AI narrated him as a gorilla. So this kind of sometimes that mistakes can happen in the machine learning process. Also, like there was another instance then in the Twitter that AI-enabled thoughts were sometimes abusive also against some pro-toty posts and all that. So we have to take care of all these things, that there are the limitations of AI assisted in the learning mode, in fact. Apart from definitely that all the marketers, they have to be very particular about the ethical practices, transparency. There has to be tight agreements with the vendors that that there cannot be misuse of any information, because data privacy is very, very important. In fact, in our company, like we have set up a complete team only to safeguard that there should not be any misuse of any digital technology, whether it's AI or whether anything else.
Sure. I have a different question for you. So since we all understand that we have the super users actively over the internet, always online, always scrolling, does this translate into a bigger pie of your marketing budget going online? So how much are you really betting on the online platforms just because the Gen Z has been an active participant over there?
Sure. So Soumya, I think to answer that question, it requires it's a horses for courses from a brand's point of view, right? From an automotive industry, and that to the high end, to a very, very staples kind of a category, the answers would be different. But I think now that as marketeers, we are targeting very, very specific segments. So there are most FMCG brands at least are moving towards a 25 to 30% of allocation to digital because of specific objectives in terms of what they're. So for example, if I were to look at a rice portfolio, a brown rice consumer is very, very, has a very high affinity toward digital, and then I'm able to target it at a very, very micro level with differentiated benefits, different cohorts, etc. So I think it won't have a uniform answer, but I just believe that the role is going to keep increasing, right? And that's how this is going to move forward, at least. But it will be different for different industries, I feel, but if you look at most industries, I think the spends on and allocation of budgets on digital will keep going up.
Yeah, but he absolutely rightly touched upon this. I can talk about our category. Our digital spends are always upwards of 50 to 60% of media budget is on digital, and that's continuously growing. Not only because of just the Gen Z mindset, but like I just said in my opening remarks, also it also allows us to bridge the gap of network.
Sure.
I can sitting here reach a customer, where my showroom is not there, and that customer is also online. I can track his behavior, I can see his mindset, and I can be able to deliver my brand experience to him digitally. So I would feel in another 5 years it will close to 80% in our category. So it's going to continue to be increasing because the efficacy of this medium is such, the results from this medium is such that this is where everybody is going. But by digital, what you have to be also mindful is, by digital we just don't mean the traditional websites or the apps or the social media. By digital we also mean platforms like digital out of home.
Sure.
Where, so many times I'm just clarifying that, because at such forum, if I say something, then People ask me, what about this? What about that? So I just want to clarify, there are many, many digital technologies coming in traditional ATL networks as well, and they are getting digitized. So digital is no longer about website apps itself. Digital definition itself of media is changing completely. And that is the direction in which brands like ours are moving.
Sure. I have a different question.
Okay, but I have something to add in this.
Please go on.
Since we are dealing in different brands, catering to different TGs, what we have seen that when the brands are very massy and when the distribution is more uniform across India, then even the traditional media play a very important role. Although it goes without saying that budgets are shifting to digital nowadays because more and more population and more time is spent on digital is increasing. But still that traditional media also holds certain relevance. Number one is impact, definitely. That big screen has very good impact. The city's population is very limited so far. But apart from that, even the cost per thousand reach, if I see that if the brand is very well distributed pan India and the TG is not niche, it's not segmented, it's mass, then TV also is very important apart from digital.
Sure. Sir, I would want to know your 2 cents on the future of AI. Where do you see AI in the next 5 years? Do you see it as an invisible teammate?
Definitely, it will be invisible teammate, but definitely it will not replace human being.
Sure.
I see the use of AI multifold, and in the coming years, how I see that it will be more and more experiential and more immersive. It will play a very important role in mapping your target consumers' universe, understanding their usage behavior, their purchase, their lifestyle, their preferences, and developing certain patterns and certain trends. Number two, it will play a very important role even in content generation, which is already doing. Number three, we are already doing the programmatic buying, in which that AI is very important. Number four, it's very much important in contextual advertising also. The example which I just gave regarding that rains and all. It's playing very important role in even selection of right kind of influencers, because every influencer has a huge followers. How many followers are really relevant? How many of them are engaging with your post in the meaningful manner?
Yeah.
There also AI is very important. And the more and more that 5G and after that 5G, 6G, that speed will increase, that gamification is also already playing very important role, and it will further enhance that our lifestyle, our way of conducting the business, the way of conducting the work, that our home, everything I think will be impacted drastically with the advent of more and more newer technologies.
Sure. Mr. Sinha, your closing comments.
See, very rightly, Rajiv ji said, technology of whichever kind, be it AI or anyone, is not currently going to replace the human element. Human element is going to not only validate this technology, but it's going to add to this technology, shape the technology, mold the technology. So we don't see in an immediate scenario reaching a situation where you can say the marketing plans are made by AI, marketing media plans are made by AI, creatives are made by AI, copywriting is done by AI, and therefore marketing teams are shrinking and you're going more technology. You're using this technology to enable the output, but you're not using this technology to replace human element.
Let me take a dimension which is just beyond marketing. I agree that creative, and all of that is definitely going to be important. But other aspects of business, I feel like sales, forecasting, supply chain. All of that will also have a significant impact in terms of what AI will do to businesses, right? And I think that's a perspective I just wanted to bring in, because they will be critical to the overall brand objectives and deliveries. So I think that's one dimension I feel is also going to, kind of revolutionize. But I just feel that I think we're just talking a little bit too much, and there's a lot of noise around, will AI replace, something? I think copywriters across the world don't need to get worried about that. I think human element is always going to, and with every new technology, we've always seen that people evolve to, bring more output to the table. And I think AI is only going to help and enhance and drive efficiencies. But I feel people will still be at the fore of deciding what is to be done.
Absolutely. So we've had a lot of heavy discussion just right now. Mr. Sinha is already worried. Just to uplift the energy in the room, I have a little game planned for the 3 gentlemen. I'm going to ask, since this session has been primarily around Gen Z, I have prepared a few abbreviations and slangs, Gen Z slangs, that I hope they would know.
Can I opt out?
No. But fret not.
Can the question be passed? So if somebody is not able to answer, we can.
Fret not. I did not know them either. So, okay. Okay, my first abbreviation or slang. No, no, it's okay. We'll put it to the audience then. What does W mean? A capital W. Would anybody know? W. Whatever. No.
But I think you should at least make them take a guess now.
I'm going to take your job. See?
Give us a clue. Some clue.
Sir, यही है बनाने वाली मोहतरमा.
It can be W brand also.
No. So it actually means win in their language.
It means
Win. So is loser and W is win. Okay. This was just the starter. Okay.
This
The
was
next.
starter.
Yeah. Now is the real test.
Starter.
Sorry. That is something we all know, na. See, W, nobody knew in the room. See.
You just modernized V for victory. I just feel I agree with him. But take the next one, please.
W and L.
Okay, chalega.
At least I am from generation X. And I don't know about this, Gaurav.
None of us can answer because this is the video gaming generation and this language is video gaming.
I think objective is to get fun, so we need to give wrong answers, more interesting wrong answers.
Yeah,
we
will
the
go
next
with
one.
that.
Next one is dank. D-A-N-K. It's a word.
Dank.
I knew Dink, I knew.
Even I know Dink.
Dink, I know.
Anybody?
Double income Nokia.
See, I've made some very tough questions. You have to.
But at least let them take a guess now.
Yeah, take a wild guess.
Do anything not known what? I don't know.
Do anything not gets. Do anything not gets.
No, it doesn't have a full form. It's a word in itself.
Word.
No.
Says great.
Greed.
Great.
Great. Are you Googling it? Then you're very close to it. It means something of excellent quality.
Thanks. You're talking about us, it's okay.
Okay. The next one is salty.
Salty. S-A-L-T.
Something which is exciting, something which is little on the edge.
Anybody in the audience? Hello, sir.
Salty.
Bhujia.
Yes, she's asking slangs ke matlab salty is the next one. Any idea what would that mean? No, this is actually quite tough, but
We are from a generation when we say salty, it means namak zyada
इधर बात करते हैं. No, but anyway, salty means to be jealous.
Oh.
Jealous.
Yeah.
I thought that was chili, no?
Yes, sir. Okay, the next one is drip. Come on, guys.
Why are you looking at us?
He's lost hope from us.
Okay, any wild guesses?
Something on which you're tripping, you're enjoying, you're doing it.
Absolutely not right. I was telling you this is the real test.
Something
Anybody?
tired.
No.
I just hope my colleagues back office are not listening to this.
No, it is being live streamed. Don't worry. So drip means your style, and particularly which is very fashionable. So, okay.
Learn something new.
Okay. What is the full form of IRL? Oh my God. Yeah.
In real life.
In real
In
life.
real life.
In real life.
Okay. YNK. है ना? Gen Z slangs.
It's much needed.
You should release some dictionary on that.
Okay, the last one. SSDD. Come on, guys.
It sounds like DDLJ. I'll tell you DDLJ.
Anybody? Then I'll open it.
See, मैंने करी only to reach that someone's asking me SSD and I'm wondering.
I was completely with him. I was just thinking of movie names.
After this, I will open the stage to the audience. So SSDD. No? Oh, it means same stuff, different day.
Same stuff, different day.
I guess applicable to you.
Don't be sad, guys. It's okay. Okay, now I would want the audiences to raise their hands in case they have any questions for the gentleman. Yes, sir.
Thought about AI not allowed. And can you also be aware, alert to AI not there? Because we have these questions raised about AI being too dangerous to be just allowed for something. And they have made a cutoff date of 21st September. There onwards, they haven't loaded data. So whatever data was there until 21st September. So after that, maybe you might come. So before we prepare for AI not being available.
Thank you for the question. See, as every industry, every sector, there is a law of the land, and if it's not allowed, it's not allowed. And obviously, I can speak for behind every brand, it would not be used and not allowed. It's not that we are dependent on AI yet, and like I said, it's something which has just come into right now. So it's not that if AI is not allowed, suddenly the marketing universe or the branding universe is going to collapse. It's not dependent, because till very recently we were all doing the work without AI. So truth be told, if it happens and if there is a kind of a restriction on using AI, I don't think so the tide's going to turn too much. But what I would definitely imagine is the level of development will slow down, because technology is an enabler. And obviously the pitfalls are there. If misused, it is definitely there's a pitfall. But by and large, we have seen technology as an enabler in whichever stream we operate.
And I think the brand side of it also remains that, like Gaurav also mentioned earlier, is that it's extremely important for us also to be very careful about, because it's new, right? And we are exploring it. So while the law of the land is finally going to prevail, but I think we as brands are also conscious of the pitfalls and would definitely take.
Mr. Jain, would you want to contribute to this?
No, I think Gaurav
Okay.
and Donald
And one last question from the audience. Anybody?
Can you? So just not precisely towards AI, but just because all three of you come from very different business verticals, and you are there at the, let's say, the top of that chain now. If your brand was supposed to, let's say, pick up an ambassador, you could pick up any fictional character to promote your brand, let's say. Would it be and why? Any fictional.
Audi already has a superhero working for Audi and promoting Audi. His name is Virat Kohli.
So for us, though we have a celebrity, but the way we look at it, would be Mr. Bachchan. Mr. Bachchan would be the.
See, we have again with different kind of brands, and like selection of celebrity depends on the various factors. In fact,
But fictional, let's say, sir. Fictional.
Character.
He wants some online AI bot name.
It's not like, मतलब अड़ा समझने ये सब ये सब शक्तिमान also वो भी चलेगा.
It can be Ranveer Singh also.
Okay, eventually celebrities we come down to.
You could have asked if it's a mix of two, you know.
Choose one.
I don't mind, sir. I have a minute. That's sir. Now that you have a question, उसका जवाब भी आप दे दो, sir, please.
No. So I think so we already have one. So I was thinking whether they can be blended. So Mr. Bachchan and Pankaj Tripathi maybe.
So he still wants to know a superhero or that.
Mr. Sinha's interest. I was happy there, but I'm still going.
Okay, guys, for the interest of time, we'll have to close the session here.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. While you're watching, maybe just to inform you that Mr. Rohit Manocha is outside. Please take your seats so that we can begin with the next keynote address. The CEO of Dabur India. So I think outside. I need time to cover the station and we shall start. If any of the colleagues are outside, because you please bring them inside and we can now start.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
For all our friends at the back, may we please request you to take your seats as Mr. Mohit Manocha is right here. And also for our friends in the front, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Karthik, if anybody is outside, can you request them to come inside? No, we don't want people to miss out on this one. And then this keynote address will also switch into a fireside or an on-stage conversation with Dr. Batra. Just waiting for Sir to come. And then we shall. Till then, I think, did someone have any questions on marketing? I mean, of course, I won't answer them. But as previous session speakers are here, if you wish to ask, you can just sort of initiate a discussion if needed so. Because we have that minute or two with us in our hands. Yes, and also friends at the back, can you please occupy the seats in the front? Aye. And after that keynote and the on-stage conversation, we'll also move or proceed with the unveiling of the BW Businessworld's Marketing Whitebook 2023 and 24. And then we'll also wait us after that. Okay. This is sort of a, just to break the silence, a usual question that I always ask people that when you go back after the awards, which one of you or who of you stays the furthest? मतलब कोई नोएडा रहता है आप में से? I've never seen people so happy staying in Noida. Greater Noida? Greater Noida, anybody? You, ma'am, Greater Noida? Noida. Sir, I'm Greater Noida. He's especially going to answer that. Thank you, Deep. Any Gurgaon people? Anybody who stays further than 50 kilometers from this venue? वो तो सब पास में ही है, right? I think that's so calculating till now, I believe. Yes, sir. Up. Where do you stay? You said Mane, sir. Are you winning an award today? Are you nominated? I'm just asking. Otherwise, sir, I love those shiddat. Matlab. Hi, but you want to clap him? That's okay. You can, please. He was also quite astonished and happy for the fact. But you know, but thank you so much for making it from that very far. Thank you. And I had mentioned that first we'll have a keynote session, which will then convert it to an on-stage conversation, followed by a meeting of the marketing Whitebook for 2023 and 24. So first, for the keynote session, please join me in welcoming on stage the Chief Executive Officer of Dabur India, Mr. Mohit Malhotra. इतनी देर से आप सब बैठे हैं लाउड आई फील जस्ट वेलकमिंग समवन आई एम जस्ट सेइंग सो मुझे लगता है सर बाकी थैंक यू प्लीज सर podiums working hello
So that's like straight to go. Huh? I just stepped out of the car and right onto the podium. So this is like, Rag, you got the chicken to the slaughterhouse, like seems like that. So thank you guys. I think it's fantastic. So not much of preparation before I came in for this keynote address. I think Anurag's persuasion and persistence is what has brought me here. So I'm just right out of aircrafts and traveling, came in from Bombay yesterday, attending some CLSA conference today and right here. So I think it's a great topic that I see that on the keynote. So I think I need to be silent. My colleague Bias should be around. Bias, are you there? Yeah, there you are. I think I have to be silent, no? So sorry for, the old habits.
Ladies and gentlemen, since you've been listening to marketing experts and gurus talk about AI, generative AI, and consumer expectations all through the day today, I thought it would be a good idea to let an AI avatar open the keynote address this evening. I am the digital AI avatar of Dabur India Limited, CEO Mr. Mohit Malhotra. You can call me MM 2.0. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this session on the role of brands in growing businesses. Without taking much of your time, I would now hand over the mic to the real Mohit Malhotra. Over to you, Mohit.
So thank you, Mohit 2.0. So I think I'm the real Mohit. Thank God it's not a deep fake of me. And I hope my technology team doesn't let the deep fakes happen. So these days you hear more news about negatives of AI than positives of AI. So one actually shudders to see such videos. But nevertheless, I think it's great. I think the Dabur team has done fantastic in terms of this is one of the new adventures with AI that we guys are doing. And I'm so glad to tell you that we guys are really embracing AI and generative AI in the ways possible and trying to attempt to adventure into this area. So I think I'll start talking about, I'll try to differ from the topic which has been given to me. So broadly, I'll talk about the changing landscape, which includes the changing technology and embracing AI also, the new generation of consumers which is coming into the, the fold of the Indian landscape, evolving expectations, and that is shaping up businesses and brands. And with the changing landscape, how the brands will evolve over a period of time, and how the consumers will also evolve over the period of time, and how the technology will shape up going forward. So talking about brands, and Dabur identified this like, a century back. I think we are a 138 years old company. So we identified the power of brands, I think almost a century back. So I want to ask you guys a question. What is a Shudha Vardhak tablet? My pronunciation is not so correct. So there are many Sanskrit names which are there in the Dabur's repository. But people who are ex-Dabur refrain from answering this if at all they know. I don't know whether Kunal also knows about this or not. But nevertheless. So anybody, any guesses here? Anybody knows what's Shudha Vardhak tablet? Yeah. Oh, it's an appetizer. Fantastic. I think great. I'm so glad that somebody's embracing Ayurveda despite being a millennial born after the 80s. No? So that's a very good thing to at least see that somebody knows how you're embracing the science of Ayurveda also. That's lovely. Absolutely. It is a remedy for digestive ailments, and which anybody who knows Ayurveda knows about it. And in Ayurveda reigns back to something like around 5,000 years back. Dabur is 130, 40 years old company. Ayurveda is 5,000 years back. It's written in the scripture called Charak Samhita, which is the Bible of Ayurveda, which mentions that ailment of ulcer problems or an appetizer is what fuels the hunger. Before meal, you need to have it. People have it after meal also, but before meal, you need to have it. It secretes digestive juices. It's a great thing. Dabur branded this particular commodity way back in 1900. And that's how the brand came in, which is called Hajmola. We branded it with the name Hajmola, and that's the brand name. We thought it is a medicine. We got it out of the shelves and we positioned it as a tasty digestive. And this is one of the many brands that Dabur has in the kitty. We sell roughly around 50 million tablets every day in India, in the country. And also international is relatively smaller. But India, 50 million tablets sell every day of Hajmola. Penetration of Hajmola in the country is almost like 60%. 60% penetration of the houses have used Hajmola tablets. Chatkara lagao, you see the Ajay Devgan ad day in, day out, and that's what this brand is. Similarly, a Chyawanprash, an immunity problem cure became a brand called Dabur Chyawanprash. A honey became a Dabur honey. A coconut value added became a Vatika. A coconut oil became a Parachute. That is how the old era of marketing was. Branding commodities and brands became very big, and most of the big organizations are now powerhouses of all these brands, or what we call power brands actually going forward. Now the next age, or I should say the next 500 years maybe, marketing has evolved till the time generation. It is no more going to be this. It is going to be the same of what we've been doing in the past. But in my view, things are going to transform at a pace that we don't realize how fast the transformation will be happening. And this transformation will be driven by a couple of factors. Now, I'll talk about these factors. We've seen these factors play out in a lot of other economies like China, like America, like US, etc. India is coming and it's leapfrogging. And it's leapfrogging, and we've seen, I'll talk about the leapfrogging, the way India is done. So people say that there is a playbook of China, which is established in front of India, and we follow the playbook of China. I think it's an absolute myth. India is going to leapfrog, that China will also get marveled at the way we are leapfrogging. If the continuity of the government remains, if the continuity of the policies remain, if we remain a politically stable country, I think that's the key underlying factor which is going to be there. So India is transforming at a so I'll talk about facts, you all know about it, but I think it's worthwhile to actually go through these facts. Sixth largest economy with a real GDP of 3.74, expected to be going up to around 6 trillion by 2030. That is what the fact is all about. In PPP terms, we are the third largest economy already after US and China, and PPP is what matters. Real GDP, it's all about PPP at the end of the day, purchasing power parity. We are the fastest growing economy in the world today after Qatar and Saudi Arabia. They're very, very small, but I think we are the fastest growing, the largest population of the world. And I think the best part about India is that 60% of the India's GDP is captive consumption. I think that's the best part. We are an indigenous economy. We don't export. China exports a lot to the US, etc. 40% of China is indigenous. India is 60%, which is indigenous. It is all captive here. So everything is here, which is a brilliant thing. Because India is domestically governed, consumed, managed country, that provides a safety net to India. Safety net from outside world to India. Outside world, when I mean is, if there is geopolitical tremors which are felt outside India, they are not felt in the country because we are ring-fenced with this kind of a captive consumption which is there. It's not felt. You will look at the currency rates of rupee. Rupee hasn't depreciated 100%. Egypt has depreciated 100%. Turkey is depreciated 100%. All economies, you see, one after the other, whether it is a peso, whether it is Brazil, whether it is yuan, I think market after market currency depreciations have happened, and we are reeling with it. Dabur is present in 100 countries outside India, and we know it all. So we are reeling under that pressure of geopolitics. So amazing. And this is ring-fencing the India ecosystem, not just outside tremors, inside tremors also. When a new government came in, there was demonetization. We came out of demonetization so fast. GST got implemented. We came out of that also brilliantly because of the domestic play that we have in India. And that is only going to grow. Going forward, we are trying to build exports of arms and ammunition, build exports of aircrafts, build exports of chips, and you name it. And we are trying to build a sort of indigenous manufacturing hub here, trying to diversify from service sector to a manufacturing sector today. Very favorable demographics in terms of population, 1.4 billion strong population, which is the largest in the world. And that's the demographic dividend that India is getting in terms of the growth that we see. The median age for Indian today is how much? Any guesses? Maybe you've covered it during the course of the day, maybe some of what I'm talking, I guess so. Yeah. We are 27 years old country, which is very young, which is, I think, almost the youngest in the world. There'll be some smaller economies which will be younger than us, but I think we are quite young. And 27 is the median age of this country, so which is very young. And they say that India is going to provide 50% of the world's productive workforce. To the world, India is going to provide that. Besides India itself, to the world, it's going to provide that kind of a workforce. 50% people will be the productive workforce in the world going forward by 2030. That's what they're saying. That big the powerhouse is where you are in the country. So people who were born during my age bracket from 70s to the 80s, which we call the baby boomers today, are earning the maximum. They are the top bracket. They're earning the maximum. But another 10 years' time, they will retire. Who will come in are the consumers who are born at the age of around in the 80s, 90s, or the 2000s, which are the millennials. They are the true liberalized consumers of the world. And they will shape up the habits, they will shape up the aspirations of the new world that we people will see. These are the millennials. And Gen Zers, after 2000, 2010, they are going to become full bloom nest consumers going forward. They will again shape up the consumerism going forward in the future. So very favorable demographics, younger, younger, and younger. So that is the mantra going forward today. So savings. Now, savings are coming from people who are earning, and people like us who've almost spent their lifetime now earning want to save. Why we want to save? India is a savings economy. You know, you see that 22% of the income is actually saved. And why saving? Any answers? I think we should make it a little bit interactive rather than wait for the fireside and all to happen. So it will make me also a little fired up. Otherwise, I'll get bored from the session. Yeah, please. Financial insecurity. And financial insecurity stems from what? It stems from condition like that. Why? Because we have grown up on scarcity syndrome, I call it. Scarcity syndrome. If I go to buy vegetables also, na, a vegetable hawker is selling amla. He sells amla at 40 रुपए per kilo. मुझे पता है डाबर में आमला कितने का खरीदते हैं 10 रुपए किलो. मैं उसको बोलता हूँ क्यों 40 रुपए नहीं, you please give me at 20 rupees. आपकी cost price तो 10 रुपए की है. Frugal mindset. Scarcity syndrome. Therefore insecurity. Therefore saving economy. Does America save as much? Does UK save as much? No Europe saves as much as India saves. Again, what does the saving do? Provides a safety net to problems like COVID, problems like GST, DeMon, etc. It's a big consumption story for India because we save so much. But we have been saving because we grew up on saving, which were the baby boomers. Will the millennials save? Maybe they will save because they've seen their parents negotiating so hard and saving every penny despite no matter what the disposable income will be. Will Gen Z save? Gen Z, will they save? How many are Gen Z? Nobody is Gen Z here. Are they? None. They're none. Millennials who were born towards like in 90s. Who were born in 90s here? Who were born in 90s. You save? You start working? You are. Yeah, you're working. So how much do you save out of your salary? Ballpark. Oh, so a lot of emulation is coming from your parents to you. 15-20% saving is amazing. I think if there were professionals like me who were leaders, I would say reduce kar do salary. अभी तो 20% saving ही है. तो ये तो बहुत है. Huh? Huh? Of the business world. So therefore, the person most alarmed at you, who stared at you. See, who stared at you was Anurag. So that's better. So in Dabur, people are conditioned. Nobody will say that I saved that much. They say, jitna aata hai sir, spend karo aur salary chahiye. So it always happens like that. So saving provides a very good safety net to any economy, which is like a resistance to any problems which actually happen in the company. You look at the data, 6 to 7% of the saving happens in the US, 9% in Germany, 4% in UK, and in Japan. So it's a great thing for a person to do save. And that's why if you look at all the ads of the company, they're saying SIP, SIP, and SIP. You know, how many of us do SIP here? I think many would be doing. I think 80% of this room would be doing a SIP because it's coming from saving. And the leaders today are not millennials or Gen Z. They are baby boomers like us because they have grown up on a saving mindset. We've been taught that way. But way forward is not going to be that way. Way forward is going to be abundance. Scarcity syndrome to abundance syndrome. I have a problem of plenty. I have so much, I don't know what to do. I've grown up on a silver spoon. So my kids are growing up on a silver spoon. They don't know. If I go to a hawker and say, Dabara, ye amla aap 40 rupees ka 30 rupees kar do, wo 50 rupees dekh ke aa jayegi. Papa, he's too gareeb. Please give him more. What are you doing? My driver will be given more gifts than even I am giving more gifts. They are growing in that ethos or that ethic, which is very different. I'm coming back to this thing because this is going to lead us to what implication it will have on consumption story going forward. And I think that's what I need to tell you guys, because the younger generation which is coming up, you are the leaders of tomorrow. So there is a steady and a steadfast and a pretty well diverse urbanization happening in the country. So when I came to India, 60% of the population was 70% of the population was rural. Now, as we speak, 65% is rural. 2030, 60% will become rural. Rural is becoming urban at a very, very fast pace. But it is still 60. Be very mindful of that. 60% of the consumers will still live in the villages or the village towns, which will mimic the urban towns more so. So a lot of people, I think a lot of articles that I read in the books, I don't know whether it was Businessworld or some of the business magazine I was reading, they were talking about a K-shaped recovery in India still. I think it's a myth again. Huh? Sorry, your cover. Right. That was last year. Still today in Bank of America, in CNSA, people still talk about K-shaped recovery. I think it's wrong. There is no K-shape here in India. It is a two-pronged growth strategy. One is urban, which is growing, and there is rural, which is not declining. That is also growing. So what I call is there is a steadfast growth or urbanization which is happening in India, which is taking rural up and which is taking urban up. Rural is becoming more and more prosperous. Urban is becoming also prosperous. It is not that rural is becoming more poverty-stricken. No, that's a myth. So rural is getting richer out of the poverty line. And I will talk about data. This is all corroborated by data that we'll all talk about here. So two cohorts emerging in the country. One is India, which I call urban India. One is Bharat, which is called rural Bharat. Rural Bharat is shrinking, yes, 70% to 60%, but it is also becoming more prosperous because more people are coming out of the poverty line from here. People below the poverty line were 15%. From 15%, people below poverty line has become 5% going forward by 2030 is what they're saying. So therefore, bottom of the pyramid will shrink at a very, very fast pace because we are all becoming more and more prosperous. So then deeper and wider internet penetration. Obviously, we all know this very well. Mobile phone penetration has gone to 110 crore consumers. Out of 140 crore consumers are having a mobile phone today. So internet penetration is going to become very secular, broad-based, etc. But what's happening here is India has leapfrogged. In any economy, what happens? How does telecom develop? Any answers? Telecom ki development, how does it happen in any economy? Huh? There were letters which used to be posted, no, earlier. You remember my age I'm talking about. No telephone, no pagers, nothing, no landline phones. How we used to communicate? Through letters. After letters, what came? Huh? Landline. Imagine what would be the landline penetration in this country. Any guesses? How many landline phones were there in this country? Huh? 5 million, perhaps. That was a status symbol. Did it penetrate widespread? Did it democratize? Did it get socialized? No. Then what came? Analog phones. Are people using analog phones now? Rural consumer? No. The prices of smartphones have fallen down. Mobile phone. This is what I call leapfrogging. From letter era to smartphone era, India has leapfrogged. Have other economies gone through this curve? Answer is no. They have gone through the curves of landline phones. It is not happening in this country anymore. Everybody will be a smartphone user in India. So fast. This is one example of information trade in telecom. Second example I will give you is our channels of purchase. What happens in, let's take America. America, is there a pop and mom store now? No. What are the stores? Large format stores, modern trade stores, consumer is interacting with the product directly, making a choice of its own and purchasing. What was it earlier in the era when the civilization began? All pop and mom stores. They shifted to modern trade. Modern trade became a reality. From modern trade, what emerged is e-commerce. Then e-commerce actually got developed. India, how much is modern trade percentage today in the country? Total retail sales. What will be the modern trade as a percentage of retail sales? Huh? No, 30. 12%. What's going to happen? Is modern trade going to grow? How much is e-commerce as a percentage of trade sales now? Huh? नहीं, किसने बोला 5? नहीं. 10%. Dabur sales. We are more rural skewed company with 45% of our business coming from rural. For us, sales is 10% e-commerce as much as modern trade is. E-commerce is growing at what pace? 30-40%. Modern trade is growing at the rate of around 15%. A matter of 5-7 years, e-commerce will take over modern trade and modern trade will get stunted in this country. Straight leapfrogging from a pop and mon store who will also become digitally connected and deliver goods through modern trade, quick commerce, through Blinkit and Zepto and Swiggy. He will get connected to them and you will see modern trade not growing in this country. That is why most of the modern trade players are adopting e-commerce, what we call offline, online. So they will become omni-channel play today. Reliance is also doing the same. Reliance Smart is that. So India is leapfrogging. That's the point I'm making. Now that is the channels. I talked about information. Third example I will give you is commerce. I'd say 10 years back, how the commerce was happening when demonetization happened. What was happening? How did we trade? Cash. What came after cash? Huh? See, in your memory also it is Paytm. It didn't. Let's go to America. America, what happened? Cash used to be their dollar. What came after that? Which is the largest company? MasterCard. Second largest company? Visa. Third largest? Citibank. My God, you name it, plastic cards were the name. In India, SBI card, what is the penetration? Huh? And what is UPI penetration? More, 50%, I think, is the reality. Jump happening. China hasn't gone through that trajectory. India is going through this trajectory. Digitized economy. This is the reality of this country. Therefore, the old marketing mantras of India are not relevant today. That Shuddha Vardhakvati to Hajmola may not be the reality going forward. We have to look at new inventions and new ways of marketing going forward in the future. That is my only point to you. So, coming back to a summary, which I told you, very broad, India is transforming. 6th largest economy, 3rd largest actually, fastest growing, domestic consumption 60%, rich demographic in terms of younger consumer, saving, disbursed urbanization and increasing, and internet penetration growing at a very, very fast pace in the country. This leads me to 4 themes that I'll talk about today, with examples and illustrations like I gave you some examples. And please make it more engaging so that I also feel excited when I'm talking to you. I am not like my digital avatar. You see me? I'm a very animated person. Somehow I think the team has goofed up making a very stiff digital avatar of me. I'm not that. I'm anything but stiff. So 3 major drivers of businesses and building brands and our themes, which I'll talk about. These are the 4 themes that I talk about. Affluent India. India is getting richer. It's getting richer in urban, it's getting richer in rural. India and Bharat, urban and rural, both growing. Younger India and technology and innovation. First of all, let's talk about rising per capita incomes in the country. Affluent India. India per capita incomes have grown. It used to be 460 odd. It is projected to be growing to 4,000 going forward. So $1,400 used to be the income, which has become double to around $2,500 in 23 as we speak. And this is bound to go up to around 4,000 per capita income. Very big growth. And this growth is coming very secularly. When I say secularly, now it's a very complicated chart. I think I will not tell you the complication. But broadly, what's happening is this chart, the way the most right side chart, you need to see this as a part of this upper and high is one side and lower and low is one side. Lower and low is rural. This is urban, basically. That is, one is urban and one is rural. So what's happening in urban India? 25% of the people who were earning a salary. Now, lower, I'm very particular about salary, as you see. I keep talking about salary and the income, etc. The last two of them, this is 50,000 rupees per month and lower salary. The last thing is about 20,000 rupees. Then next bracket is 50,000 rupees. As you move up, it becomes 1 lakh. Plus there you talk about 15 lakh, 24 lakh, 27 lakh. Then we are rich and richer. So 25% of the population used to belong, at the moment is belonging to high and middle high. This will become double as we speak in 2030. 50%, 1 in 2 people will be in this bracket now, earning 12 lakh, 15 lakh rupee per annum is what we're talking about. So it's getting richer. What's happening at the lower end of the pie? At the lower end of the pie, people from this bracket, 127 million is getting shrunk to 57 million. People are moving out of poverty line and moving into the consuming class. 43% of the people who are in the low income bracket will get shrunk to 15% of the people in the low income bracket. 25 million people will move out of poverty line, will move into higher income bracket, therefore will consume more. So rural is becoming richer, urban is becoming richer. Both are becoming richer at a fast pace. And this is 2030, not very far, that we are talking about here. Therefore, this takes us to a model of growth in country for at least a decade or 2 decades, in my view. Now, this is not anybody. I've just created my own. Kunal has worked, so I'm very fond of creating models. This is the P2 model, in my view, or the P square model, I call it. This is urban India and rural India. Urban India will have premiumization as a theme. Rural India, because people are getting into the consuming class, penetration will be the theme. And India will become a branded country going forward. A very big upside will come to the food companies. I know how many people belong to food here. Anybody belongs to food? Food here. Very big upside to food company. 60% of the FMCG is food today. And food is all unbranded, sold in the country. Everything will become branded in this country. Processed food will be big. Cheese will be big. Branded milk will be big. Biscuits will be big. India will only grow in food. Because it's a frugal economy and food is what gets the first income spend which happens on food here. Very big upside. So premiumization theme. Premium and super premium segments are across consumer segments are growing from 1.5x to 2x going forward, faster than the mass market. Everybody owns a car here. You heard about a car called Nano. Is it there now? Why? Huh? No. We call it positioning. It is not positioning. I think it's a consumer trend. Brilliant. Yes. No, you will not believe it. Entry-level cars, Maruti 800 is declining. It's the cheapest car. I would imagine a rural consumer to use that, but he doesn't want to be seen using it. Salon cars are not growing in the country. What is growing is SUVs are growing in the country. It's amazing how this country is changing. SUV is growing in this country. Sedans are not growing. Economy entry-level cars are going down. And this is not only in cars. We've seen across categories. Entry-level market segments are declining. More premium are the ones which are actually growing in the country. You look at, so therefore we have a ubiquitous, so we call it a premiumization story here. And this premiumization ubiquitous story is across urban and across rural. Urban will also premiumize and rural will also premiumize. We'll talk about. Now, this premiumization story in urban will be in two sub-segments. One is adoption of new categories, what we call it. So, and the second is upgrading, because you have a core. The core will also upgrade as you go forward into more quality, better formats, and better value added. I will give you examples as I go forward. So maybe move to the next slide. So premiumization, this is the adoption of the new categories. Now, this is how Dabur has done in a limited way. You will have your own company examples. I'm giving you more Dabur examples here. Also using this forum to convert consumers as brand ambassadors. So you will be my brand ambassadors after I share the slide. You will talk about it. So I'm giving more Dabur examples to you. I'm using this forum also for Dabur's goodwill enhancement, with my brand ambassadors of the future. So Dabur Chyawanprash, old school brand, wanting to premiumize, new benefits. There's a sugar-free segment which is coming up. So sugar-free Chyawanprash is what we see coming up. We have new format. Chyawanprash will be available in a powder form so that it can be replaced with the Horlicks, and people want immunity. They can put it in the milk and they can have it. Now, Chyawanprash can also be available in a tablet form. So Chyawanprash is also available in a Kesar Prash, Ratan Prash, Chyawanprash with hemoglobin we will add. And that is how somebody laughed. Yeah, it doesn't resonate well with you. No, it doesn't. So Chyawanprash will premiumize. So it will premiumize. It has to premiumize. If it doesn't premiumize, then this brand will get vanquished. This is what we feel. Millennials have to adopt it. And for them to adopt it, we have to make it a necessity. Women, when they're having their periods, very high blood loss. So therefore, hemoglobin induced Chyawanprash, it gives immunity plus hemoglobin deficiency. Next, Honitus, cough syrup brand. While we are saying one of the, I think another trends which I didn't talk about, I think I should have talked about in Dabur forums I generally talk about, is that there's a trend which is moving from synthetic to chemical. Most of the millennials and the Gen Zers are embracing naturalness at a pace you wouldn't imagine. 37% is going up to around 65% intent to purchase natural products today. And that is where Dabur comes in with a huge tailwind. Honitus has got a cough syrup in it. It's got a cough drop in it. It's got lozenges in it. It's available in tea bags. It's available in a hot sip form. It's available in a sugar-free format. So again, new age formats coming in. Odomos was available as a personal application cream. Now available in a LVP. I don't know how many of you saw the ads of Kajol endorsing LVP Odomos. Odomos kahan hai? During World Cup, we advertised quite a bit. You would have seen it actually. So therefore, Odomos as a personal application cream has to move with age and therefore have those. Similarly with your brands that you guys are mastering, there is a racket, there's a Odomos insecticide, there'll be lotions, etc. coming in. Honey, for example. Dabur honey, we talked about unbranded honey to Dabur honey, which branded Shudha Vardhak. Way forward will be honey will get into a Sundarban honey, a organic honey. Shilajit will get into a Shilajit Gold, into raisins, into liquids, into multiple other forms, and evolution will happen like that. Our juices taking form of aloe vera, better benefits in juices, Vatika taking form of Ayurveda, and rosemary embracing new and new ingredient. This was premiumization in urban I talked about. Now, penetration in rural is what I'll talk about, because the P-square strategy. This is the penetration in the rural markets. Penetration in rural also two-pronged. Unbranded to branded, like we talked about food business. Huge. That will be huge as you go forward. Spices. The entire category, we just acquired Badshah Masala. Spices category, 80,000 crores. Branded market is only 20,000 crores. Look at the size and the potential for branding the spices market. It is still selling loose. Turmeric, coriander, everything sells loose in the country. There's got a potential to brand it. So that's the first pivot, unbranded to branded. Affordability and value for money, price points here become very key. So I don't know, I was showing somebody yesterday a similar discussion in CLSA conference I had, wherein they were discussing that price points are no more important and premiumization is important. There I showed him on the table, like you have candies kept on the table. Are there candies, Anurag, in front of you? They ate them already. In the CLSA conference, they were polo. And I showed them polo. Polo has become this small, 2 rupee size polo. I remember during my time with this size, it has become this size, 2 rupees. Not even 5 rupee, not even 10 rupees. It's 2 rupee ticket price. That's a classical example of affordability, price points, frugal innovation is what we'll get. I mean, a P-square strategy, what we call it, penetration increases in the rural India. So examples of penetration increases, we were the first to brand juices in the country. Real came in. The first mustard oil which got branded for hair care was Dabur Sarso Amla. Then honey for the first to brand. I already talked about it. The second theme, besides premiumization and penetration, P-square that we talked about, is India and Bharat, two cohorts. And both the cohorts growing at a very fast pace with increasing urbanization. I talked about it, that 70% rural getting reduced to 60% rural and 35% urban, moving up to around 40% urban. Urbanization is going to be driven by how many metros in the country? 9 metros in the country. And Government of India talks about boom towns now. They talk about 31 boom towns which are going to boom the economy in the urban India. 31 boom towns which are going to be driving growth going forward. In rural India, we talk 60% of the population is going to be in rural. How many towns, so to say? Now they're calling it towns. They don't call it villages in rural. They're saying villages are getting converted to towns. How many towns are going to drive the growth in rural India? We are talking about 50,000 plus towns we have identified where infrastructure connectivity has happened thanks to Nitin Gadkari. The way the roads and transportation ministry has grown this country is unbelievable. I think the connectivity has become beautiful. Last time when I had around 5 years back when I came in, feeder towns were more mini metros. Now feeder towns are class 2, class 3 cities which are becoming feeder to the rural economy now today. So that's the urban growth in Bharat is going to be, and the rural per capita consumption or income will grow at 4.3 times more than 3.5 times in urban India. An implication for this is what for marketeers like yourself? What is the implication? Language becomes important. English is no more the language of this country. It's vernacular. So vernacular will become very important. Vernacular will become important in writing. Vernacular will become important in speech. Vernacular will become important in scripts, in advertisements, in anything that we do. Vernacular will assume huge importance. And local will become importance. So you have to act locally. Maybe think globally, which people say, but I think also has to be local for us to act local. So think local, act local will be the theme going forward here. India, you have to think local. And Dabur has embarked on a program called RISE, Regional Insights and Speed for Execution. We've got regional marketing managers all across India who are sitting there, who are thinking regional, who are thinking in Marathi and creating content in Marathi, taking Marathi influences and advocating it to the Marathi influences and growing at a very fast pace. I haven't had a chapter here. I'm thinking as I'm actually talking to you. A big chapter, again, a departure from the past to now, because you're all marketeers sitting here. You should know media planning will also change in the country at a fast pace. All marketeers sitting here, media planning will change. How media planning used to happen in the past era? Tell me. Media metric. What was the media metric? Reach frequency was the media metric. And whom you wanted to reach? Whom do you want to reach? Which consumer segment? The maximum population consumer segment for you to maximize reach. And maximum population consumer segment is the one who uses what? Me Too products. I will ape what everybody else is using. If I draw a spectrum of consumers which goes smaller, it goes bigger, then it becomes smaller like this. So the ones in the end in the spectrum, who are the ones? They are the early adopters. These are the laggards. In the middle, which the largest pie of the consumer segment is all Me Too users. So what a marketer will do, a media planner will do in a Starcom or any other agency, what will he do? He will say maximum TG is here. I want to have a reach of 40% at a 3+, 4+. Reach him. 20 times I'll reach him. Awareness. Cut. 20 times Chavanprash suna to Chavanprash liya aaya. Going forward, this is not going to be the story. Whom are we trying to reach now? The middle segment or the corner segments? Why? Influencers, you are right. Media planning is going to change. One influencer we are trying to reach, he tells the other, and this pie grows. Not hammering the message 20 times to one. He said, enough of it, I will never use your product. Yeah. Influencers will build. Media will change in the country. And media is changing at a fast pace. 30% of Dabur spend is happening through digital now, which is all about influencers. We still use celebrities because celebrities are the largest influencers in the country. And that's how India is different. It is not just micro influencers or mini influencers, the largest influencers who are celebrities for us. Therefore, celebrity advertising will reign in this country. That's why Dabur Red Gel is all about Kartik Aaryan and something Akshay Kumar and Ajay Devgan, etc. We will keep using, and Kajol is what we have seen. I'll move to the next one. The third theme to me is a younger India. Average age I've already talked about is 28 years. 50% of the consumers are already millennials in the country today as we speak. And 90 million of the new households is owned by millennials, will be owned, and they are truly born in liberalized country. These people are psychographically very different. Yeah, they are open, they are confident, they want to spend more money, they are not frugal at all. They have not grown on the value system of what used to happen in the past for us. And they believe in not how positioning used to happen. We talked about positioning. How used to we position our products? Any answers from the room? What is positioning? Vyas has already let the cat out of the bag. Yeah, you have to move to the previous slide. Yeah, I'm asking a question. What is positioning? What was positioning of the old era? Creating a perception of what? As regard to? Yes, what the product is. Exactly. You hit the nail. What the product is all about, the functional benefit. Pantene with Pro Vitamin B5, shampoo better than others, have it. Going forward, positioning is not going to be functional at all. It is about why and how, not about what. This is what it says. What is the functional? How and why? Consumer, millennial, and the Gen Zers are interested to know how your product has been made. It's not what it does. That is obvious. How your product is made. Why is it made the way it is made? What are the values you are embracing in your heart, in your mind, which your brand is speaking of? Brand is a connection between the consumer and the company as a channel to communicate your vision, your mission to the consumer. What is my mission? Am I in a mission to make more money and increase operating profit of Dabur? Or am I in a mission to improve your lives through wellness and health? If I'm genuine, that consumer will embrace me. If I'm not genuine, he'll be able to see through me. Very, very clear. So you as marketeers of tomorrow will have to think like that. Genuineness, transparency, inclusiveness, gender diversity. These are the values which we have to embrace as we go forward as a younger consumer. I'll come a little bit of detail. So therefore, how is the brand promise is important. Therefore, sustainability, inclusiveness, clean labels is how. What is purpose and positive messaging? So therefore, we talk about sustainability, we talk about recyclability, we talk about FSC certifications, we talk about rainforest alliances. Palm oil is the largest consumption. Kunal, you know palm oil. We talk about rainforest certification, forest stewardship council, logos. They become so important. As you see, most of the new age brands talk about these logos now, whether it's Mama's Earth or all the new age brands, or even for that matter, America and Europe, people talk about storytelling. And story is all about how and why you did it, not about what you are. You know? Okay. Traceability, absolutely. How you are tracing your brand? Are you using manual labor? Are you using child labor? Are you using what? Absolutely. So how in the brand promise, Dabur have made some attempts to do these communications. Now we are a conservative company. Conservative to the core, orthodox to the core, grown with the baby boomers, even before that, Gen X. So we are 135 years old. How a company like ours is trying to embrace new age. I will share some examples with you. This is where we talk about how and why in our communications. Some few examples. I don't know whether you guys have seen it because we made it only in digital, but I think it's worthwhile for you to just have a look.
सावधानी और ठहराव समान मात्रा में इस नुस्खे से मजेदार सा अपनापन बन जाएगा। कभी संगीत तो कभी खामोशी सा, हर पल ये बदलता जाएगा। और इसी अपनेपन में है छिपी एक अनोखी सी शुद्धता कहीं, इतनी पाक, इतनी शुद्ध, कोई क्या इसे दाग लगाएगा? अपनेपन का स्वाद, रिश्तों की महक, इन्हें परखना सिर्फ आंखों का काम नहीं, क्योंकि अच्छाई की परख सिर्फ आंखों से नहीं होती। जैसे डाबर हनी की शुद्धता, जो आप बिना देखे भी परख सकते हैं। डाबर हनी, शुद्धता सबके लिए।
Rather than saying, I'm a pure honey, I'm coming right from the farm to the fork, is that the way to say it? This is the way the new generation wants to embrace it. Embrace diversity and communicate your message for differently abled also, because they are also going to be working with you. Brands are embracing, there was a brand. And in a corporate, when there's a corporate structure, there is a marketing structure, there is a ESG structure, there is a CSR structure separately. Borders have become zilch. CSR, ESG is merging with marketing, communications, and brand positionings as we go on today. This is a classical case of gender reservation. This is not women reservation. This is differently abled reservation, which we talk about in ESG, and we have to submit a report of ESG to the SEBI. That's become mandatory now, where we are moving on ESG. So this is embracing ESG in brand itself to make your brand a more purposeful brand, a more meaningful brand, and a genuine brand. I'll play the other one for again.
20% of the disabled people that exist are born with that condition. I thought having a visible difference meant I was a bad person. There were people that would point it out. I started feeling left out. I was seen not just as a different person, but as less of a person. I always felt alone in society, being called Freddy Krueger. I couldn't bear the fact of people actually looking at me without me. I used to make remarks about myself. Not only have you had another daughter, but she's disabled. They'd ask me what's it like doing it with 1.5 arms, and I'm like, well, what's it like doing it with 2 arms? I'm Pulsiva Johnny. My name is Andrew Ferguson. My name is Prisha. I'm Shannon Dender. I'm Prisha Hussain. My name is Darcy. It's my time. 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 It's my time to be visible.
Vatika is almost a 2,500 crore brand overseas. In India, we missed the bus somewhere in Vatika. But I think we built a household brand in overseas business with this brand by doing all this. Embracing and this is in Middle East, this is in UK, this is in America, this is across the world. It's a huge brand. It's one of the power brands of the company today. And again, embracing diversity and talking about inclusion more. Another one which we attempted to do in India. India is a tough country. So you have a government which is even tougher than the country is tough. So we attempted to do something. I will take the audacity to share this with you also.
ये लग गया तेरा फेम क्रेम गोल्ड ब्लीच थैंक्स यू आर द बेस्ट अच्छा एक बात बताओ करवा चौथ का इतना डिफिकल्ट व्रत क्यों रख रहे हो उनकी खुशी के लिए और तुम उनकी लंबी उम्र के लिए अच्छा इम्प्रेसिव प्रेपरेशंस हाँ पहला करवा चौथ है और इस गोल्डन ग्लो को कॉम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए ये रही तुम्हारी साड़ी एंड दिस इज फॉर यू एकदम चांद का टुकड़ा लगोगी दोनों तो वैसा हम तो दुनिया की सोच कैसे हम बदले फ्रेंड grow with pride.
And this is like one example of embracing LGBTQ. Other examples of embracement has also happened by Unilever. Fair and Lovely brand is called a Glow and Lovely brand. So they don't talk about their embracing, not fair, but dark skin. And in the US market, it's taken a completely different direction. They talk about, dark and lovely as a brand. So it's a different dimension that companies are taking to embrace or for inclusiveness. So this is a way of showing a love and respect for the society that we live in, where there are multiple types of cultures and people who are there. It wasn't that love and respect wasn't there in the previous generation. The new generation of millennials and the Gen Zers are articulating love and respect in a more louder manner. They speak about it, they talk about it, and they don't have any qualms in talking about it. In our generation, there were qualms and reservations because we never came out as individuals. So individuality is becoming more important as we guys speak. So love and respect are taking a different dimension now as we go forward. How the brand promises clean and traceability. Kunal, you were talking about cleanliness. So therefore, no animal testing, non-GMO, allergy-free. In oils, we talk about mineral oil-free, WHO GMP certified. In honey, we talk about hive to home, silicone and parabens-free. So embrace no nasty labels, clean labels. Talk about more, new generational cohorts want to embrace brands who stand for all this. Now, then purposeful advertising. There has to be a purpose in the brand that we say. I'll share one or two ads with you in which we are trying to share the purpose. So all these communications you don't see on mass media because that's not TV, that's Me Too. So there you'll see Akshay Kumar and all that. This is more influencer-based advertising and brand building that we guys do. I'll share one or two communications.
खबर नहीं जाए कहाँ में सागर सबके दिखा
So this was a communication that we aired during COVID time, and Real was seen as a refresher, and we believe in giving out a lot of samples to COVID people. So nutrition and hunger eradication is one of our ESG agendas and CSR agendas in the brand. So that is seamlessly getting integrated to the brand. We also had on Dabur Corporate, which I think quickly we can air it. Not the other one, so only the Dabur Corporate. This is long, so I think we can air this one.
थाम के जिसकी उंगली पग पग दिया सहारा अंदर से दी शक्ति घर संसार सवारा जिसने दी भारत को ताकत आयुर्वेद से जियारा रग रग में भारत पग पग में भारत हम है भारत के और भारत है हमारा
सौ और 20 वर्षों से भारत की स्वास्थ्य की रक्षक डाबर।
So our vision in the company is health and wellness to every household and embracing nationalism and embracing India. This happened during time of COVID. So a purposeful communication which has a meaning to it so that you touch the heart of the consumer is what you want to communicate through your power brands, is what the positive messaging and the purposeful messaging is all about going forward in the future, in my view. Now, the fourth, I think, vector is technology and innovation, I think, which what you've been discussing throughout the day. I think that is no alien, but just to give you some dimensions, which I don't know you discussed. So that's the most critical, which we are trying to embrace in every element of value chain in the organization, just not in marketing. But I will talk about a little bit of marketing here because your marketing fraternity is here. The key stats today, 110 crore consumers are digitally connected today and have got connections, and which is around 80% of the population. 70 crore consumers are internet penetration. 50% is the penetration of internet today. Social media, look at penetration is at a level of around 30%. So huge difference between 50% and 30%. So why the difference? Why? Difference between millennials and the Gen Zers. Gen Zers are all connected socially. Millennials are not so connected socially. That is why the difference. But this social connectivity of Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and multiple will only grow going forward. So it's huge for us. FMCG e-commerce contribution, I'm talking about average. Dabur is 10%. I'm talking about average around 6 to 7% e-commerce, which is also growing. A company like L'Oreal will be something like 35%, 30% e-commerce. The more premium you get, the more e-commerce actually becomes more and more salient for doing things. And for new startups, it's become, see the difference. 7 to 8% is FMCG e-commerce penetration, and social media penetration is 32. Do you guys purchase from social media? Anybody here? Who does purchasing from social media? Yeah. Who does? You buy good deals, better deals on Amazon or better deals on Meesho or Shopsy? What do you find? Your trend? From anywhere else. My wife always does purchasing from Shopsy or Meesho. Best deals you get there. Because why? Entrepreneurs come there and they sell their goods, which are handmade, reducing the supply chain of what Amazon rips you apart on. Direct from the consumer, it is coming. This is going to democratize and change this country. China has moved leapfrogs on it. And I think India will also leapfrog. It's a matter of time. I feel social commerce will be the mantra going forward. That's what. It's very big. Although FMCG products are not selling so much in social commerce, garments are selling so much on social commerce. But I feel that is the way the trend will be. Shopsy, Meesho, and there'll be a lot of startups which will be coming in, and there'll be funding from private equities which will happen, and therefore this business will only grow. So the difference that you see in from 1.1 billion to around 15, 16 crore consumers, that difference will get bridged very fast in the country. That is where the technology will take us to. The implication of that is 9 out of 10 consumers over 15 years old are all going to be online. 80% will be connected on vernacular, not maybe on English so much. 50% will be connected, who will be more India, and which is urban connectivity, and almost 45% can be around greater than 35. So it'll get older, it'll get more rural, it'll get more democratized, and 90% will have a connectivity to internet. That's a reality that we people are living in. And that comes to the last slide of mine, which is what this is. So vernacular will become important, videos will become important, engagement will become important, VTRs will become important. How many of you look at view-through rates or click-through rates? Which is more important, click or a view? We all look at, all the media agencies tell me, view dekho. But clicks, engagement is more important than the views. So vernacular, views, engagement, clicks, this is what will become very important. Voice-based integration will become bigger. Why it will become bigger? Because penetration in rural is growing. Rural is not as educated as urban is. So therefore, voice interaction will grow. A lot of WhatsApp messages these days are on voice. You see, the more you go to rural, it's more voice. The more you go to urban, is more data. So voice is gaining prominence. Price transparency, offline to online, online to offline. We guys do purchases all online. We go to an offline store, we look at a particular brand, we look at ऑनलाइन में क्या प्राइस है, अगर बेटर है तो वहां ऑर्डर करते हैं, उस बेचारे दुकान के सेल्समैन की सैलरी यूज कर लेते हैं, बट खरीदते हम ऑफ ऑनलाइन से. That is the situation India is going to get in. That's why America has done what? Retail shops are shutting down. They only have counters over there. Consumers go there, they're automated counters, they look at the product, they order from there, and they take a checkout from there also. Or the delivery happens to their particular PIN code. So, but India will leapfrog. My point is that we've seen the learnings from the West, but India will grow, and it will grow at a very, very fast pace. This will happen. Influencers will drive decision making, not just our sheer media planning. To my personalized and customized data will become very important going forward, and video content will become as important. I think that's what's my last slide. So I think great companies, I don't know, we need to traverse a journey from a good to great. I don't think that we are great yet. So it is by the author of Good to Great only, Jim Collins. He talks about great companies foster productive tension between continuity and change. While we have to embrace our change, our core has to reinvent, it has to get refurbished, and it has to be in tune with the times and as we innovate for the future. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A few more minutes with you, sir. I think this felt like a master class. No? Yeah, really? You want more of it? Sir, with your permission, I would also request now Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Businessworld and founder, Extension Material to please, sir, join the stage and let's lead this Indian on-stage conversation now. And देखते हैं क्या निकलता है इसमें से. Yes, sir, please. I request you to join, sir.
Please give Mohit a bigger round. Mohit is a full house and they're, all marketeers mostly or entrepreneurs. I was doing my research on Mohit. I mean, I know him, but still I was preparing for the session. And yes, but there were 6 things that stood out and, he proved a saying wrong. Normally, there's a saying which I use, Mehraj, that PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. Mohit clearly proved that wrong today by using it. So he did a great job. Please give him a big round of applause. To hold the attention at the fag end of the day, I don't think there could have been a better keynote speaker at the 18th edition of the Marketing Whitebook. I had fever for the last 4 days. I think I've forgotten about it. I did go out and got the air conditioning toned down. So just 6 things came. I asked some of his colleagues, I asked people he interact with who don't work for him, but they're in the ecosystem. And they said, Mohit is first the most hardworking CEO that you'll meet. You saw he's all in. You saw in his presentation, he was all in. He was involved. He was second, he's very detail oriented, right? Third, he is very full of energy from morning till night. He's very, very athletic and he's very sporty. And last is he's very good with people. So Noor is not here in India. He's in Latvia. Ruhail is in LA. So this year's Marketing Whitebook, I had to take charge. But I was happy to invite Mohit and he was kind enough. In fact, we did this date because, this date was Mohit was available on this date. Now, Mohit, you talked about where Dabur is headed. I should have taken that photo. On 16th August, I went to Baba Neem Kauri's ashram, 15th and 16th. And then I went up to Almora to buy the Bal Mithai. It's called Bal Mithai. It's like lots of ball, caramelized stuff, And just opposite that old, very famous Bal, there was a shop. He said, "Yahan Dabur ki dawaiyan milti hai." I should have taken a photograph, but maybe at that time. So, the shop must be maybe 70, 80 years old, maybe more. So, Dabur's association with her health goes back a long time. We all grew up on Dabur products. My parents have used it. I use them. Hopefully, our children use them. Dabur, Mohit, you've been in Dabur. This is your 30th year in Dabur, right? 30th. Yeah, this is your 30th year or 29 plus years, right? Somewhere. What has changed about Dabur over the last 3 to 6 years specifically? And what is likely to change about Dabur in the next 3 to 6 years? One, you clearly said premiumization. We have to build premium brands. The move to inorganic. Put up a slide which said gluten-free, supply chain that is more inclusive and all those. Of course, that will happen. But beyond that, from a culture standpoint, from an incubation standpoint, from an idea standpoint, while you have power brands, what new product segments you should add? Like during COVID, you came up with those juices. Possibly you came up before that, but I noticed because you sent me a huge kit and I called Rajiv and said, I want one more. I think I got one more from him. So what is likely to change about Dabur in the next 3 to 6 years?
I think I won't give you a very textbook answer. We have a pretty detailed strategic business exercise which happens in Dabur every 4 years. We have a vision exercise, vision 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As we speak, we are traversing the vision 5. But I think that's not the key game changer of the company. You're asking me what is going to be the game changer going forward. If our future generations, that word stuck with me. If our future generations use Dabur, I think they have used Dabur and they will continue to use Dabur. I think that's imperative on managements like us to ensure that the future generation, millennials and the Gen Zers actually embrace the company that we guys have grown up on. I think the key, of everything is the culture. If you really honestly ask me, I think the culture of the organization is changing, and we are undergoing that change as we speak. So we are trying to build a very entrepreneurial sort of a culture in the company. Dabur is a very old organization, 100 and almost 40 years old company. It's not easy for anybody to change this behemoth elephant and make the elephant dance. So I'm trying my best to do it by dancing myself also. So I keep dancing all the time, to your point. So I work pretty hard. So we're trying to change the culture of the company, change the culture to make it more agile, to make it more nimble, to make it more personalized, to make it more sensitive as an organization, and not be very bureaucratic, break away the shackles of bureaucracy, decision making being very slow. So be very risk taking rather than risk averse. I'm talking about pre and post. So risk averse to risk taking as an organization. I keep telling people that everybody chases perfection. We don't have to chase perfection. Perfection never comes. I am never perfect. The last day of my life, I will never be perfect. If I keep chasing perfection, I will never have new products coming. I think it's progression prioritized to perfection is the mantra that we should adopt. Keep moving, keep changing, and change is the only constant, is what culture. So culture in the organization should change, and if that changes, I think rest everything is secondary, whether it's power brands, power, NPD, GTM activity, operations, HR, getting in more people in the company, identifying capability gaps, and if the gaps are there in the company, we'll plug it from outside. I think that all will happen if we become a culturally more embracing and adopt all these behaviors, attitudes, values, and principles in our culture. That to me is the most critical.
Absolutely. And Mohit, I'm a perfectionist in my own way, but when I don't get to the perfection that I aim for, I tell myself progress over perfection is good. And as long as I'm making progress as an individual, as an organization, we are good. Now, 2023 is nearing to an end. We are 31 days into a new year. As a business leader, would you say this was a good year, or would you say some amount of muted growth continued for certain sectors? And what is your forecast or a future outlook for 2024? Or what are your priorities as the CEO of Dabur?
Yeah, so I think this year has been a little mixed bag, I think, for the entire industry. As far as Dabur is concerned, I think it's been relatively a good year, because I think a mixed bag, while I'll say the pluses and minuses, the negatives, I think pluses first. Talk about positivity first, like the language of Gen Zers. I'm a little pessimistic, so I generally talk negatives first, but I'll talk positives first. Positive was that we had a great year in terms of deflation. Last year was a very inflationary year. All the commodity prices went up. This year there has been a steep deflation, and we've seen deflation. And although the mix of inflation has changed, food, we still have some inflation because currency depreciated a bit, and therefore food concentrates went up. But by far, I think we saw deflation, and because of deflation, gross margins expand. When gross margins expand, you put some money back into advertising, which we'd cut last year because of inflation. This year we invested some money into advertising. Some money flew down into operating margins. Profitability grew, advertising became better, demand grew, volume growth is coming back, price increase impact is overlapping. So all those things are kind of positive in the year. Now, why I say mixed bag, the negative was that rural recovery that we expected to happen hasn't done so well. It's on back of, I think, more monsoon being a little wishy-washy. July saw deluges of rain. Out-of-home consumption got impacted. August saw a little better rain. September saw the rain, coming back. But again, the long-term average of around 94, which wasn't great enough. So the rural recovery hasn't been fantastic. So volume growth is really yet to really pick up. Our food business got impacted a bit. So I think that was a mixed bag. Plus, the currencies played havoc globally. So Egypt currency depreciated, Turkey depreciated, all developing economies on back of US taking rate hikes. All the emerging economies got really hammered except for India. India managed a little bit, to my point, because of captive consumption is so good. So I think it's a mixed bag. Going forward, I think businesses should recover. Volume growth is coming back as we lap over the price increases. Less of price, more of volume. Volume growth will come back. And I hope the consumption recovery will start both in rural. Urban, e-commerce and modern trade are already growing at very high double digits. That will continue to drive urban. And rural, I think, should also start growing on back of elections coming up, MSPs going up. Elections is like direct benefit transfers happening to all the villagers. And so I think next year should be better than the current year, my view.
Mohit, 90% of your presentation, I was there. I was there. First 5 minutes, I stepped out, and you made that point how e-commerce is going to go ahead of modern trade, right? You gave the number. If you look at, I want to ask you, what was US? You've been the CEO of Dabur International. You pretty much set up a lot of Dabur businesses across India, outside India. You were doing a quiz, so let me do it. What was the e-commerce penetration in the US till March 2020 percentage? If the US don't Google, US retail sales are 100, what was e-commerce?
No, very difficult question. I wouldn't
guess. Any guesses without Googling?
I think it'll be in the range of around, I don't know, 20%?
It was 10%.
It was 10%. Okay.
And within the first 2 years of COVID, where did it land up to? 26 and then 30.
Yeah.
So what happened in 20 years is almost 10%. And in 2 years of COVID, first 16% growth, it may have gone beyond 30 now, right? So if US got to 30, why are you so hopeful about India? You kept talking about leapfrogging.
Yes.
So I just wanted to focus on that.
A very, very good question, actually, Anurag. Excellent question. So I think I keep giving examples to people about US. US e-commerce is a monopoly e-commerce country. Who's the monopolist?
Walmart.
Amazon is the monopoly.
Oh, e-commerce, sorry.
E-commerce.
Right.
Amazon is the monopolist. Monopolist makes all the money. How?
Sourcing better rates.
Freight rates are so high. The product cost at times may not be that high as much as the freight rates is high. India e-commerce. Great competition. Lovely competition. Zepto, Swiggy, Amazon, Walmart, Flipkart. My God, there are grocery verticals, there are quick commerce verticals, there are pharmacy verticals, there are, oh my God, the bargaining power is in the hand of consumers and the suppliers. In such a market, e-commerce has to grow. Where is e-commerce making money from? Private equity. Today, they are investing money in India. Huge money they are making. Are they really making money? So my view is India, it will grow. India is almost like an imperfect competition as compared to monopoly. China is a good example of e-commerce. E-commerce is contributing 30-40% in China. That is where India will move. China, the government doesn't let you have a monopolistic. If somebody wants to have a monopoly, you know the fate of that monopolist, what happens. He disappears. He disappears from the face of this earth only, and you don't know how to make money ever again in life.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I'm very hopeful about India. India, I think e-commerce will become big. UPI is an example. India government will never allow you to make that kind of a money ever. India also. So UPI has become everywhere, where Paytm is private, but UPI has become big in the country. And if UPI has become big, e-commerce is bound to become big.
And now ONDC is there, which will
ONDC is also going to
early raise the CEO at our conference last week.
Correct.
Now, Mohit, there are lots of young marketing professionals apart from the seasons one. We have a panel immediately after where Shivam and Sumit are there, but the young BW Marketing World 30 under 30 winners. What is your advice to CMOs who want to become business leaders, CEOs? Is there advice that you have for them? You stayed with one company, grown to become the CEO.
Yeah, so I think CMOs are the closest to the chief executive. And one thing resonates with me so much. A couple of things maybe I'll talk about. I think one is, I think passion is what should drive you. The young millennials and the Gen Zers, it's money which drives them. To me, money chases passion. And if your passion becomes money, then you join financial services. Then don't be a marketeer of a company like that. If money is your passion, make money, but then join financial services and be in the business of making money. If you're in the business of doing something like a FMCG is or like a consumer durables, put your heart and soul in that work. Money will chase you, I think. I think that's the first advice, I think, from my side is. And then the second is the CMO is the closest to the chief executive. Let me ask them a counter question. Who pays your salary? Let me ask you. Oh, brilliant. I think he's read the book only. So therefore he has to the bag. So employee doesn't pay the salary, employees don't pay the salary, it's customer who pays the salary. For consumer marketers, it's consumer who pays your salary. So consumer has to be then the fulcrum of everything that you guys do. If you do that, then it'll be home. And be receptive. Now a little attitudinal like question. Be receptive, open to criticism. Critiques are your best should I say, people who make improvements to you. I love engaging with critiques. When somebody posts a complaint about a Dabur product, I want to engage and embrace that person. Ask him, what is the problem? He will tell me the problem very critically. But that will make us to continuously improve ourselves, and kaizens in yourself happen because of critiques, what critiques tell you. Embrace critiques. As many critiques around you, the better you'll get. That is advice to you guys. And I think one very different thing that Dabur does very differently to other companies is marketing is, while we say that consumer sits in the center, but I think for everything, there is a business, overarching business that we are working towards, which is our vision and mission. Dabur grooms its marketeers as business leaders. Why so? Because we are commercially very savvy. I think being commercially savvy as marketeers should not be alien to you. Be commercially very savvy. And if you are commercially savvy, you can transition from a CMO to a CEO any day. If you are not commercially savvy, then it becomes a little tricky. And the board thinks twice because you have to manage the money of the company. When you reach a chief executive level, you have to manage dividends, you have to manage operating profit. Everything becomes profit centric. You know it.
You have to manage today and you have to create tomorrow.
And create tomorrow, of course. Yeah.
So two things for me. One is take criticism. People who take criticism well grow well. Even if you may want to reject it for first 5-10 minutes, but eventually think about it. Second is be commercial, understand the business. Third is stay with the company for a long time. You know, he hasn't said it, but look at his.
No, I think it's completely contrary. I would not say don't stay with the company. I think only 1 in 1,000 people make it staying in the same company. So staying in the same company is not a great mantra, if you honestly ask. If you want to become a chief executive, loyalty is a great virtue. Stay.
Why don't you stay in Dabur for so long?
If you find your knitting in that company, stay.
Right.
If you don't, but it is very difficult. It is so difficult to prove yourself year after year after year for 30 years and a stretch. Everybody is seeing you in a scanner is very tough. I think please be very careful.
Why did you stay in Dabur for so long then? You have lots of headhunter.
Not that I intend to, honestly, Anurag. Now, it's great to say that I'm very loyal to the company and everything, but I'm like, among the fraternity of marketeers, and I love marketeers, and I love to talk to you guys. It's always good to put your dots back and say that I put my dots back in. I'm very loyal and stayed in the company and everything is fantastic. I got a lot of offers and I went for a lot of interviews. I did a barometric check of my competence and capability all through my career. I did it. I would have been a lot of my competitors, I would have been with them. But I think Dabur retained me. I think it is not just an employee, it's also the employer. Employer came forward and reassured me that you've got the future. I think a lot goes to the promoters and the management at the time who have retained me and always valued me as an individual. So I think that is very, very key, that it's a both ways it plays. You value your employer and employer values you so much. If you're getting that value from your employer, by all means stick. By all means stick. And you're getting that kind of a growth. Also, it has to match with your aspirations. I wasn't very, very ambitious. I'm very passionate, but never very ambitious. Came from very modest background. I never thought when I joined corporate life that I will become a chief executive of a company. No, never. I had an offer to join Colgate in Middle East and become the chief executive of the region, which would have landed me to some 20 regions there. I refused that offer for, one of the promoter like coming and telling me that you stay, we need you. And we need you in this organization and you will go far in this company. Just the sheer verbal commitment and being nice made me stick to this organization. So, it's a little mixed bag. Yeah.
It is about what is on the table, how you valued, how the company is growing, how much you are contributing. I don't want to stay. We have another panel. We have the awards.
No.
But one or two questions for Mohit. Please raise your hand and tell us who you are. And then if there are any questions, you can ask. You don't get Mr. Mohit Malhotra at a lot of conferences. So it's your chance to ask him a question.
Yeah, please.
Mehraj first, and then I'll go to Abhinav. Luckily, know both of you. Mehraj used to be a journalist, then he went to a business school. He came on the marketing side. He was the head of marketing of Z News, head of marketing of ABP. Now he started his own marketing practice.
Fantastic.
It's not working.
Talk about how you are reflecting on India's growth for products.
Do we need to go through a huge design change in all products? And I mean, you talked about some of these, and how to sort of gather intelligence on that, because it's all about business insights. So that part in marketing fascinates me a lot. What consumer is telling you, and sometimes telling you without saying it. How do you do that? Because I've seen last few years I've been a sort of gauging also because of my profession in marketing, and you were one of the sponsors for my network when I was with ABP Network. But otherwise also I own a few stocks of Dabur, and that was a decision because I realized this company actually has the right insight. They have the right sort of change bringing in when you look at a communication. How do you go through all that? Is there any secret recipe that Dabur has for it?
No, I think it's incumbent on the CMOs to do it. He was asking me what lesson you give to CMOs. I think CMOs have to be on the pulse of what the consumer is wanting, what he's giving. But I think life has become much easier after AI. Dabur has actually set up a social listening room. By the way, you should go on the ground floor if ever you happen to visit Dabur office. We have a social listening room, and we keep listening to the banter that the consumers have on different social media platforms. And all that communication is milled together, and then it is circled back to the brand teams in a very analytical tabular form, and then we create personalized communications thanks to AI and your subject. We do it, but I think listening and being in touch with the consumer and consumer immersions is very critical to do. And what the consumer wants today. Information is in plenty available. You don't have to scout for that information, just listening, and then intent to be reinventing your core and reimagining your core all the time, how it can change is what. It's not so difficult if you ask me, but the intent has to be there, and it's a calling which consumer is telling you. So embrace it and just take action on it.
Thank you.
We'll come to you, Mr. Malhotra first. Sorry, Abhinav.
Sir, what a great masterclass. I think thank you so much for your time and thank you, Dr. Batra, for the invitation. My name is Abhinav Jain. I run a company called Almonds AI, and Almonds actually stands for activating the last mile on digital solutions powered by AI. My question to you, because we primarily deal in channel partner engagements, if we are moving towards e-commerce first economy, what role would channel partners play in this entire shift that would happen? And coming from your side, where Dabur was primarily run, and in the last many years, channel partner first, which is where you have dealer, distributors, and all of them. But if it directly goes to e-commerce, what would be their role that you see in the future? Thank you.
No, I think in an economy going forward in India, it's going to be a connected economy, if you ask me. So everything can't be done by Dabur themselves, and I don't even believe in it. So I'll give you a couple of examples, like e-commerce, which I think we are the industry leading e-commerce player with 10% business coming from e-commerce. This was partnered. The beginning of e-commerce happened with Accenture. Dabur hired Accenture. Accenture made the path for our e-commerce. They seeded the e-commerce sort of function in the company themselves, ran it for 3 years, the business, and then they handed over the reins of that function to us, and we started running it by recruiting somebody who was on that side of the table themselves. So partnership and connectivity, I think, is the secret sauce for an organization to grow, because an organization doesn't have all the capabilities and the competencies, especially in a world where competencies are changing and transforming at a rate you can't imagine. Dabur is not digital in any which way. If we do not engage with great digital partners, I think we will miss the bus. If I feel that I want to recruit or have a whole digital department of my own, we'll miss the bus. So better to connect with people who are there. So embrace them, get the learning, and then create your own department. That's the best way of going. So I think connections are mandatory going forward, in my view.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Pleasure to hear you. One small question: with this new age D2C companies coming into the market, and they are establishing their brands in a big way, and on the other side we have the traditional companies, right? Now, though there is no comparison, but where do you see the market share? Do you see the market share moving out, or do you see the market growing in a big way?
Whose lunch are they eating? That's the question he's asking.
Yeah, I know. So if you ask me, the plate is expanding. The spread is growing. I showed you in my slides.
Right.
The whole spread is growing. They are not eating anybody's lunch, honestly. They are paving the way for the larger companies to follow. They are the innovators. They are the entrepreneurs. They are the guys who are starting from scratch, and therefore they have nothing to see. So we are emulating what they are doing. What Mama's Earth has done, we will emulate what they have done, and we will quickly leapfrog to their level very soon. That e-commerce is what percentage? I told you. 7%.
7%.
FMCG market is how much? कितने करोड़ की FMCG market है? 7 लाख करोड़ की FMCG market है. उसका 10% ही है ना e-commerce.
Right.
उसके बाद जो 90% है, वो तो यही FMCG कंपनियां चला रही हैं. The moment they make a jump shift from e-commerce to brick and mortar stores like grocery, they will need help of bigger companies. Either the big companies will collaborate and get connected with them,
right,
or engulf them, or in that fight, they will not be able to last that fight. Very few. There could be 1 or 2 who may be able to do it, but not uniformly.
See, they grew on the basis of price discounts, which was coming from funding.
Also.
So they are also at levels where their sales have started to impact. That's why they're going offline. A leading cosmetics brand
Most of them
uses
are
levers for distribution. I can keep giving you examples. So I think it'll be 3 to 6 years from now. No question that the digital economy is growing. E-commerce will grow, as he said. But will they be profitable? Because they'll have to, and how much they invest. I mean, Dabur as a brand, you don't have to, we all trust the brand. We know the brand. There's salience, right? To build that kind of Toma, they'll have to invest, I don't know how much money,
Yeah, we guys invest annually roughly around 600 to 700 crores on advertising and above the line. So difficult for them. So another good thing of these startups is they're paving the trend, which is what I'm telling you. Number one, which we guys can follow. Other is they are targets available for the bigger companies to acquire. Inorganic growth and organic growth are two-pronged growth strategies of any company for you to see. Look at Beardo, it got a great brand, got created, Marico acquired it. There were multiple companies which have got created and they're tying up. Not only 100%, it could be 30%, 40%. You incubate the company because they need us and we need them. So it's both ways. I think it will go to happen.
Thank you. Last
Thank you
question
so
from
much.
this lady, and then we'll close this session.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, sorry. So I just wanted to ask you, you talked about premiumization. So the Gen Zs are more towards, they have the trust more in packaged foods, packaged materials, and the products that are categorized more as premium. Whereas we also see a huge percentage of Gen Zs and millennials getting a pull more towards, Ayurveda, and we also see influencers more talking more about Sattvic movements. And you also mentioned an example where they don't want to bargain with the local vendor. So these kind of examples where they want to be more connected to roots or date back to prioritizing products which come from local potters or weavers or these kind of things. So do you see any sort of balance between them, or do you see them as two parallel targets going
He
together?
talked about it. He talked about social commerce, talked about how his daughter.
So is there a
approaches that.
merge between,
Yeah, we got your
premiumization,
question.
technology and the roots, the people moving back to Ayurveda and yoga and all of that?
Yeah, I don't think these are two parallel things. I think it is the same, two dimensions of what you're actually saying. The new Gen Zers talk about righteousness, they talk about truth, they talk about back to nature. The dimensions are different, and that's what we companies have to embrace. All the three. I told you, movement towards natural is moving from 37% to around 60-65% intent to purchase natural product as per Kantar. This is a data that we got. In 5 years' time, the intention to purchase natural has gone up from 37 to 61%. So post-COVID, it's actually gained a lot of traction, and they are wanting to embrace these brands which are more natural, Ayurvedic, herbal. Now, natural, Ayurvedic, and herbal, there are three dimensions of back to nature. So millennials talk about no GMO, no nasty. This, in a way, is a dimension of Ayurveda only, So that is what this is. I hope I've been able to answer.
Thank you so much. We'll not take more questions. Please give Mr. Mohit Malhotra a big round of applause. We've had him for 1 hour. You can even give him a standing ovation. It's okay. Standing is good for your health. This is. Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for having me. I think it was an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you for your persistence. And I really appreciated it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that.
What I requested Harvinder to do is just case my keyword was just in case. We have a memento for him. We don't. We don't have a one.
Hello, see, lead is there, na? I'm a baby boomer. कुछ छोड़ते नहीं है, जा रहा है.
But now that Dr. Batra and Motsa, both of you are here, we also have the unveiling of 13th edition of PW Marketing Whitebook. We are also take this moment to invite on stage Mr. Rishi Gaswala, CEO of PW Businessworld, and Mr. Arvind Narina, CEO of PW Wellbeing and Healthcare. These gentlemen, can you have the table removed, please, from our team? And the chairs as well. Can we, now that both of them are here. So after this launch, we'll have a quick panel discussion, followed by a small standalone and then the awards. The awards are here for. Yeah, set up, please. You can move this. Just be careful. Karthik, are you? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's the morning unveiling of the 18th edition of the BW Business World Marketing Whitebook. Please. So let's join AI to join Z.
Say that some of you go. I also used to read it. Now, of course, we publish it. This is the 18th edition, and we've done the last 10 under Noor's leadership. 2 years back, it was the best-selling book in the management. Sixth best-selling in the management, not in marketing books, in all management books. Six best-selling. The year before, it was eighth. We hope it's in the top 5 this year. So for all marketers, some of you who are younger have grown up reading it in the last few years. So this is the Delhi edition, and that's the cover unveiling. In Mumbai, we'll have the book. On 8th, we have the marketing white book at the Taj Santa Cruz, Mr. Jain Mehta of Hamul. Again, food is such a big category, and again, fantastic company will be unveiling the keynote there. So this is the 18th edition, and Noor is not here, but Noor, some of Noor's colleagues are here. Soumya is here, Rima is here, Neha, Pratyaksh. These are on the editorial side on the BW Marketing World. There you can engage with them, and you can buy a copy of this book. You can order it online. अपना बस बाहर खरीद लेना यार. Clients को भेज देना अपने, ठीक है? So it's not a subtle plug. I still read books, gift books. Maharaj, you would attest to that. In fact, I wanted to get a book for Mohit. I forgot in a hurry. I didn't want to get late. But I will send it to you. It's a book on kindness. So I'll send that to you. It's my favorite book this year. And all the best. We have a panel and the award. So I won't keep Mr. Malhotra and all of you waiting. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you.
A picture, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Give it to me. Thank you. And our special panel discussion, which shall act as a prelude of what lies ahead of us this evening, when we will celebrate the BW Marketing World 30 Under 30 Awards. While you're setting up the stage, I'll introduce the panelists to you. Shubham Ranjan, Head Marketing, Asia Pacific Motor Mobility. Sumit Pava, Head Brand, Social and Media, Private Business Services, and they will be speaking with the editorial lead, BW Marketing World. Let's please welcome all of them, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge. Rima, are you here? Yeah, I'm not discussing outside. That's okay. And after this, the 30 Under 30 Marketing World Awards. Oh, it does. And after this, we have a standalone on effective media communication, probably speaking with Mr. Sarvesh Tiwari, but that's right after the panel discussion. We'll first do that. Then the standalone and then the awards ceremony. Please. I've already announced. Let's please once again welcome Mr. Ranjan. There's Mr. Baba and group of the moderator for the session. Everybody wants to learn, please. कौन सा करते हैं? आइए. We also I didn't introduce because I thought it mentioned my script. We also have Nimish Agrawal, Senior Vice President and Head of Marketing, Health Insurance. Please, Rima, over to you.
Thank you so much, Aditya, and I am back again. A very warm good evening to all of you, and thank you so much, our esteemed panelists / jury members of the upcoming awards that we will be witnessing. So, our panel is about marketing leaders of the future, and we are also trying to predict what is the perfect recipe of brand building in 2024. So, my first question, Shivam, which I would like to shoot to you at the very beginning, what, according to you, is the perfect recipe of brand building in 2024 that we should look forward to?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think we would all be delighted if we had the crystal ball, which would give us the perfect recipe. I think not just for the future leaders, but for us also. Hello, hello. Is it better now? Yeah. So I just said, great question, and it would have been great if all of us had that crystal ball to know exactly what is the perfect recipe for the future. Unfortunately, we don't have that, but we have some insights, we have some traits that I think will make sense for the future, and not just for 2024. I think it's about these are the traits that might do us good as marketeers for the future of marketing itself. So I think one of the things that you're seeing in the field of marketing is the pace at which technology is evolving, the media is evolving, the whole communication industry is evolving, consumer patterns are changing, consumer behaviors are changing, consumption patterns are changing. And there's new technology like AI, for example, right? So it's coming in. So there's the whole landscape is evolving very rapidly. And I think one of the key traits for a marketing leader for the future is definitely to be adaptive, be open to change, be receptive to change, be adaptive, and be agile. Be how quickly can you adapt to that, and how quickly can you bring that to life? Because if your time to market is right, if your time to market is right with the kind of campaigns, you're seen as innovative, you're seen as disruptive, you're seen as differentiated, and that's where you'll catch the attention of the audiences. That's where you'll catch their engagement levels, and hence be able to drive benefits for the brand. The second thing I feel, if you ask me in terms of exact trends, I think one of the trends is, of course, personalization. I mean, we've seen that grow over a period of time. And I think now with the advent of AI, that trend is going to go even bigger, right? I mean, the kind of personalization that you can do with AI, we've seen recent campaigns being done by some of the brands like Titan did. You can use people to do mass customizations and personalization. So I think these are some of the key things, but at the core of it, I would like to reiterate, is the ability to be adaptive and ability to be agile. And that I think, and embrace new technologies and integrate that in the marketing effort. So with that.
So understanding that change is the only constant, so and being adaptive and agile to it, Mr. Pava, I would like to know your thoughts on the perfect recipe of brand building in 2024.
Hi. I think the basics will never change, right? Understanding of the consumer, I think, is the first and the foremost. The ways and techniques of understanding the customer might change, but in the end, it starts with the brilliant basics, I guess, right? So that is one. And I think, so what is happening is that it's a very interesting space that we are into. It's at the interesting point in terms of intersection between technology, the people, the understanding, and the brand. So how well you're able to make sense of this triad part, that here is the consumer, here is the understanding, here is the brand, and what are the spaces common, right? The other thing is the fragmentation, right? And how technology is enabling the fragmentation, and how also it's enabling a thing which is also kind of a mass customization. So as long as you're able to understand those intersections and find the sweet spot, so I think that they're going to be doing good in terms of doing a good brand building in these changing times.
Integration of old and new technologies coming together. Will bring something new.
Yeah, I mean, for example.
Can you help?
Okay. See, what is also happening is that the lines are getting blurred between the virtual and the real life, right? So now you have influencers who are based on AI and making more money than the real influencers, right? So I think someone needs to really understand that what's happening and which is the best way for the brand to kind of say tread on. I mean, so do they want to create real like relationships, and is that kind of relationship based on a virtual as a base? So I think it's good to understand this entire like dynamics, and that should be a good way to look into the future and do the future gazing.
Interesting to know. Nimish, your thoughts on the perfect recipe?
See, I think Mr. Malhotra has done an incredible job in terms of setting up the context for young India. In my mind, there are 3 C's which are very important. And especially when you're talking to the 600 million consumers which are between the age of 21 to 35. The first C is about credibility. 87% of Indians want to try a brand which has been recommended by either a friend or a family or Google or Quora. So it's very important for us to harness the power of advocacy and credibility. So that's the first C. The second C is content. It is becoming increasingly difficult, and Mr. Malhotra was talking about it. It is becoming increasingly difficult for marketers to make consumer see an ad. They don't have patience for 30 seconds. And if you were to serve them a video ad on an OTT platform, they'll skip it or they'll be multitasking. So it's very important for you to use the power of content and get your brand discovered. For example, I represent a health insurance company. There is an audience which is searching for health insurance, but there is an audience who's also searching for a gynecologic, an orthopedic surgeon, the best cancer hospital. Through content marketing, I can tap that consumer and make them aware of the benefits of health insurance. So it's about leveraging content to really get the consumer discover you. You can't advertise to the generation that is going to be the decisive factor over the next 3 years. The last C is about creativity. Now, when I say creativity, I'm just not talking about the buzz on social media. It's also about what is the problem that you're solving for customer. There's a lot of work that is happening on cause. Mr. Malhotra talked about few things. My only difference over there is a lot of brands are lapping up cause just for the sake of awards. And that's a fact. It's been called out on various social media platform. Do you genuinely solve a cause? And if you solve a cause, so customer is going to be looking at cause, credibility, and content.
Lovely. Very interesting concept of these 4 C's. And I would actually like to conclude it more. But before that, Mr. Pava, I would like to know from you that since our theme of the summit this year is everything from generative AI to Gen Z, and with the new advent of the new use of AI that we are witnessing in today's date in multiple campaigns, OH campaigns have come very lively. There was Ayushmann Khurrana in one, there was Shah Rukh Khan in another, and customers and lookers, passers-by are getting very amused and they're engaging with those campaigns. It's very attractive to the youth, of course, but I will not particularly limit that to the youth. Be it Gen Z, be it millennials, be it boomers, all of them are very amused and very engaged with those campaigns. How do marketers now leverage this technology and bring it in a more meaningful way for their consumers, and especially modern consumers, in marketing as well as experiential marketing forms?
Right. I would just want to add another dimension to it, that is the whole bit about creativity as well, right? Because all this in the end, it's about how creative you are. So I think, see, what is happening is that as an AI, that brands are now using AI as a very potent tool of creativity, which is based on insights, right? A lot of tools of AI, they enable you now to do more like data mining, which helps the creativity to be unleashed. Right. So that is one. The second thing is that we should see AI as a complementary thing to the human creativity. It ain't a substitute. It just augments how you are thinking and how it can really amplify your thought, right? So as long as you're able to get a grip on like these two things, it will always help. The other thing is that this whole area about personalization, because in the end, if you have an idea and you're able to get a scale, if you are able to do the personalization to the nth level, so that kind of gives an edge and a straight like connect to the consumers. And I think that as a brand marketer, your job is not limited to a campaign. It's a period of time. These are episodes. Experiences take a while to like register in the mind, especially now there's so much of advertising exposed to the consumers, and you experience it day in, day out. The amount of time people are spending on the digital landscape. It has to be a very consistent effort which has to go on regular basis, because only then you'll be able to kind of say, cut the clutter, create those experiences which stay in the mind. I mean, in the end, we all relate to a brand or to an episode through the experiences which we are able to create, be it a relationship or a just pure relationship of a consumption. So I think that's important to keep in mind in building the brand in these times.
Lovely. You mentioned a point, cut the clutter. Shivam, actually, I would like to know on these lines itself that, again, these new lively experiences haven't been seen a lot. So brands that are coming with it are cutting the clutter. They are obviously making a stand and making people notice. How do you think the future, because since our topic is also marketing leaders of the future, how do you think these leaders will leverage AI to that extent? Because whatever they do, it's something new that we are seeing.
No, absolutely. I think it's a great question. And I think with respect to AI, I still feel we are at a nascent stage. It's still developing, and people are discovering what it can really do for us. And it's not just marketing, actually. I mean, I would like to take a step back and say, see, marketing definitely can use AI, but to begin with, it has to be your products and services that start using AI. And then you can market that as a feature using AI. So essentially, I think AI has a role to play everywhere. And one of the examples, and I think the point that I made, right? I mean, the products and services have to start taking up AI. I think one of the leading examples is Motorola's recent announcement at a couple of months back, where we launched a bendable phone, right? Now, bendable phone is a hardware concept, right? I mean, we've got a foldable. We also displayed a rollable concept earlier this year, and 2 months back, 1 month back, we displayed a bendable phone which can wrap around your wrist, literally. But on its own, how do you showcase the use cases that are really innovative? Now, with new innovative form factors, with new innovative hardwares, products, services in general, AI will play a role in making them useful for the consumers, making use cases out of them. So, for example, we show a use case where you can click a picture of yourself and the AI automatically designs a wallpaper basis the theme of the clothes that you're wearing, and then you wrap it around. Now, this is just one example. There can be tons of examples of how AI will play a role in each and every touch point that you'll have with products and services. And once that starts to evolve, I think definitely there is scope for marketing to take this further and AI to be used in marketing. You spoke about some of the disruptive campaigns, right? Definitely it'll catch attention. I mean, one of the biggest AI being used anywhere, even without marketing. So for this example that I gave you, actually, we haven't done any marketing around it. It was just an announcement at an event of a product with an AI capability, and that itself has gone viral. Millions of consumers have seen it and have started commenting on it. So I think AI is at a stage right now where it is people are discovering its potential. People are excited to know more about it. People want to know more about it. I think it's about us, for us right now, I think it's about satiating that appetite for them. Take the products and services and make it visible, make consumers consume it. And then, of course, use it in the field of marketing to create disruptive campaigns. But wherever you use it, trust me, right now, it will catch eyeballs.
Beautifully explained, I must say. Nimish, on these lines itself, like we saw COVID, and COVID made us all stop for a while. After COVID, people are back. They just want to be back on the road, and people are more enthusiastic as well. The next trend that we are forecasting for 2024 is experiential marketing as well as the use of AI. What are your thoughts upon it? That how will the blend of these two help the marketeers and the industries and the respective industries to engage more with their consumers, to reach more potential customers, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities? How do you see that coming around?
Very interesting question, actually. I don't see AI as a woke concept as a marketeer. Yes, there are examples of brand doing something very interesting and putting it on social media handles and 100,000 people kind of liking it. Our country is far larger than that, right? So one of the use case that I'm very excited about as a marketer, we belong to one geography, right? And as a marketer, we always think in that language. I'm from I'm from Madhya Pradesh. I always think in Hindi. My creative director thinks in Hindi. We make literature for our products we think in Hindi, and we translate into 3-4 languages, right? But India is far bigger than that. And I think this is a genuine problem that AI can solve for. The large language model can convert your campaign, your creative, into 125 plus dialects. There's a consumer who's as important, who's sitting, let's say, 300 kilometers outside of Bangalore city, than the consumer who's sitting in this conference. Yeah. So one of the big thrusts that I see that we should do, one is driving buzz. The problem is consumer today is inundated with 18,000 brand impressions a day. Every third video goes viral and it dies the next hour. Are we going to build for the next hour of virality, or are we going to really build for something which drives persuasion and awareness of your proposition where none exists? So that's where my mind is.
Lovely. So I please keep the mic with you. The next question is for you as well. As when you started talking about this segment of how it will inculcate in today's date, you used the word woke. So thank you for using that word woke. It shows that we are in a summit that talks about Gen Z. That's a Gen Z slang I'm also learning over a period of time. So when you talk about this woke, rather, there is something called personalization, which has taken a lot of limelight lately. I mean, naturally, as we were discussing earlier, that if someone says hi, but they say hi Rima, I will prefer that hi Rima rather than a hi. So but again, also we see a lot of privacy concerns in today's date, where, I mean, of course, deep fakes are being seen. Alia has Modi is dancing to a garba. So surprisingly, how do you maintain trust and build consumer loyalty in these difficult times? Because everything is more personalized. We saw Mohit sir's keynote session where his voice was AI generated. And it was a very beautiful thing. But as much as it has pros, it also has cons to it. Consumers want to build it, but also they're scared of it. So how do you cater to that personalization as well as that, blending it with the privacy concerns?
Interesting question. I don't have the full, first we learned how to personalize using cookies, using PI data. Now we are unlearning that. We don't know what to do. So it's a roller coaster. I think the entire world is going through it. And we are also having our experiment. But two things very important. The first one is, and I have deep respect for that brand, but at some point in time, either today or yesterday, you would have got a call from Bajaj to give you a loan, and they say, hi, Nimish. So that level of personalization doesn't work. Somebody calls me hi or somebody calls me hi, Nimish, doesn't work, right? The important point is, does he know what I'm looking for? Is he selling me something that I'm looking for? I think that's the level of personalization. Hi, Nimish, hi, Rima, hi, Sumit doesn't work. I think our definition of personalization has to be far more granular than that. That's the first part on personalization. The second bit is the laws of the land, and we are a fully compliant organization. The space of being personalized yet protecting the privacy of the consumer is a gray space right now. So what essentially as an organization, what we are doing is, there's a customer that we know and the customer has consented because he's a policy holder, how can I first build a great experience? For example, a customer who calls me and I know that this customer has got discharged from hospital 1 month back because of a bypass surgery. My first response to that customer is, Mr. Nimish, I hope you're feeling well. Did you have the right kind of experience during your claim settlement? Did the hospital hold you for 8 hours or were you getting discharged at time? I think the first important bit is to solve for the consumers who have already put your trust. And I think that's one piece that we want to solve for. A customer who has not consented, doesn't care about health insurance, doesn't know Max Pupa or Niva Bopa, I think that's a problem for tomorrow to be solved for. So personalization has to be far more granular than just addressing me by my name. It needs to know what I'm looking for and what my requirements are. Second, in terms of respecting privacy, start with what you know and then try and figure out what technologies exist. There's some work that is happening on data clean rooms, etc. Very nascent stage. But once you solve for that, you solve for the prospect. Today, it is important to give great experience to your customer. Use personalization and privacy there.
Understood. So, Mr. Power, now since we were on the privacy and personalization take, so we are also expanding. Marketers are also expanding to various tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities to expand their consumer base. Tier 1 city, I think metro cities they have all the brands altogether, but we are expanding for a more base, consumer base, and also they have a very strong purchasing power. So when you expand your consumers, then also with the advent of AI, generative AI, we see with personalization, we have first party data, we have second party data, we have third party data. How would you as a marketer see to control these issues altogether?
Oh, sure. I think it's an interesting trick thing that how do you balance the privacy on one side and the customization on the other side, right? I think there's a great amount of temptation across all the marketers to collect as much data as you can. Like in the morning, in the evenings, what he does or she does and all that, right? But I think that somewhere a brand needs to be responsible, right? So that of course there are consents. People don't think about the time they take the consent, right? It's important to educate the customers in the beginning itself that what is it that you're collecting. You have to give them an option to choose that what they want to give and what they don't want to give and how will you be using the data, right? So that's one. The other thing is a lot of I think good responsible brands are doing the anonymous collection of data and they're just putting it in clusters as an aggregate. And this is to protect the individual privacy because then you're analyzing as a whole, as a lot. So that is one. The other thing is that you need to keep educating the customers that this data is important for us to give you ABCD services or to personalize more, right? And on the other side is the personalization bit that there's a whole lot of examples about omni-channel experience from social media to the physical world, that how smooth the journey the brand is able to generate through all the data they have collected. There's a gamification thing happening, all those things are happening as well. So I think as a brand and as a responsible brand, you need to protect the consumer data. You need to educate them and keep communicating to them. You should be very strongly and religiously following all the data protection laws and regulations because those are very stringent. And I think they are there to protect the consumers and to protect the brands as well. So as long as you're able to strike the balance between how much data you need and how much personalization you want to give, a brand should be able to come out of say as a good and responsible brand and not be so greedy about I want everything about the customers. It may not be so required.
Shivam, your thoughts on this, because as as being the woke generation, we are also we have everything available online. We are seeing what is happening even in theaters today. We see that okay, there's a fake sound that is coming in. People can rob you virtually now. So how do you take care of these privacy concerns when it comes to also personal, because data is being spread across? What is your take on it?
No, absolutely. I think privacy is a big concern for the younger generations and for all of us. In fact, in the age of technology where we're using so many smart devices, smartphone is one of the key intersections of technology with the human data, etc. And hence, it's a very focal point when it comes to privacy. And we've seen that definitely consumers are becoming more and more aware of the privacy factors. They are limiting what apps are collecting as information, etc. So I think it's absolutely important. But I frankly think, I mean, my fellow colleagues have covered most of the points here. I'd just like to reiterate some of the points as well. I think Sumit mentioned being transparent to the consumers, giving them the exact details of why you're collecting data. And I think in addition to that, I'd just say also be transparent and make it easy for them to opt out if they want to, right? I mean, I think that's one of the things that a lot of brands don't do it. In fact, people make it difficult to opt out, right? I mean, that's the, but give them an option. I mean, if they really think it's not something that they want to do, let them opt out, and that'll build trust into your brand. That'll bring trust for your brand. The second thing I think, which Nimish also mentioned, is very key to personalization. I think, see, at the end of the day, if you limit personalization to something which is very superficial, I think it's not going to give results. And at the end of the day, the consumer will only want to share data with you if he believes it is going to add value to their life, right? Simple as that. If the consumer feels that he's going to see content, he's going to see products, he's going to see services that are relevant for him, he will happily share data with you, right? So you have to give them the experience, give them the trust that what we are offering you is of interest to you, is relevant to you, and will continue to be relevant to you. And this data is going to help us give more and more relevant content and data to you and services to you. And in that case, I feel the consumer will have absolutely no hesitation in sharing data, and you as a service provider or a product developer will be able to give highly contextualized, personalized services to them. But make it deeper, like I think Nimish said, for sure. Make the connect deeper, make it more engaging. That's the whole idea of personalization, right? You want engagement out of it, and that can only happen if you go at a deeper level. And last but not the least, I think from a data perspective, I think it's important for brands to start building first party data for sure, right? I mean, I think, and this is one of the approaches that you could use to do that. Make sure that you offer the right services, be transparent, be clear, and give them an option to opt out if they want to, but make sure that they don't need to if your services are very relevant. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Shivam. Thank you so much. I mean, we actually ended on time, thankfully. So thank you so much for such an insightful session. I'm sure we gathered a lot of creativity, that is the use we need here, the use of personalization and privacy all together, which I had a lovely time chatting with all three of you. And of course, the perfect recipe for 2024, how brands will build. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you. Aditya, over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Also, thank you so much, Reema, for finishing on time. And also with your apt questions. Thank you. A picture, please. Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, a quick standalone session, and then the BW Marketing World 30 Under 30 Awards ceremony awaits us. The next standalone, it's on effective media communication and public speaking, being delivered by Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari. I also have a small and brief introduction with me. MD of PR Professionals, he's a distinguished columnist, speaker, a panelist, and also a philanthropist. His extensive experience lends a distinctive perspective to the realm of communication. Serving as a vice chairman of Public Relations Society Delhi, an advisor of the Kalam Foundation, and the chairman of the Para Sports Foundation of India, Dr. Tiwari is deeply involved in shaping various facets of society. Notably, he has touched lives by adopting over 150 children nationwide, including the children of Uri martyrs. Everybody, please welcome on stage Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari.
Thank you. I would request one very small thing. and I have two requests rather. One is please switch off your mobile phones. Second is please switch off your mobile phones. That's all. No other request. Because we have paucity of time, I'll start with something. Whenever I go to MIT for lecture, I start with this first slide. And I want everybody to read this. I'll ask one question from all of you after 30 seconds. Please ध्यान से देखिएगा. Because ये छोटी छोटी चीजें बहुत मैटर करती है कम्युनिकेशन में. डन. सो आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों को इसके अंदर 3 F दिखाई दे रहे हैं? कैन यू रेज योर हैंड्स? ओके. हाउ मेनी पीपल कैन सी 4 Fs? 3, 4, 5. 5 किसको किसको दिख रहे हैं? 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 किसको दिख रहे हैं? I think 1, the lady at the back. 2, 3. हाँ सर, क्या नहीं खोला सर? अब आप बताओ कि इसमें 7 किसको दिख रहे हैं? 1 को. बिकॉज मेरे ऑफिस से इन्होंने पहले मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन देखा है. तो क्या होता है, कम्युनिकेशन में कंसंट्रेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है. और जब आप सोच रहे होते हो कि आई एम 100% करेक्ट, दैट टाइम ऑल्सो यू आर नॉट 100% करेक्ट. सो यू हैव टू रीविजिट. मैं बहुत जल्दी 10 minutes I'll wrap it up. So I run a PR firm and PR की हिस्ट्री मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि समय की पहली टिक के साथ PR खरबूजे को देख कर रंग बदलता है. हम लोग बचपन से सुनते आए. So this is how PR started. The first campaign I would definitely love all of you. I don't think कितने लोगों को पता होगा, बट ये पहला कैंपेन था PR की सक्सेस स्टोरी की, और ब्रांड के लोगों को जरूर पता होना चाहिए. यूएस में सिगरेट की कंजम्पशन बहुत कम होती थी. ओनली मेल्स यूज्ड टू यूज सिगरेट. सो क्या हुआ, देयर वाज अ कम्युनिकेशन गाय, और उस समय बहुत ही ज्यादा पैसे से उसको हायर किया गया था. उसने एक छोटा सा लाइन लिया और उसने एक नाम दिया इसको, टॉर्चेस ऑफ फ्रीडम. उस भारत की तरह ही महिलाएं उस समय घरों में रहती थी, एंड दे फेल्ट दैट दिस इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू गो आउट एंड फ्लैश देमसेल्फ, बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द मेन सोसाइटी, मेन स्ट्रीम, एंड दैट इज हाउ दे स्टार्टेड स्मोकिंग सिगरेट. और ये पूरा का पूरा कैंपेन है. आई वुड वांट ऑल ऑफ यू टू प्लीज स्टडी दिस. और आप बिलीव करें कि देयर वाज 30% इंक्रीज इन द सेल ऑफ सिगरेट within 1.5 years, जो कोई लड़कियां बाहर नहीं निकलती थी. तो ये सक्सेस स्टोरीज हैं. PR सारा का से कम्युनिकेशन भी मैं कहूं तो रिलेशनशिप के खेल है. कब, कहां, क्यों, कैसे, किस तरीके से. मैं कहता हूं नहीं बोलना है, नहीं करना है. दिस इज फर्स्ट थिंग यू ऑल शुड लर्न, बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ फेलियर्स व्हिच हैज हैपेंड. आपने कहीं ना कहीं कोई गलती कर दी है, उसके लिए हम सबको ये सिखाया जाता है कि कब क्या बोलना है, क्या नहीं बोलना है, ये कोई नहीं बताता है. सो दैट इज समथिंग वी ऑल हैव टू लर्न. एंड बिजनेस हमेशा बाई प्रोडक्ट ऑफ रिलेशनशिप है. आज के जमाने में स्पेशली यंगस्टर्स, प्लीज विथ ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट, आप रिश्तों की अहमियत को प्लीज समझना, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सारा खेल रिलेशनशिप का है. हमारे सामने एक शख्सियत बैठे हुए हैं, अनुराग बत्रा जी. इन्होंने ये पूरा का पूरा ना रिश्तों पे खड़ा किया है. इज ऑल रिलेशनशिप. ना कहने में 2 बार सोचना पड़ता है कि कैसे सर ने बोला है तो ना कैसे कहें. दिस इज द पावर ऑफ रिलेशनशिप. स्टेक होल्डर्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आप कोई भी प्रोडक्ट लेके आते हैं, योर स्टेक होल्डर्स आर द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पीपल, और वो आप लोग पढ़ते हैं. आप सब, मैं थोड़ा ग्रेजुएशन में फेल हो गया था, अंग्रेजी इसलिए मेरी तंग है. MIT जब मैंने कहा तो सिर्फ ध्यान आकर्षित करने के लिए कहा, मैं मुजफ्फरपुर इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी में जाता हूं पढ़ाने के लिए. तो अब क्या होता है, स्टेक होल्डर्स में इंटरनल स्टेक होल्डर्स आप लोगों के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. मैं एग्जांपल्स थोड़ा ट्रेडिशन के साथ देना चाहूंगा कि रावण ने अपने इंटरनल डिविजन को ही मैनेज करना नहीं समझा और पूरा का पूरा इतिहास बन गया. आप अपने इंटरनल एम्प्लॉइज, अपने इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स जो इंटरनल है उनको बहुत ध्यान रखिए। स्पोक्स पर्सन के पीछे क्या क्या चीजें होने चाहिए, कैसे आप सिलेक्ट करते हो स्पोक्स पर्सन, बिकॉज मार्केटिंग के लोगों, आपके यहाँ कम्युनिकेशन के अलग अलग पैरामीटर्स होंगे सिलेक्शन के। मैं एक एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूं कि जब लॉर्ड राम ने हनुमान को सिलेक्ट किया कि मेरा कम्युनिकेशन जाके तुम लंका में करके आओ, और वहां पे जाके एप्लीकेशन ऑफ माइंड टू रीच द राइट टारगेट, रावण तक कैसे पहुंचोगे? जब तक अशोक वाटिका को आप नहीं उखाड़ते आप रावण तक नहीं पहुंच सकते थे। सो ही टुक, राम ने सोचा कि बहुत स्ट्रेंथ वाला आदमी चाहिए जो पहुंच सके। हनुमान ने सोचा कि मैं क्या करूंगा कि रावण तक पहुंच जाऊंगा। और उसके बाद मैसेजिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। मैं अभी जिंद गया था हरियाणा में रिसेंटली, और हरियाणा में मैंने रामायण देखी, उससे मैंने एक छोटा सा चीज निकाला, आपको मैं दिखाता हूं। तो वहां रावण जब पहुंचता है तो राम हरियाणवी में है, मतलब बहुत एलीट लोगों को शायद तो मजा ना आए, पर रावण ने पूछा, ओ बानरी के पुत्र तू कौन से और कितने आए से? तो हनुमान ने जवाब दिया, मैं राम का दूत सु, पौण का पूछ सु, सीता माता नु लेने आऊं, ले पाड़ ले मेरी पूछ। पर अब इसका मतलब आप देखो, राम का दूत सु, मैसेजिंग देखो आप, मास्टर इज राम, उसने बड़ा स्ट्रांग मैसेज दिया। पवन का पूछ सु, किसका बेटा हूं, लेगेसी अपनी बताई। सीता माता लेने आया सु, यानी पर्पस क्या है मेरा। एंड देन ले पाड़ ले, आप कुछ कर सकते हो तो कर लो, मेरा मैं तो लेके जाऊंगा, मैं इसलिए आया हूं। सो आपको बहुत ही वो हमेशा रहना पड़ता है कि आपको सचेत रहना पड़ता है कि क्या डिसीजन लेने। अभी विनीत कुमार पांडे जी को मैं यहाँ पे सामने रख, कौन जानता है विनीत कुमार पांडे को? नहीं सर, कोई बता सकता है? मैगी को कौन कौन जानता है? सब जानते हैं। इस एक शख्सियत ने 500 करोड़ का लॉस कराया मैगी को फाइनेंशियली, और 1000 करोड़ का बिजनेस लॉस कराया। ये वही शख्सियत है जिसने पहली बार मैगी की प्रॉब्लम की शुरुआत की थी उत्तर प्रदेश में। तो आप सबके आसपास विनीत कुमार पांडे मिलेंगे। यू नीड टू बी प्रिपेयर्ड। हम हमेशा सोचते हैं कि सामान बेच लिया तो हम सक्सेस हो गए। सामान को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, मैं अपना प्रचार नहीं करता हूं, बट हम लोग इंडिया की वन ऑफ द बेस्ट क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट कंपनी है। कभी भी जरूरत पड़े आपको एक क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट का आदमी आपके पास जरूर होना चाहिए, बिकॉज बनाने में बहुत टाइम लगता है, खत्म करने में कोई वक्त नहीं लगता है। तानसेन और कानसेन, लिसनिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। कानसेन रहेगा तभी तानसेन की वैल्यू है। आप पहले सुनो अपने कस्टमर की, अपने चैनल पार्टनर्स की, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स की बातें आपको सुननी है, फिर आप बोलोगे तो आपकी वैल्यू रहेगी। और लास्ट में लीडरशिप बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अमिताभ बच्चन को मैंने ये लिखा है कि हम जहां खड़े होते हैं लाइन वहीं से शुरू हो जाती है। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का लीडर, मैं डॉक्टर श्रीधरन के साथ काम करता था दिल्ली मेट्रो में, आई वाज डेप्यूटी हेड ऑफ मीडिया देयर, और मैंने उनकी लीडरशिप देखी है। ऐसी लीडरशिप थी कि जब मिनिस्टर के पास जाते थे तो मिनिस्टर्स अपनी सारी चीजें कैंसिल कर देते थे और कहते थे डॉक्टर श्रीधरन आ रहे हैं तो हम मिलेंगे। बाकी पीएसयूज के हेड्स आके बाहर बैठे रहते हैं। आई स्टिल रिमेंबर, बिकॉज मैं प्रोटोकॉल भी देखता था। रतन टाटा साहब आए थे और उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे डॉक्टर श्रीधरन से मिलना है। ऑफिस से फोन आया, ताज अपने स्वीट में थे, तो श्रीधरन साहब फटाफट तैयार हो गए कि मैं जाऊंगा मिलने के लिए। रतन टाटा साहब ने कहा कि सर, अ पर्सन ऑफ योर स्टेचर डोंट नीड टू कम टू मीट मी, आई विल कम एंड मीट यू। एक आदमी, शख्सियत जो रिटायरमेंट के बाद एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का हेड बना दिल्ली मेट्रो को, उसको रतन टाटा ने कहा कि मैं आऊंगा आपके पास मिलने। ये होता है। तो आप जो लीडर्स होते हैं बहुत अहम होते हैं। और लीडरशिप क्या होती है? आपके पहुंचने से पहले अगर आप पहुंच गए तो आप लीडर हो। एक लाइन में, देयर इज नो अदर शॉर्टेस्ट एग्जाम्पल ऑफ लीडरशिप। ये मैंने एक क्लोजिंग रिमार्क बनाया था, बट साथ साथ मैंने कुछ पब्लिक स्पीकिंग के 4 स्लाइड्स और रखे थे। आई वांटेड कि जितने मैं समझता हूं, जितनी छोटी छोटी चीजें मुझे आती हैं, मैं आपको भी बताऊं। एक सर्वे हुआ हार्वर्ड ने किया कि कितने लोगों को स्टेज फियर है। आप सब कल स्टेज पे होंगे, आज स्टेज पे है, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को लीड करेंगे, तो आप 85% पीपल हैव स्टेज फियर, लोगों ने एडमिट किया। और आपको पता है बाकी के 15% झूठ बोल रहे थे, विच मीन्स 100% लोगों को स्टेज का फियर होता है। अब स्टेज के फियर को कैसे खत्म किया जा सकता है, मैं सिर्फ कुछ स्लाइड्स में जो मैं जैसे किया हूं वो मैंने देखा है। आपको एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी, मैं जब चढ़ता था, पहले मैं गांव से आता हूं बिहार के, मेरे पिताजी बोलते थे यार कोनो काम खराब हो गई तो खेत थोड़े लिखा लिए, विच मीन्स कि इवन इफ यू लूज, यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू लूज योर लैंड, अपनी जमीन तो तुम्हारे पास है। तो आप पहले जब आते हो ना, आप सोचो आई हैव नथिंग टू लूज। सेकेंड थिंग, शाउट द रॉन्ग नेम। आप जब जा रहे हो ना, अपने आसपास के लोगों को देखो, अभिषेक सामने बैठा है, मैं इसको रजनीश कहूं, संजय जी बैठे, मैं राजेश कहूं, आप कहो एक बार, आप ट्राई इट वंस and see the impact. Your concentration will go there and fear will go off. Tongue twisters and आजा बच जाता है बड़े बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का। तो टंग ट्विस्टर्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं जब आप स्टेज पे जा रहे हो। डू इट ट्वाइस, वॉशरूम में जाइए, 2 बार टंग ट्विस्टर्स बोलिए एंड कम टू द स्टेज, देयर वोंट बी एनी फियर। टॉक इन स्पेलिंग, ये भी बहुत बड़ा मंत्र है। आप IAMGOINGTO करके 2 लाइन बोल लो, आप स्टेज पे आ जाओ। कन्वर्सेशन को रिफ्रेम करिए, परफॉर्मेंस की बात नहीं करिए, प्रेजेंट ओरिएंटेड रहिए, जो सामने है उसके बारे में बात कीजिए। टोन, टेम्पो, वॉल्यूम का ध्यान रखिए। समय का अभाव है, अदरवाइज आई वुड हैव एक्सप्लेन्ड यू एवरी बिट ऑफ इट, बिकॉज और एक मैंने ये मलाला का की वीडियो है जो मैंने रखी है, आवाज देंगे प्लीज। नहीं है? कोई नहीं। आप सब इनको जानते हैं, नोबेल जीता इन्होंने, यंगेस्ट लेडी है और वेरी करेजियस लेडी। आगे सर, अब मेरी गलती नहीं है इसमें, मैंने 2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा नहीं लिया है, आप सब। थैंक यू सो मच, आप ही से सीखा है हम लोगों ने।
मेरे पे मत ब्लेम करो।
आया? आई डोंट थिंक, लीव इट, कोई नहीं। हाँ। मलाला, कैसे आप बात कर रही है, उनको प्रेज कर रही है, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, बहुत अच्छी स्पीच है ये। आई थिंक 90 सेकेंड्स की है, बट इसमें मैंने सिर्फ 15 सेकेंड रखा था। सी इट वंस। एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत डर था कि बाहर सारे लोग बैठे हुए थे, मुझे लगा कोई नहीं आएगा, बट आप लोगों ने मान बढ़ाया, सम्मान दिया है, मैं नतमस्तक हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Diwali. Thank you. I think this was also probably one of the quickest and the fastest, let's say, a small masterclass, a brief masterclass, probably. Thank you so much. मैं उन 15% में से हूं जो झूठ बोलते कि उनको स्टेज फियर नहीं है, ताकि all of us have it. And just before we begin with your ceremony, as Dr. Batra had mentioned, that the next marketing whitebook launch will happen in Mumbai on the 8th of December at Taj Santa Cruz, in the presence of Mr. Jayan Mehta, the MD of Amul, who will also then deliver a keynote session there. So if you're around, go for that as well. We've had the honor of listening to Sir, and in his session also nothing short of masterclasses themselves. And now moving forward from those compelling discussions that you witnessed to the evening's celebrations. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to welcome all of you to the inaugural edition of PW Marketing World's 30 Under 30 Awards ceremony. Today, we gather here to celebrate the young Turks of the Indian marketing industry, many of which are sitting here, and I can see all of you smiling, showcasing unparalleled commitment and devotion to sculpting the destiny of the Indian marketing industry. Before we begin, I would once again like to thank our partners for the day, our knowledge advisors, GFK, EY, Ipsos, and CBRE, our media barter partner, One Up Trade, our event partners, joytravels.com, Fundroom, Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, Impact, H, and IWM Buzz. With the positive time missing out on the video, we'll just skip that, yes. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW Marketing 30 under 30, where 30 is numeric. Now, before we begin with the awards ceremony, I'm sure Dr. Bhatt will also talk about this. When stalwarts like you apply or nominate yourself for this powerful list of awardees, it becomes really difficult for the jury members to deliberate as to who should make it to the list and not. Of course, all of your winners already. अगर आप apply or nominate करते हैं तो आपका हमारा मानना है. So, welcome Dr. Bhatt to sort of formally welcome all of you to the award ceremony. Can you please have a look at the jury process as to what happened from the time you nominated to where we've come today? The jury overview, please. Yeah, man, it's okay. उन्होंने तो वक्त लिया, हम 10 सेकंड दे सकते हैं और it's okay. Okay, I think it's okay. You can sort that out. Dr. Batra, we shall first have your... Everybody, let's please welcome Dr. Batra, the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange Media Group, to officially inaugurate the award ceremony, and then we'll have the jury review. So,
My honor and privilege to be here. As I said, I had 4 days of fever. I just popped a pill because I think it's coming back, but I didn't want to miss it. And I committed to Mohit that I'll be here. Though I had my friend and a CEO of our healthcare and well-being, Mr. Harbinder Narula, as a backup, because I know he'd do a better job than me. But maybe next time, Harbinder, you didn't pay me enough money. But let me welcome all the awardees of the BW Marketing World 30 under 30. This is the inaugural edition. I also see some of you have come with your family. So your family is a very important part of your journey and your success. You have your parents. So really welcome all the parents or families. Some of you have come with spouses. So a warm round of welcome to you. I just want to say, if you had seen the jury AV, I have 2 grown-up children, and I know how competitive they are. They enter things. When they don't win or somebody from their school wins, how they feel. And I cringe when we have to say no to people who are writing, have we won, we know. But the awards process is such that it is a process of elimination. So I share this incident all the time. Last year in my first company, which I don't run, it runs well without me, Exchange for Media, because you're from the marketing background, you know, we did a 30 under 30 and a friend's son didn't win. Both the parents are my good friends, primarily the father and the mother. They're both industrialists. And they're from Hyderabad, and I went for a social gathering, somebody's 60th birthday. They met me and they asked me, so when's the event? We haven't got a mail. I knew that he hadn't won, right? And Arun is there from Aman Gupta's team. Arun is a senior marketing communication person. Aman just concluded judging our 40 under 40 yesterday, 2 rounds, looked at 90 plus, almost 100, maybe 110 entries. And Aman was a winner 4 years back or 5 years back? 5 years back of our 40 under 40. He was doing well then also, but right now, of course, the scale of his success. And he always says that our process is so honest. So he's been on this side now. He was a jury chair. He led the process. And I remember on 22nd or 21st was the first day, and he saw 3-4 entries and said, why have we shortlisted them? इसका turnover कम है because Aman thinks like 5,000 crores and 10,000 crores. So any company, and I'm being real. So anyway, these parents asked me. So I knew they hadn't won in the morning. I wrote them a long email. I still have it. And I basically said to them, it is like Sachin Tendulkar is a great player. Virat Kohli is. Rohit Sharma is. But someday they get out at low runs. They don't score well. They don't bat well. And the awards are about how you present that day. It's about how you answer the question. The data has been given to the jury members. They have it. So they're judging you in that short span of time. We say 2-3 minutes, but typically it's 6-7 minutes, 10 minutes. I mean, average is about 10-12 minutes every candidate. And we say 2-3 because in India, if you say 2-3, then it is 10-12. If you said 15, it will be 30 minutes. Okay. So I just want to say the ones that who've not won this year, a lot of you are much under 30, so you have a chance next year. The jury is also a little more kind to people who are 29, 30, because they won't. I mean, that's not a criteria, but all things being equal, because I did sit through this jury. My friend, Mr. Amit Tiwari, who I've known for a long time, he was the CMO of Havells, and now he's the global demand center head at TCS, just written a book on marketing tech. He's the only CMO yet who has a column in BW, chaired the jury, and again, Noor joined the jury, Ruhel joined the jury, a lot of you joined the jury. So I just want to say it's a very honest process. I also want to say that, I as I said, I don't prepare PowerPoint presentations. Can we play the jury EV? Yes. With the heart of our awards is our jury EV. Because I run Exchange for Media, I know every media company, I love every media company, but we don't sell our awards. Okay, I won't get into who sells, who doesn't, but we don't. That's one thing that we don't do. What is the point in really buy them? Really, there's no need for this process.
I was recently involved in 30 under 30 organized by Businessworld and judging the best candidates. I think the candidate pool was great. It was very motivating to see the gender diversity that was there. Also, there was good representation from both the service as well as product sectors. The other thing is also it's very motivating to see the kind of experiences that the candidates have and the kind of perspectives that they bring to the table. Also, in the same age group, you can see how there has been an evolution over the years and the kind of rich stories that the candidates have to narrate now versus what it was a few years back. I'm sure the candidates must be awaiting the results, and I wish them all the best for the results as well as for their journeys ahead.
It's been a great experience being a part of the jury panel of BW Marketing World 30 under 30 awards event. Being a part of the judging panel is nothing short of an amazing experience. The level of talent and creativity displayed by all the participants was truly outstanding. As a jury member, I had the privilege to witness firsthand innovation and excellence that participants bring to the areas of their work. The commitment to push boundaries and raising the bar was truly inspiring. It was a tough job to select the winners because everyone brought something unique to the competition. However, I would like to congratulate all the participants for their hard work and also congratulate the winners for their well-deserved recognition. Looking forward to seeing how these individuals continue to shape the futures of the marketing world. Thank you for having me as a part of the jury panel, and all the best to the winners. Thank you.
It was an absolute honor to be a part of the jury of the Business World Marketing 30 Under 30. The process was extremely elaborate, very detailed, and absolutely fair. And I think the quality of the applications was absolutely fantastic. I could see emerging talent across industries with varied marketing experiences, which was a delight to see. Last but not the least, I think I would like to congratulate all the winners who are going to win this award. They're absolutely deserving if they're winning this prestigious award. So all the best and congratulations to the winners again.
Please give our jury members a big, they gave their time. I just want to mention 2-3 things. I have a very presentation, but I'll run past through it very fast. First of all, our business, I'm a perfectionist. While I talk about progress, I am a perfectionist. I get, I'm fully into whatever I do. So in the process of shortlisting of some of our awards, I'm fully involved, including this 40 under 40. Not all, like I was there for the supply chain award, but I'm not an expert on supply chain, so I don't contribute. I was there, observed, learned. The jury chair and other jury members were running. So I must tell you that we made our own list, but when candidate presented, we changed our mind both ways, which means some we had initially said should be in the list, we didn't take them in the list because they didn't present well, and all the jury members were unanimous no or most no's for them. Second is there were people that we saw and we said they're not really marketing. I see, because I was on that call, I see some, I saw some on the screen, and the presentation was so good, and they could connect the dots and explain to us why they deserved a marketing award, and hence we changed our mind. So in our mind, it's a very involved process, and some of our awards I am fully involved, right from shortlisting to seeing the shortlist to seeing who the no's are, who the maybes are. It's a very involved process. Okay. And of course, the temptation is to take people from the established companies, and you're tempted. I'm human, so it looks good, a Bata, XYZ, but we did not look at that. There, in fact, a lot of the ones who didn't make it to the list are from very large companies. There are some very large companies. So again, the jury chair or any of the jury members, 3 of the jury members are in the room. No jury had any brief. Some of you have been on our. We have no brief. I remember Aman on 21st, after he finished at 3:15, we took 15 minutes more. He said, Maja aa gaya. And Aman is very real, okay? He said, Maja aa gaya, looking at the quality. So there is, the word gets out. And again, some people, they pay us a fee and their PR guys chase us as if they own us, right? So I want to tell them that it's a process. Just because you entered an award, it's like a lottery. You buy a lottery, you won't win it. And we have template for mails because we deal with all kinds of people. Some people buy at entry and they think they own the hotel, okay? That kind. And there is a sense of maybe, and it's a very fair process, so it's fair. But I stress the point that it is a very honest process. Whoever is won, no award is a perfect process. I keep saying, as Mohit says, perfection, तो 2 लोग perfect हैं. एक तो Lord Shiva और एक मेरी बीवी. उसके अलावा कोई perfect नहीं है, ठीक है? Maybe Hoshi and Arvinder are close to that, but beyond that. So I just want to say that whoever is in the list, because a lot of my friends call me, judiciary fix hoti hai, tum ek award nahi dilwa sakte ho. In fact, somebody very important called me for our legal awards, which is on 17th, our 30 under 30 and 40. The person hasn't made it, and I told the person who communicated, I said, he's a unanimous no. If there was a marginal chance, I would have exercised my veto. But if everybody said no, I won't participate. So he should participate next year. That's the level of honesty. Having said that, we are all humans. Awards are all done by human beings. So it's a close to perfect process. It's not a perfect process. Now, since I'm old and I've done this for a long, long time, first of all, it is customary to thank your teams in the end, but I want to thank them right up front. The curator of these awards is Chetan. He works with me. So for last many years, his father wasn't well, so he's in and out, but still he's very effective. There are lots of good things about him. So please give a big round of applause to Chetan. Chetan, are you here? वो बाहर होगा. कहाँ है चेतन? हाँ, उसको बुला लो. Shivam Popli, who works with Chetan, who's again very, very sincere. Shivam, thank you for contributing. Please give Shivam you must have interacted with Shivam for scheduling. A lot of people in the marketing team, they do a lot of good work. Since I'm keep pushing them for doing better, Shweta Boyle, Karthik Kumar, Himanshu. Then I involved the editorial team. Soumya joined after a maternity leave. I think the first day she joined, I said, you need to do this. Or maybe one day before that, I mailed her. And then Rima has joined us about 6 months back. She's doing fantastic work. Neha Kalra joined us a month or so back. Pratyaksh, last 3 months back, he joined. These are all in the editorial side. They've done a great job. Shruti, who's the business head for Marketing World, she's there. She's contributed, and really they make the hard work to make today's evening happen. Prashant and his team who does the events. Chetan, I thanked you right up front. Okay, you're smiling, huh? Yeah. And I do it because I really feel I'm perfectionist. The mail to the people who haven't won needs to be worded like this. Show me the mail. Show it to Noor if you can't show it to me. I had fever 4 days. If Noor's seen it, it's better than me. She's even more meticulous than me. Right, and she's worked 21 years with me, so she understands my DNA and I understand her. And this year, both Noor and Ruhail are not in India. Ruhail's worked 12 years with me. Also, Mr. Hoshi Ghaswala, who's the CEO of BW Engage, is here in the morning. He started the conference. Mr. Harbinder Narula, they're my senior colleagues, and I really depend on them for a lot of things. Our jury member Shivam, thank you for giving time. My friend Sumit, we worked together in J. Walter Dumpson days 25 years back. I don't know where he is. Sumit. I happen to reconnect with him. I go to Fab Cafe every morning to have my coffee, and one day I bumped into him. And then, we started re-engaging. I don't know who else jury member is there. Chetan, is anybody else there apart from Shivam and Sumit? Right now in the room, any other jury member, these two. So please give Shivam and Sumit a big round of applause. They have contributed to today's list. And our award, like Aman is a celebrity, okay? And he's built something, and he's still very humble, very nice, very respectful. I really admire him, okay? And, Arun is very good at his job. Sometimes he can be pushy and all that, but he's doing his job. He's doing, and, to be able to satisfy those people on jury, is not easy. So we take our awards very seriously. I'm trying to tell you that maybe 20th time, and our jury members put in their time. A lot of jury members, especially very senior people, ask me, so what is our ROI? So your ROI is, first, you're giving back. Second, your ROI is you meet great talent. I mean, Aman said at least 10 of the people he met were fantastic. I could see the interest Aman had in those people. I mean, they were better than Shark Tank. I have to say this, right? I mean, that's my view. Aman may not say it. I have a point of view on everything. So I just want to congratulate Sumit and Shivam for taking so much time. My friend Amit Tiwari, who really chaired the jury. Maharaj, you should be part of the jury next year. And, I also want to ask you, very short, do you know this guy? Does anybody know this guy without Googling? Which team in IPL he plays for? Does he play for an IPL team? That's why you don't know him, right? This is an Israeli guy, and I started giving this example 1.5 months before 7th October. Who in 2011 or 2012, you can Google that, but I think 2011, maybe 2012, he became almost the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. He was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. And then one of his co-climbers died. Another one was in the danger of dying. So he had two choices, either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or to save someone's life. What do you think he did, Sarvesh? He chose to come back, came back. In the process. He had frost bites. He had to amputate 2 of his fingers, but he saved 1 life. So I know we are a very ambitious lot. All of us, we are. And there's nothing wrong with it. If you at less than 30 won't be ambitious, when will you be ambitious? And by being ambitious, you create something. But be kind. Be kind to yourself. If you don't achieve the award this year, your friend hasn't, whatever. We put targets. I mean, I should have rested. I shouldn't have come here, but I put myself, I popped because I committed to Mohit, and it was, since Mohit became an MD and CEO, it was his first public appearance in 6 years, 5 years and 8 months. And it took me a lot of And normally I don't chase. Okay, Noor and Ruhail, they do, but I called him. He's a friend of mine. I've known him for a long time. So I came for that. So be kind. That's the only thing I want to say. While I may be driving my team to do better, I try to be kind in my own. This guy's name is Nedab Ben Yehuda. To me, he's an epitome of kindness. Second, I want to talk to you about humility. Shivam and Sumit, does CMOs and humility go hand in hand? It does. At least with people like you, I see humility. But CMOs, a lot of my friends complain about CMOs कि वो फोन नहीं उठाते हैं. को फोन बोलेंगे एक हफ्ते बाद फोन करो, फोन नहीं उठाते. I tell them there are like 60, 100 callers, sellers call them every day. If they pick up the call of everyone, when will they? So, did you set up a time to call them? If then he or she doesn't pick up, then it's legit. And, he or she can call you back. But I just want to say, because you handle big budgets, you're a very pampered lot. I know 99% of the CMOs in the country, not personally, but through my platform, have humility. Humility will help you grow more, will help you learn. You'll be easy on yourself. Be humble. Because sometimes as you grow from where you are, you will only grow. I've seen the profiles of everyone who's won. They put the wrong slide, but this is me in my business school in MDI in 94. This is when I was 23. I was 23, right? I pulled out this photo just to show to my children that I wasn't born bald, but this is 23. I was 23. I was an MDI studying in 94. One of the DOMs, one of my batchmates took it. Of course, I never smoked a cigar and I don't smoke for the last 22 years. So this was just for photo. At 23, I wasn't wisest. I've seen some of the presentations. There are people who were 22, 23 who presented. They were so good. They were so good. Somebody's built a company that is doing 30 lakhs of agency of billing, 15 lakhs of profitability at 23. Didn't make it to the list. That's another story. But outstanding, because it's relative. There were better people, right? But doesn't take away from that person's achievement. At 23, only thing was to get good CGPA and to get a job after MDI, right? So I wasn't wise. So what would I tell myself sub 30? So one is be kind. Second, be humble. Third, which I follow mostly, is good quality sleep. I keep my phone in a different room. I don't have my phone. Hoshi, that's why I missed your calls after I texted you, because I went to sleep after that yesterday. I want to tell him that I'm not feeling good. I won't be able to come in the morning. He called me and, he called the landline, but I put a, kind of a volume, lowered the volume on the landline also, because I don't compromise even on my sleep. And a lot of people ask me about my high energy and how I work 15 hours a day. Because I sleep 8-9 hours a day, never compromise on my sleep for the last 20 years. So sleep well. Your boss also does that, right? He gets up when he gets up, right? Mostly I'm also like that. I get up when I get up. Nobody can wake me up. So good quality sleep will get you to be mindful in an era of alerts, distractions. How do you create your best work when you are away from your phone, from distraction? So I want to move to, this is at about, I can't remember the year, but I have to be 34. I'm giving you, do you know who the two guys in the photo are? Thank you. Thanks for calling me one. Okay. But you know who the next guy is? Yeah. Yes. So I went to, one of my friends took me to the Cannes Film Festival for the first time. And Exchange for Media had just become successful. I was 34, which is 17 years back. And we were sitting in Monaco in Café de Paris. And I said, I'm a quizzer. So I said, this guy looks familiar. I tell this to my wife sometimes. Yeah, Anurag, you think you know everyone. Yeah, chhod do. But when I say that, I'm almost 100% right, if not. So, and then Bhuvan, who's really a walking encyclopedia on movies, I walked up to him and in his rich baritone told him, hey, I can imitate him, but I won't do it today. But I'm Bhuvan, I'm Vijay and Ashok's friend. Oh, and then, of course, because Vijay and Ashok Amritraj gave him Double Impact. That's the movie that, I'm old, so I grew up watching Double Impact. I met him and I sat down for 5 minutes. I got 5 minutes with him. This is 17 years back, and I asked him, you know, how you're doing and what is your advice to be successful. I was 34. I used to ask these questions. I still do. And he said to me what Mohit said, be passionate. And saying being passionate, which means all in. I called so many of Mohit's colleagues. A lot of them are my friends who worked with Mohit for 20 plus years. I called. He is genuinely, whatever you saw on stage is real him. And he told me, be authentic. He told me, don't worry about the results. He said, nothing is small. He told me that he's making movies in Germany, which are at time, he told me it is like I'm spending 10 million, but there's a 5 million profit. I don't remember, but exact amount. So he says, don't worry that do whatever you do, even if it's small, it's impactful. And I was young those days, I'm no longer young. And I really believe the age of achievement is getting younger. All of you, as I talked about this 23-year-old who presented, built an agency that's 15 lakhs of profit every month. That some big agencies don't do 15 lakhs of profit. I know all of them. Okay. And I keep saying, avoid the 3 C's. Which are these 3 C's? Any guess? 3 C's? It's not the 3 C's cinemas. You can go and watch there. I'm nothing against that. One is complain. Don't complain. Because I watch CNN. I'm a avid CNN watcher for last 20 plus years, maybe 20, 30 years. Look at what's happening in Gaza. It's heartbreaking. Just after COVID, I think of at least 6 friends of mine who are in heaven. We are alive. So everything we get is a bonus. So don't complain. You guys are very privileged. You're very lucky. Second is criticize. We criticize people we don't know. Sometimes I hear feedback about me, which is also news to me. I've learned to have fun with it, but sometimes when I was younger, it used to impact me emotionally. People who don't even know me, who don't know what I am, have a point of view in me, but I guess that comes with the job I have. It's okay. Third is compare. Now, I run an awards. I shouldn't be talking about comparison. I run a media company. But generally, everyone's journey is unique. Your journey is unique. You made it to the list. So avoid the 3 C's. Embrace the 3 H's. What are these 3 H's? Very easy, Mehraj. First is hope. I genuinely wake up every day. I must tell you, my colleagues are there and I don't say it to them because I know they are worried. Our revenue targets for the first time on a marketing whitebook are not done because you're not there in ABP News, Mehraj. Okay. And I didn't call your boss, ex-boss. Okay. But it's okay. I believe Bombay will make up for it. I believe we'll do better. And I get worried. A month back, I called Hoshi and Harvinder and said, I want to talk to both of you in the conference room. And I shared something. I get worried also, but I genuinely believe tomorrow will be better. I take a pause because I'm always working. Hope. It's a great thing. There's nothing like hope. If you can tell that 10 days, 1 year, 2 years, whatever you need to tell yourself, it'll happen. And you'll find a way. The second H is hard work. Mohit works so hard, it's not funny. He can be speaking he runs a 12,000 crore company, iconic brand, profitable, very good market cap. You saw, he is focused on his work. It has never taken me that much time to get someone. And third is what I started with, humility. So if you have these 3, I won't say more. I wish you luck in what you're doing. Wish your families, because your success is your family success. It's truly hard-earned. Wish you well. God bless you. Do buy 10, 20 copies of the Marketing Whitebook. Do subscribe to Businessworld. I asked some of you, do you know about bwmarketingworld.com? And some of you weren't aware. You came through some other routes. So I hope you subscribe to BW Marketing World newsletter. You can subscribe to both Exchange for Media and BW Marketing World. The little differentiation. So you'll know that. I also want to use this opportunity to show we also want to announce the jury for next year. We have 2 jury co-chairs. Skip the rest of the presentation. We have 2 jury co-chairs. We have Dipali Nair, who's the Group CMO of the CK Birla Group as the co-chair, and we have Subhranshu Singh, who is at the commercial vehicle at Tata Motors, the head of marketing SBU. These two are co-chairs, and we have other jury members. So you can see the creative, you can spread the word around. All the best. God bless you. Stay humble, sleep well, be kind, and you'll continue to grow and you'll be happier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And now time for the awards. I know it's late, but never mind. I think the Josh is still amongst all of you. Humble request, all the winners, once you've received your award, after receiving it, please step down from stage left. We need to get a picture of yours for the magazine. And also then stay back till the very end for a group picture, once again, for the magazine. Very important. Okay, and now to begin with the awards ceremony, which is the inaugural edition of PW Marketing World's 30 Under 30 Awards. And to do the honors to present the first set of awards to our winners, once again, Dr. Anurag Batra are requested to please join us, sir. Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange Media Group. Joining him is Professor Sumit Pava, Head, Brand, Social and Media, Tata Tele Business Services. Please, sir. Now, this list is just in alphabetical order, nothing else. Yes?
One thing about the list, the two H's that I missed out were Hoshi and Arbinder first. Second is this list is 30 people, 27 are here. It has 12 women. And my apologies to one of the winners. Your name is such that we call you Mr. So apologies. We'll send you some chocolates for that. It has 11 winners from Mumbai, 10 winners from Delhi, 6 winners from Bangalore, 1 from Hyderabad, 1 from Chennai, and 1 possibly who works from Goa. That's the 30. 12 winners who are women. In a CMO list, it could have been 20, but we don't look at the gender to select someone, but whether it's in our juries or in our winners or our speakers, we tend to be at least conscious of the fact that it can't be a panel. It can't be just male panelists or, So 12 women, less according to me. This list should have been 18, 20 women, because in marketing list roles, there are a lot of leadership positions and women are there, but it's still decent. 12 women, 11 winners from Mumbai, 10 from Delhi, 6 from Bangalore, 1 from Chennai, 1 from Bangalore, 1 from Hyderabad, and 1 from Goa. So that's the breaker. As Sapna said, right at the almost all the sectors, if not all, almost 90% sectors, both on the service and product side, are represented. This year also the list has people from agencies and brands. Again, in the brands, you have very established brands. You also have brands that have come up in the last few years and really made a mark. The brands that are really well known in their domain, but there were maybe 3 brands that, at least personally for me, were new because I don't consume those brands. So you'll see a healthy list of people in this list which represent truly the Indian economy. I just wanted to say that. I forgot.
Love the detailing, sir. मैं pressure में हूँ. Okay, let's begin. The first person to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year is Akshat Kumar Narayana Health. Seconds is 20 seconds what you have to say thank you or tell them what you do, whatever you wish. 20 seconds, huh?
I think I'll thank all the jury members and all the BW team. And adding to that, I'll just like to say this is one of the reasons for a marketer to say that we love what we do. So yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations, yes, for the picture. Moving on, the next person to join the BW Marketing Awards list of young achievers this year. Please. It's someone who are from Blackberry. Come on, everybody, please.
I think I'll take more than 20 seconds, probably 30. So, I'll just like to dedicate this award to my parents or every parent who's here for, all the sacrifice they do keep our needs ahead of theirs. They couldn't come, but I have a crazy bunch of friends here. Around 8 of them, 5 of whom will be winning awards today. 4 of us are from the same batch. So I think it's great to have such friends around. And secondly, I'd also like to dedicate this award to my mentors. Over 7 years, I worked across 2 industries. Mentors have played a very important role in course correcting and ensuring that I grew professionally and emotionally. Yeah, so this award is dedicated to 2 of them. Thanks.
Congratulations. Please make us also part of that batch of yours. We still have 2-3 years you can apply for this for next year. Moving ahead, the next person to join the BW Marketing Awards list of young achievers this year. Please. Ankita Boxty from the BBC studio. Everybody for Ankita, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the honor. And I still remember when I spoke to Dr. Batra, he said, you're slightly far away from being a typical marketer because I come from a content background, but it worked in my favor. So thank you so much. And thank you for the honor.
Congratulations. Don't forget the picture. Moving ahead, the next person to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. That's Ashish Dubey from Innovation Analytics. For Ashish, everybody. I didn't want to let go of the award. But thank you to the jury. Thank you, everyone. And thank my partners here with me. Really appreciate it. And really want to thank the mentors who've the path for me to be here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We have, because we do a lot of events, we have the patent till this technology, Maharaj, you only get drinks if you clap. Photos are being taken. When you go to the bar, only when it matches it through artificial intelligence, you get drinks. So only if you clap for everyone will you get drinks. And second, when you come up, you will also need the clap. So fill in your karmic balance. And clapping is very good for heart. So yoga wala karata hai na swere. Clap karo. So please clap for all the winners who come there.
Thank you. Moving ahead, the next person to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. Deepak Pandey. Good movie. For Deepak, everybody, please.
First of all, a very thank you to the jury members, Businessworld, from making case studies using business marketing Whitebook to coming here to the event. It's a great privilege. Thanks to my family, my mentors. So I have my boss also here, my professors also here, and my family members also here. So thanks to all of you for your support and guidance. Thank you.
Well, where's the boss? So, sir, आज आप ही फोटो ले रहे हो. I'm sure such a also as well, no? Congratulations, congratulations, Deepak. And with that, thank you so much for the awards. And I please request Shivam Ranjan, Marketing Asia Pacific, Mobility to join us on stage and help us present the next set of awards, please. Everybody else for Shivanji. Right now, he's also part of the panel. Moving ahead, the next person to join the BMW Marketing World's list of young achievers, please. It's from Total X India. Hard work, efforts.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am extremely grateful for all the opportunities that I've got so far in my career, because of which I am here. And this actually motivates me to do better and hopefully get 40 under 40 also soon. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, jury.
Congratulations. I'm sure 40 under 40 also waits you. Moving ahead. Next winner to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. It's the Jonathan from Sicily. And everybody.
Okay, great. I already have my 4 thank yous ready. First one's obviously to BW Marketing and the amazing jury for the beautiful experience and handing this over to me. My organization and my mentors from the social beat wouldn't be here without them. The year was strangely because it made me stumble upon marketing as a vertical itself, and finally, all the loved ones in my life were the reason I'm here. They all know who they are. They're all watching. So love you guys. Thanks.
John from the picture. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. Zara Ravi from PC Web Rise. Everything for Janelle.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to be here. Even after spilling my leg this morning, I'm still here. So I think it means a lot to me. Thank you to my peers. Thank you to my boss who's shooting me. Thank you, everyone. And I'm very, very grateful. My boss. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lots of exchanges happening. Congratulations to you and to your boss as well. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. It's Namita Kurana from ITC Limited. Everybody for Namita, please.
A very good evening to everyone here, and it's an honor and an absolute pleasure to be among such great marketing minds. Thank you, Businessworld and the jury, for giving us this platform to showcase what we really have and for recognizing us as young marketers. I think it's very, very important that that happens. It gives us a little bit more motivation to work every day. It's been a journey for me from PR to marketing today. And thank you all my mentors, especially at ITC, for instilling in me the culture of really pushing boundaries, and to my family for the unconditional support and love. A shout out to those who are not from traditional marketing backgrounds, from PR, from content. It's a great win, guys. And congratulations, everyone. It's our night, upwards and onwards.
With us all of our answer the party already. We are being sponsored by her. Congratulations to every other picture. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Also, thank you so much, Sean. If you want to please, everybody. And for the next, for everyone, please join me right on stage. Dr. Sameer Tiwari, founder and MD of Professionals, and joining him is Mr. Abhishek Hasula, CEO, BW Engage. Gentlemen, please. Okay, quickly moving on. The next to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. It's Prashant Galwani from Lindsay. Prashant, what do you mean?
Yeah, elated and shocked all at once that I have made it to the list. I still remember me reaching out to Shivam Popli every other day as to when are the results coming. I think Shivam is here. He has been kind enough to give me those updates. And I think it's a time for us to congratulate the entire marketing cohort, which is there. Also to the ones who have not made it to the list, who are sort of missing out by just a fraction of a margin. But grateful to all the mentors, all the brands that I've had the opportunity to work with. And I have my spouse with me who has been with me in my highs and lows. So yeah, congratulations to everyone.
Congratulations to you and mom as well. So don't forget that. A group picture in the end for the magazine again. We got the next one to join the BW Marketing Awards list of young achievers this year. Thank you. Hey, from I, he's saying.
In marketing world, they say think outside the box. Well, I prefer dance in the ceiling. Here's to gravity defying creativity sprinkled with some magic, one marketing campaign at a time. Thank you so much, Business World, for this honor. And to my all fellow marketing magicians out there, cheers to 30 and beyond. Thank you.
No wonder you're the voice of marketing. Madam Mubarak also आइए. So please begin that. And we have the next one to join the marketing awards list of young achievers this year. Please. Let's be winning from Montreal. Everybody things.
A heartfelt thank you to the jury members, Business World, my mentors who are watching me live from the YouTube channel because I informed them. My mom, my family, my mom is here only for this event and she never travels. And to everyone who supported me, right? And I'm sure my fellow winners, peers here will agree that this award is a testament to all the work that we've done so far, to the 14 hours, 15 hours we've put in. And it is a token of, it's a trophy for you to feel the confidence and the motivation that, to all the work that we're going to put ahead, right? So I think, thank you to everyone and cheers to fellow winners for tonight. Thank you.
Congratulations, was mommy, Reshma? Was mom? Outstanding, congratulations. Once for her also. It was a that she made it here. Congratulations and moving ahead, the next one to join the BW Marketing list of young achievers this year. Giovanni, man from Kingston.
Thank you, everybody. As cliche as it is, thank you to my dad, without whom I wouldn't have had the strength to start my own agency in the first place. To my team, who's always working so hard right beside me to build exactly what we have right now. And please look up Brand Talk Communications and see if you ever need our services. Thank you.
Where's the father? Congratulations, sir. That's the winners. Congratulations. All the love of parents always. Congratulations. Moving ahead. The next winner to join the B2B Marketing list of young achievers this year. Sakshi Vishwa Partner. Sakshi, please.
A big shout out to BW and the jury for recognizing me, and so many people who continuously push themselves beyond the boundaries to achieve what they're doing right now. And congratulations to all the winners.
Congratulations to you. Be sure, don't forget also winners, please stay back to the very end for a great picture. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the B2B Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. It's the Sunset Local from Britannia Industry. Now for him, please. Everybody, a sunset.
First, I want to thanks BW to organize such a wonderful event. Right, I would also like to thanks my parents, my mentors, my peers who have supported me throughout this journey so far. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And now the next winner to join the B2B Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. Shalini from Kupo, Indo. Shalini, everybody. Well, I think the other half is the hand. Thank you.
I would just like to share a small story from my childhood. When I was in school, there were multiple events like debates, youth parliament, declamation contests that we all could participate in. Many a times I failed, but it taught me a lot. And many a times I won, and a small recognition or a small reward, as small as a chocolate or a tiffin box, used to excite me a lot. But from the time that I entered professional career, I guess the number of opportunities of getting a reputed award such as 30 under 30 or similar just reduced. I think the amount of effort, hard work, creative effort that we put in every day behind delivering every single day, the recognition kind of reduces. So thank you to the jury for giving us such a prestigious award at the right point in time when we all wanted motivation in our life, that we are on the right track and
there's just a lot more to achieve in future. Thank you so much once again.
Yeah, I think Charlotte from the chocolate to the trophy today. Congratulations and to many more. Many more of them that shall rest proudly on the shelves of purpose. Congratulations. Moving on, before we introduce the next winner, I request Mr. Prabhana, the CEO of PW Wellbeing World and PW Healthcare World to please also join our presenters to the next awards. So, anybody wants to in, please? The next winner to join the PW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. It's Shiva Saradil from Whitebook. Thank you, everybody.
I'd like to thank the jury members and Business World for selecting me for this prestigious list. I would also like to thank my wife and my family because I think all of us are going to agree managing a 30-year-old marketer and an entrepreneur at home is not that easy with the long working hours and the amount of work that we put in. So I want to thank them for all their support as well.
Congratulations to you, to ma'am, and everybody back home as well. Moving ahead. Next winner to join the PW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. Rika R. Nair from Tara Power Company.
Extremely honored and humbled to be here and to share the stage with so many dynamic professionals. Thank you, BW Marketing World and the jury, because like some of you told before me that I am also not a conventional marketeer. Like Mr. Malhotra said in the beginning, I'm one of those communication professionals who is holding the narrative of ESG, CSR, and communication in my company for Brand Tata Power. So yeah, I would like to thank my family, my mentors, my team who has supported me in this journey. Yeah, thank you everyone, and congrats to all the winners. Yeah.
Congratulations. 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 Moving ahead, the next winner to join the PW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. Tanya from Tanya Industry. Tanya, everybody. Please. Hard work, efforts.
Thank you, everyone. And I would like to give a shout out to my parents who are here and my brother who couldn't be here. Also, thank you, Britannia and BW Marketing World.
Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Done to the last five. The next winner to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. It's Chrome Danny from the town.
Everyone. It's so much honor and excitement I'm standing here. Thank you, Businessworld and the jury. So I want to thank my parents and my wife because they gave me support system all through my life. And also my team and the mentors who actually transitioned me from being a managing training of leading the marketing at Build. It's been a phenomenal journey and been learning every day. So even since I was a kid, even when we used to ask what do you want to be in your life, they used to say doctor, engineer. I always know I want to be a marketer because that's what we would have been in rush. What you love and that's what makes you happy. Always just keep on doing this because that's what makes you like in your life. That's what I always want. Thank you so much, guys. Cheers. Good night.
Lovely. Congratulations, Tom. Stay happy, stay blessed. Well, thank you so much, Arvindo, sir, for helping us. Everybody wants to hold this. You know, online speaking. Shows also his discussion. And for the last set of words, please join me in welcoming on stage. It's Shruti Arora, business side. BW Marketing World, BW Business World. What's your Shruti? Everybody, please. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. Ryan Singh from Junction Pharmacy. All the way to King. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to start by thanking my parents, my wife who's here, and my brother for giving me all the resources I required to follow my passion in marketing. Secondly, I would like to thank my friends from Mica who are here to support me, and the bunch who've already won before me. I would also like to thank my mentors from M Junction, especially my MD, who's been a constant guide. And my mentors from media.net who made me what I am today. So thank you, everyone. And thanks, jury.
What are the friends? What its friends? Congratulations. What happened to the friends? Kya hua? You're very happy. Show some excitement, no? Your friends won. It's a very subtle. Okay. Okay, moving ahead. The next winner to join the BW Marketing World's list of young achievers this year. Look out for Let's go, everybody. You tell me now. Yeah. Came from there, no?
Those are my friends as well. Yeah, so I think thank you so much, Business World, for this prestigious honor. And it's always very amazing to be acknowledged for something that you love working on every day. And a huge credit for this award, I think, will go to my team at Windsor, who have been so supportive, who have been, always there for me, put that trust in me, and been throughout my journey. And a bigger thank goes to my parents and my sister right there, who have been patient and been throughout my ups and lows. So yeah, thank you so much, and a huge congratulations to everybody here. More power to you. Thank you so much.
This is yours. Thank you. Congratulations. And while we move ahead with the next winner, also the last who's joining the list, can we ask all the winners to please come inside for the group picture after this? And the next and the last winner to join the BW Marketing Awards list of young achievers this year. Please. Right now, Betty from all Chicago. Right now, everybody.
Thank you very much to the jury. It's an honor. And thank you to all my friends and family and colleagues. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, we come to an end of the award ceremony, which also means it's now time for a group picture. All the winners, please join us on the stage with your trophies only. Please, winners with your trophies only. Thank you so much, Shruti, Ocean also. Thank you so much, Dr. Tiwari. Thank you. All the winners with their trophies only. Dr. Sab, now it's your time to take it forward. Even if any winners are outside, can you please just check for them? The trophies only, please. Request you to join us on the stage. थोड़ा music दे दो दादा. So now time to celebrate, yeah. We'll first to this camera and then your individual ones. Right? The main camera first, and then you can look at an any individual photos. Oh, where's the main camera? किधर गया वो? Sure. And after this, now that you've worked hard, you've been awarded for it, it's time also to celebrate what awaits you. But first, the picture. And first, the main camera. Shweta, how much time? It's longer than your WhatsApp. Please. Oh, please wait. You said myself, your team, what did you? With that, thank you so much. To enjoy your evening and safe night. Thank you.